Okay, good morning and welcome to the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. This is day one of a two-day conference where we're going to see presentations from over 30 small-cap companies. To start off today, we're going to begin with a keynote presentation by Andrew Durkee, who's CEO of the CoinTree. Andrew is an expert on the virtual currency Bitcoin, so we'll learn some very interesting things from him. I want to let everybody know as we get started here that at the top of the page, the conference page, you'll see a submit question box. Please just click that box and you will have a place to enter any questions you have for any of our presenting companies today. We will not have a Q&A for the keynote speaker, but we will have keynotes starting with Origenics, which will be the first company presenting at 9 a.m. Eastern today. So again, please enter your questions. You can actually enter your questions anytime throughout the day for any company. Just select the company in the drop-down box, enter your question, and we'll get to them on a first-come, first-served basis. And with that, we're going to begin here in a moment. Again, kicking off today is our keynote presentation from Andrew Durkee, CEO of the CoinTree, and I'll be starting here in a few moments. Thank you again for joining us today.
Hello, my name is Andrew Durkee, and I am CEO of the CoinTree. And today I'm going to speak to you about the truth about Bitcoin. I myself have been involved in the Bitcoin space for close to 4 years now, which in the Bitcoin world makes me fairly ancient. And I really want to start with some of the more common questions, and by far the most common question I get is, what is Bitcoin? And if I'm out and people know I'm involved in Bitcoin, I'm guaranteed to be answering this question a variety of times. Bitcoin itself is the first decentralized peer-to-peer payment network that is powered by its users and not really a central authority. In really simpler terms, Bitcoin is a network that enables a new payment system and a really completely digital money. And this is a really kind of revolutionary concept, the idea of a digital currency or a digital asset that people can use for commerce globally. And Bitcoin is a global phenomenon. About only 15 to 20% of all Bitcoin-related transactions take place in the United States. So its global footprint is significantly larger. Especially in countries where their financial foundation, our network really isn't established, whether that's in Brazil or India, China, Russia, these large populated countries that don't have the same financial systems that we have here in the United States. And there's been a rapid growth of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin itself in all these places. Now, as far as who created Bitcoin, the idea for what is called a cryptocurrency was really first described in 1998 by a writer named Wee Day, though he really wasn't the creator. The first Bitcoin proof of concept was published in 2009 by an anonymous coder going by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto. Now, the code is completely open source. It can be viewed at any time by anybody, but it really isn't controlled by a single person or a single entity. It's powered by the users itself. The network is powered by the users itself. That's one of my favorite aspects of Bitcoin, is that if someone were to ask me who controls the Bitcoin network, the answer is nobody and everybody. As I said, there's no central authority. It's actually the user base as a whole. So there's not a single organization there controlling Bitcoin. So there's not a single government, and there's not a single entity. And this is really what protects the network. As a matter of fact, the Bitcoin network is so powerful that it acts as a supercomputer. And if you were to take the top 100 supercomputers in the world and combine all their processing power, so your Department of Defense, your Apple, your Facebook, your Google supercomputers, they all collectively would not be more powerful than the Bitcoin network. So that provides a substantial amount of protection for the network itself and to what is really one of the fastest growing payment systems in the world, really now the fourth largest payment network transactional-wise globally. So there are a lot of advantages to Bitcoin that continue to take place, and one of the best things about it is it's the evolutions of the payment industry, which really is in dire need of reform. In September of 1958, Bank of America launched the first true credit card in Fresno, California, and that was the first real credit card that's similar to what you use today. But really, in the last 50 years, there hasn't been a lot of innovation surrounding it. Matter of fact, really the only recent change that you'd see is the 3 little security code on the back of your credit card. So beyond that, there hasn't been a lot of change. Now, when you look at places, all other technologies and other spaces, with the growth of the internet and information technologies that have pushed other technologies way beyond what they were originally, we're at the point now where payments needs to reach the same space. So what Bitcoin is to payments is going to be similar to what email was to mail or communication, or what the internet was to data transfer. It's going to be that new evolution. It's a really exciting environment, exciting space to be in, because there's so much change and because the change is so rapid. Now, a lot of the benefits that exist for Bitcoin, I'm really going to kind of highlight 5 of them. First is there's little to no transaction fees. So even if you're transferring money from one account to another, if you're buying large purchases, or you're moving, you want to move Bitcoin, like I said, from one account, whether it's from one country to another country, you're not going to pay large transaction fees that you'd normally be paying Western Digital or other organizations. Same thing for credit cards. If you're making a purchase, let's say you're a merchant looking to accept Bitcoin, well, this is a very large advantage for you, because you're able to take on Bitcoin without have to pay a lot of payment processing fees or credit card fees associated, which can reach upwards of 6%. So on a merchant side, very, very valuable to not have to have those transactional fees really cutting into what inevitably are your margins. Again, for merchants, is there's no chargebacks. Once a Bitcoin transaction takes place, you can't charge back those fees. So this, again, helps protect those merchants looking to use Bitcoin within their transactional model. The global application is massive. As I said, really worldwide, Bitcoin is really only used 15 to 20% within the United States. So the Bitcoin space for the global market is significantly larger. Now, China is obviously a large player because of the population size. India, Brazil, you're starting to see a lot of these other nations really start to develop, because Bitcoin is a easy to use payment system regardless of where you are in the world. Fourth is the transparency factor of Bitcoin. Every single transaction that ever takes place within the Bitcoin network is publicly recorded on what's known as the blockchain. The blockchain is really a public ledger that maintains all transactions and all addresses associated of where Bitcoins are located. Now, it is anonymous as far as who is purchasing and who is accepting Bitcoin, but the transaction itself is completely accessible through the public that public ledger, and that's really a unique concept, to have all transactions completely publicly available to anyone who'd like to view them, as well as all the accounts of where Bitcoins are currently located. So that provides a really unique space that's very different from what you normally see in other payment environments. And lastly, one of the real advantages is that everyone controls their own finances. You're not using a bank to really store your stored asset at that point. You're either using a wallet service such as ourselves at the CoinTree, where we provide security, storage, and liquidity for our users, or you're storing and protecting it yourself within your own storage system, whether that's your computer or some type of technology that you have at home. So now you have the ability to use your Bitcoins wherever you like, store your Bitcoins however you like, protect your Bitcoins however you like, and it's all then on the user, whether that's an individual user, a business, or a merchant. And that's a really unique concept. Now, Bitcoin is growing at a rapid rate. Currently, there's over 35,000 vendors worldwide, including Virgin, the Sacramento Kings, Tesla, Overstock.com, and Tiger Direct, some of the larger names, and they grow every day. Matter of fact, Tiger Direct, the first day that they started accepting Bitcoin, they did $250,000 in Bitcoin transactions just in that first day. If you look at the merchant transactional volume from 2012 to 2013, you've seen a growth of over 6,000%. And we expect that to be significantly larger from 2013 to 2014. So the transactional volume is growing rapidly, and the user base is growing rapidly. And this really makes the future of Bitcoin very bright. As these user bases and these transactional volumes grow at the exponential rate, you're going to see a almost network effect come into play as this rapid deployment of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency-based technologies take place. Now, there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoins in existence. And the reason for that is one of the issues that takes place with fiat currencies is that they can just be printed, and it devalues currency. Whether you're in the United States and the Treasury or the Fed continues to print dollars, or in other nations, you're going to have that same issue. Well, in Bitcoin, there'll never be more than 21 million. So there's going to be a naturalized inflation to the value of Bitcoin that's going to take place over time. Now, Bitcoin can be divisible. A Bitcoin can be divisible by n minus the eighth. So that means that you could easily trade 0.000001 or even less than that of a Bitcoin to somebody. So even though the value of Bitcoin, of a single Bitcoin, will grow from $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, you're still going to be able to commerce in it very easily, because you're going to be able to divide those coins up into smaller sums. So in 2013, there was a little over $100 million invested in the Bitcoin space, which was absolutely fantastic. Well, this year we're on track to surpass well over $500 million in investment. So it's becoming a very aggressive environmental investment landscape worldwide. And again, it has that global, the market itself is global, has that global impact. So with that growth, there's going to be issues that are going to be taking place. And really, at the Cointree and for myself over the past 4 years of watching Bitcoin grow from 3 cents and to upwards of $1,300, really the same 4 issues I've seen exist. And those issues really break down into access, security, storage, and distribution. And regardless of what country you're in, or really what you're looking to use Bitcoin for, those same 4 issues exist. And at the Cointree, we really look to attack all 4 of those issues. And we're really the first company, Bitcoin-related company, to look at those 4 major issues and then develop a solution specifically to handle all 4 collectively. Now, access, one of the most common issues, and that's really the barrier to entry. It's very difficult to get involved in Bitcoin, especially early on in the beginning years, if you didn't have a heavy technology background. For myself and my partner, when we got involved with Bitcoin, there was really no software or hardware associated with it. We had to develop everything ourselves because it was so new. That really has carried on into a lot of the newer technologies that really require people to have some form of whether it's a technical background or some form of technology background. Because of that, it's really stifled the growth of Bitcoin itself. So that barrier to entry is important to attack first, and that's something at the Cointree that is very important to us, making it so that all users, regardless of educational background or geographical location, have the ability to access, use, and use Bitcoin. Being able to install our software, use it very easily. Second is security. And I'm sure if you're listening to this and have an interest in Bitcoin, you've heard of a number of different security issues that have taken place involving Bitcoin theft, as well as potentially some fraudulent activities associated with Bitcoin. So security is a real problem, is a real issue. And this also kind of gets back to that barrier to entry problem. The user base for Bitcoin generally has a technological background, and when you involve people who don't have that background, they are susceptible to intrusion and theft. That's why it's incredibly important to have a storage system or storage device or a company able to store your coins effectively. And at the Cointree, storage is something that is of paramount importance to us. Not only do we store coins for our clients, but we also insure them with our insurance partners. So coins stored within our vault system will also be insured and protected for our clients from theft, destruction, etc. So security is a real problem, and that's not even just for individual users, but for merchants themselves. If you're taking on Bitcoin as a payment, it's important that you are storing and protecting those Bitcoin from theft, because that's your cash flow. It's important to protect that cash flow, which then leads to liquidity. Now, being able to, whether it's purchase Bitcoin or store or secure Bitcoin is one thing, but being able to have liquid access to your stored assets is very important. And that's something that we'll be providing at the Cointree as well. Be able to convert your stored asset into your local fiat, regardless of whatever country that you may be in. You're able to take your stored asset directly on your smartphone, convert that to your local fiat, and then upload that onto the prepaid cash card that we have for our clients. So then they'll be able to use their stored asset, that value, that Bitcoin, regardless of where they are, as long as that place is able to either take Bitcoin or take a credit card payment. So with that, security is the storage, and storage is that third issue. So we've got access, security, storage, and then the fourth, distribution. So the Cointree, as I said, really attacking that access, giving access to everybody, destroying that barrier to entry, providing that security and storage solution, not only to be able to create liquidity options for our customers, but to also provide them with an insured storage format. And then lastly, the distribution. And that's really getting the product out to the masses. Yeah. As I said, the most common question I get about Bitcoin is what is Bitcoin? Well, the second most common question I'll probably get is, well, where do I get a Bitcoin? Where can I purchase a Bitcoin? And that really goes to show really the lack of not only on marketing effort, but on the distribution side of getting the product out to the public. Now, for ourselves, we're going to have a very aggressive marketing strategy at the Cointree, and using a lot of the media outlets and partners such as RedChip that you see that we're working with today to get our product out there and to the public as quickly as possible, and on a global level. I keep coming back to that on the global piece, because Bitcoin is a global phenomenon. It really reaches out, spans all borders. That's something that's, for me, one of the more exciting pieces. As I said, I've seen Bitcoin now grow from simply 3 cents a piece upwards of over $1,300. Now, a lot of people ask me, where do you see the value of Bitcoin going? What determines the value of Bitcoin? Well, the users do. As the value of Bitcoin is dictated by what the market values it as. Now, a lot of people ask, is it a currency? Is it a commodity? Where does it fit in that space? Well, each country has been treating it differently. Currently, in the United States, in March of this year, IRS came out saying that Bitcoin sits more on the commodity side, at least for the time being, which is great. Anytime that a U.S. government office comes out and prevents any or establishes any form of regulation associated with Bitcoin, that just pushes the legitimacy of it. And that's one of the issues that's existed with Bitcoin that is really important that the network and the people involved with it really attack, is the legitimacy. Is it legitimate? How can we protect it? How can we take care of it? Well, for the Cointree, we're established in the United States, and really pushing the legitimacy of Bitcoin in the cryptocurrencies, and that's a real priority for us. But if you wanted to look at Bitcoin as a currency and really kind of understand maybe what its ceiling value could potentially be, I always like comparing it to gold. If you were to look at gold, there's been about $6.3 trillion of gold mined out of the Earth's crust. Now, currently, there's only about 12 million Bitcoins in existence. Long term, there will never be more than 21 million. But if Bitcoin is ever truly accepted as a currency, if you were to compare that then to the amount of gold that's been excavated out of the earth, that puts a Bitcoin value well over $300,000 per Bitcoin. So the ceiling is very high. And it's very exciting, and we've seen it. Us being in that space for quite some time, seen it go from very small to where it is today. And we're very excited about the future of Bitcoin and virtual currencies in general. The first real global currency. Again, this is going to allow for really needed reform in the payment space, and you're going to see a lot of traction and a lot of evolution of Bitcoin and the services associated with it here over the next couple years. More than happy to answer any questions for anyone. Feel free to excuse me, contact me either through the information that we'll have accessible on the RedChip site or through RedChip. Bitcoin is my passion. I've been involved with it a long time, and really looking forward to watching it develop, as well as the coin tree. For us, the coin tree, this is a very exciting time, exciting space. Our offering is very unique, and we're in really a great position and have a number of first movers advantages that are really going to push the success of our company. So again, if you have any questions regarding the coin tree or Bitcoin itself, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, my name is Andrew Durkee. Look forward to speaking with you guys again. Thank you.
We were just listening to Andrew Durkee, CEO of the Coin Tree, talking a little bit about Bitcoin and virtual currencies. And we'll be getting our first presentation of the day coming up here at 9 a.m. Eastern with Origenics. I want to remind everyone, if you have any questions you'd like to submit for any of our presenting companies, we will be taking them on a first-come, first-served basis. We do have limited time for each company. So it's best to enter your question as soon as possible. You can use the Submit Question box. There's a tab at the top right of your screen. So you click that, enter your question and the specific company you'd like the question asked for, and we'll get those into the queue and answer them as they come as we get into the Q&A session for each company. Again, up next, we're going to be moving on to Origenics, and that will be starting in about 10 minutes at 9 a.m. Eastern. Presenting for Origenics will be John Bonfiglio, President and CEO, and again, that's Origenics, ticker symbol OGBN, and it'll be starting here in about 10 minutes. Thank you again for joining us today. Good morning, and again, welcome to the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. This is day one of a two-day conference where we have over 30 small-cap companies presenting. I want to remind everyone that if you have a question for any of our presenting companies, you can enter that in. Use the Submit Question box. There's a tab at the top right of your screen. Click that, enter your question, and we will be answering all the questions for each company on a first-come, first-served basis. Up next, we're going to move on to Oragenics. Ticker symbol was OGEN on the NYSE market. We'll be starting that here at 9 a.m. Eastern. Also, I want to let everybody know that if you're on Twitter, you can actually also use the hashtag RC Global Conference, and you can participate in the conference that way as well. But again, for your questions, please use the Submit Question box. That'll make it a lot easier for us to get to the questions on a first-come, first-served basis. Here we'll be starting in about another 4 or 5 minutes with Oragenics, ticker symbol OGEN on the NYSE market. Thank you again for joining us today. Good morning, and again, welcome to the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. This is day one of our two-day conference where over 30 presenting companies will be providing you detailed overviews of their businesses. We'll also be having live Q&A sessions for each company. We're going to get started with our first presentation now. It is Oragenics, ticker symbol OGEN on the NYSE market. John Bonfiglio, President and CEO, will be presenting. Thank you again for joining us.
Hi, thank you for attending this meeting. I'm very excited to be able to tell you about Oragenics and what's been going on with the company over the last few years. Before I start my presentation, though, I want to remind you all that I will be making some forward-looking statements, and I would be appreciated if you'd review our filings for more information regarding the company. Oragenics is a company that is basically involved in research around bacteria. We have three areas of research and development that we're doing right now. The first is an area related to antibiotics, which is a new class of antibiotics we're trying to develop for use in resistant forms of infection. The next area is an exciting area that we've just started, which is the new generation of probiotics. Probiotics are living bacteria that can exert a influence on a patient's health because of their ability to do certain things. These new probiotics will be genetically modified to provide a therapeutic agent to a specific indication or symptom of a disease in the oral cavity. And I'll be explaining more about that as we go along. The third area is an area that we've been involved in for quite a while, and this is an area of over-the-counter probiotics specifically designed for oral care. And we are selling these products to the dentist and to the general public under the brand name Evora, but the active ingredient in the product is called Probiora 3. The company is listed on the New York Stock Exchange, Markets Exchange. It was founded in 1999. We're based in Tampa, Florida, and we have a experienced management team that is capable of executing the plans that we have in place. What we want to do is leverage our expertise in antibiotics and in probiotics with our new partner, Intrexon. Intrexon is a company that is a leading expert in synthetic biology, and we have two exclusive channel collaborations with Intrexon, one with the antibiotic program to help develop and produce new antibiotics to use in human clinical studies, and the second is in the next generation probiotics, which are products that we believe are going to be the way of the future for delivering new therapeutic agents. We're also marketing proprietary OTC product, as we said earlier. So now I want to spend some time talking about antibiotics and the need for new antibiotics. It's almost impossible to go into the newspapers or online without seeing articles related to the fact that the world needs new antibiotics. There have been many articles describing the number of infections and deaths that are caused by the fact that it's difficult to control certain types of infections. Most notably are things like MRSA, which people in hospitals tend to get, VRE, etc. And because of that, there's been a huge push by both governments in the U.S. and around the world to produce new antibiotics that are capable of controlling these bugs. One of the reasons for that is this next slide, which shows the fact that in the top slide, we show that resistance has grown tremendously with certain types of bacteria. Most notably, the top line on this graph is MRSA. The other ones are also resistant forms of bacteria. As the resistance has grown over years, you can see that the number of approvals of new antibiotics capable of working against these new bugs or resistant bugs has gone down dramatically. So you have what I like to call the perfect storm. You have these bacteria that are continuing to become more resistant to forms of bacteria, forms of antibiotics, and at the same time, you have fewer and fewer new antibiotics to fight these diseases. So I think based on where we are and the profile of the antibiotics we're trying to develop, we're in a very good space to be developing these products. Antibiotics are a new class of antibiotics, and I say that only because even though they've been around for a while and there are over 50 known antibiotics, they have not been developed commercially because they're very difficult to synthesize, and that makes them attractive to us. Why? Because if they're difficult to synthesize and the bacteria have not seen them before, it means that they're less likely to become resistant to them. What we're trying to do, in addition to our lead compound, is develop a pipeline of these new antibiotics with different profiles, different pharmacokinetic profiles, and different efficacy profiles as well. And as I said earlier, the development of these products was really delayed by the fact that they're very difficult to synthesize, and that's where our relationship with Intrexon has helped us immensely. So the Intrexon collaboration has allowed us to enable the production of antibiotics, and hopefully on a commercial scale. When I first joined the company was struggling to develop its first antibiotic because of three reasons. The first is that the bacteria that produces the antibiotic produces it in very small amounts. The second is that the product itself is very difficult to purify from the mixture of the bacteria and the solutions that they're in. And the third is that the antibiotic itself is toxic to the bacteria that's producing it. So we brought this problem to Intrexon when we started our new collaboration with them in the middle of 2012. And within 6 months, Intrexon had a handle on these problems, and we were able to start producing our lead compound, MU1140, and very high yield and high purity, which was the start of a huge program in this area. So what have we done to date? We've achieved significant increase in the production of the yield of the product. We're developing robust purification methods, and we've actually completed, in addition, which I'll go into in a few minutes, a proof of concept that we can use genetically modified bacteria to not only produce the lead compound, MU1140, but also analogs as well. And that's where the whole pipeline story comes in. So the next slide shows a graphic of the lead compound MU1140. MU1140 was discovered by the company as a product that was produced by a bacteria in the mouth that allowed this bacteria to preferentially colonize in the mouth. By secreting a small amount of this antibiotic, it prevented other bacteria from actually colonizing around it. We were able to isolate it and get enough in hand to be able to determine that it's active against a lot of resistant types of bacteria, including MRSA, vancomycin-resistant Enterococcus, which is VRE, C. diff, which is found in the gut, and resistant tuberculosis and others. The preliminary data on this compound was very interesting and encouraging. We believe it has an excellent therapeutic index, a fairly good maximum tolerated dose, and some in vivo efficacy. But at the time when we generated these data, we had very little compound. So now with the work that we've done with our friends at Intrexon, we now have enough material to not only fully characterize this, but to also look for analogs and better analogs than MU1140 as well. The next slide is just a graphic of how Intrexon works. As I said earlier, they're a synthetic biology company, and they can engineer bacterial systems to produce genetically modified bacterial cells, and I'll talk about that in a minute. The application of the engineering principles is the next step in the evolution of synthetic biology. What we're doing is essentially taking what used to be a research project and turning it into an engineering project, because now with the tools available to Intrexon, we can actually design these bacteria and put in whatever genes we need to put in order to make it effective. And that's really important for both this project and the other project. If you look at the slide which talks about the process itself, bacterial cell is genes are extracted from a bacterial cell. They're modified and inserted into a different bacteria, and that allows us to produce both MU1140 and analogs of MU1140. And that's exactly what the process that was done with our product was accomplished. So for MU1140 and the analogs, on the next slide, we talk about 50 known antibiotics. We are at the tip of the iceberg in producing a pipeline of potential new products that could be tested in the clinic eventually, or in humans, or also in vitro. The early experiments are already started with MU1140 because we now have enough material to fully characterize it. In the process of making MU1140, we were also able to produce quite a bit of other analogs, which we're also testing. We hope to file an IND around MU1140 or an analog by the middle of 2015, and the timelines shown below show that we have ongoing animal studies right now, and we hope to have a pre-IND meeting sometime at the end of third quarter with the FDA to make sure that we're on track for filing an IND sometime in the middle of 2015. Why are we interested in this other than for the fact that it will help the human condition? We also believe that this is an area that the market will reward if we're successful. The next slide shows some of the deals that have done recently in the area of new antibiotics. There's a deal with Sanofi and Rybex where the deal was worth $775 million potentially up front. Potentially in total, and it was for the licensing of 4 preclinical new antibiotics with a new mechanism of action. The next graphic shows Cubist last year acquired 2 companies, Optimer and Trius, both for about $800 million based on their pipeline and their products in the area of antibiotics. And finally, Cubist itself, which started off with essentially just one product and $1 billion market cap, now has a couple of products on the market with over a $4 billion market cap. So we believe that we're in the right area, that the market will reward success in this area, and that's one of the reasons why we're so excited about it. I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about our next generation probiotics, which is an area we started a collaboration with Intrexon around in September of last year, 2013. So the idea behind using these probiotics is, first of all, we're going to concentrate on the oral cavity and the nasal cavity, diseases and symptoms that affect people in those areas. And we believe that using Intrexon's technology and our expertise in the area of probiotics, that we can produce bacteria that are capable of delivering a therapeutic agent directly to the place where it needs to go. And in this case, it's the mouth. The initial indications for our products will be Behçet's disease and recurrent aphthous stomatitis, which is essentially canker sores. We picked these indications because they're indications that there are no current therapies that actually help with these indications. They're very painful and they cause patients a lot of problems. For example, with Behçet's disease, which is an orphan indication in the U.S., you have chronic inflammatory problems both in the mouth and elsewhere, but it gets so bad that patients are incapable of actually eating because of the pain involved with these. And we believe with our new system, we have a way of helping with that. Aphthous stomatitis or canker sore is another area, not quite as prevalent, more prevalent than Behçet's disease, but also causes very painful ulcers of the mouth. Both of these indications, we believe, are amenable to a probiotic with a therapeutic agent attached to them. And again, the process is very similar to what we had described for our area of research with the antibiotics. We are going to take a bacterial cell, one that we choose, and we're going to insert genes into that bacterial cell that are capable of producing a therapeutic effect. We then give that product, the bacteria, to a human, and hopefully the product will release the therapeutic agent in a way that will allow the patient to have its symptoms alleviated. So that area we believe is a especially ripe area for research. There are a lot of different places we can go with that. We are just starting out in that area, and we expect that progress will be made over the next 6 to 12 months that will be exciting, and that we'll be able to talk about both at meetings and with the investor population. I want to switch gears again and talk about our third area, which is our area of ProBioR 3, which is our oral over-the-counter probiotic products. The company was founded by Dr. Jeffrey Hillman. He's a Harvard-trained dentist and molecular biologist, and one of the things that he thought about was there are a lot of good bacteria in a normal person's mouth. If we overload the mouth with those type of bacteria, can we help affect a positive change to oral health in the person? And with that, he came up with a product called ProBioR 3. ProBioR 3 is a mixture of 3 bacteria which normally occur in healthy people's mouths, which we believe will have beneficial effects on a person's health. And we are selling those products both for human and companion pets under the brand name Evora in the U.S. As I mentioned earlier, this slide shows that the product are S. oralis, S. huberus, and S. radix, 3 different strains of bacteria that are essentially combined into a tablet. And in that tablet, the product is given to a patient or a customer once a day, usually at night, allowed to dissolve in the mouth, and the bacteria then take over and start to produce beneficial effects. They compete for binding sites with bad bacteria. They also produce small amounts of hydrogen peroxide, which helps with breath and whitening of teeth. And we believe that this is a huge potential market. We're currently selling directly to the dentist with our product Evora Pro, and we're selling over the internet with Evora Plus and a companion product for pets, Evora Pets as well. The company has an experienced management team. I have over 25 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, including with big companies like Allergan and Baxter. My CFO, Mike Sullivan, has been in the business for over 25 years as well. And Dr. Martin Hanfield, our head of R&D, is a protege of Dr. Hillman, the founder of the company, and has been with the company for quite a while. We believe that this team, along with our other members of the team, are capable of getting these products into the clinic and eventually commercialized as we go forward. So what did we do in 2013? Well, in 2013, we did a significant improvement in the yield of MU1140, which has now allowed us to start to get into the clinical programs that are preclinical programs are necessary to get into the clinic. We have new viable purification methods for MU1140 and for other analogs, and we were able to obtain proof of concept that we can genetically modify bacteria to produce a pipeline of new products. In the next generation of the probiotics, we've established a new ECC with Intrexon that we announced on October 1st, and we completed our initial research program plan, and we're about to execute that. In terms of finance, last year we raised $3.9 million in a PIPE and $11 million in a shelf takedown, and we relisted on the NYSE market as well. So what do we have up for next year? The potential milestones are we believe we will be able to produce our new lantibiotic analogs using genetically modified bacteria, and actually we have been able to do that. We are in the process of trying to look and see which ones are more active than others. We have animal studies resulting from MU1140, as we said in the graphic earlier, and that's ongoing. We should have results from that in 2014. We plan on setting up our pre-IND meeting with FDA in the second half of 2014. For the next generation probiotics, we expect that we'll have new bacteria prototypes in the second half of 2014 capable of producing new therapeutic agents. We also believe that the cytokine area will also be affected by the research in this area, and we expect to have proof of concept in the genetically modified probiotic area for the second half of 2015. So all in all, the company, I believe, is in very good shape. We report reported as of the end of 2013 that we had north of $16 million in the bank. Our balance sheet shows no debt, and we're poised to move all of our programs forward. So with that, I want to thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Okay, we were just watching the presentation of Oragenics, ticker symbol OGEN, on the NYSE market. And on the line right now, we have John Bonfiglio, President and CEO of the company, for a live Q&A session. Our first question, John, is what activities does your company still need to do to develop commercial scale for lantibiotics?
Yeah, obviously one of the most important parts of developing any new entity, especially an antibiotic, is the manufacturing piece. So far, we've been successful in developing a technology that will allow us to make multi-gram quantities of the material. The next step is to increase the capacity to be able to make kilogram quantities of material and be able to purify it. So that's the next step in the process, and we're well underway doing that with outside contractors.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, has Intrexon helped develop products similar to your lantibiotics in the past?
Not that I'm aware of. They have been not actively involved in the genetic manipulation of many different cell types, but as far as I know, we're the only company they're working with at this time that's developing a lantibiotic or an antibiotic of this type.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, when human clinical trials are initiated, what would be the time frame for completing a phase 1 study?
Well, obviously, that's a discussion that we'll have to have with FDA at our pre-IND meeting, which we hope to have sometime in the fall of this year, and we will then have a protocol and a clinical plan put together when we file the IND in 2015. The phase 1 clinical studies typically are fairly short, mostly for safety, and if we file the IND sometime in the middle of 2015, I expect to have data before the end of the year in 2015 if everything goes according to my plan, at least at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I want to remind our viewers, if you do have questions for Oragenics, please click the Submit Question tab at the top right of your screen. We're going to move on to our next question. You had said you expect to genetically manipulate bacteria similar to your lantibiotic program. Will you be working with Intrexon on this as well?
Yes. Obviously, Intrexon and Oragenics now have 2 collaborations going. One is for the lantibiotic program, which has been, in my mind, very successful in not only being able to manipulate the bacteria genetically so we can produce the lead compound, MU1140, which Oragenics discovered in the course of its research, but it's also been able to modify the genetics of these bacteria to produce a whole pipeline of bacteria. And because of the success in this area, we started a second collaboration with Intrexon in 2013 related to the manipulation of bacteria genetically so that they'll produce therapeutic agents and be able to deliver those therapeutic agents to the patient directly. And so they are similar in a lot of respects, but that both involve manipulation of genes in bacteria.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, does your probiotic platform need to undergo clinical trials?
Yes. The platform that we're developing with our second ECC, our second exclusive channel collaboration with Intrexon, is designed to produce a therapeutically active bacteria. This bacteria will be considered essentially a drug delivery device for whatever therapeutic agent we decide to put into the bacteria, and will require normal clinical testing and approval by FDA, just like any other therapeutic that is being developed as a drug.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what are your current revenues from Probiora 3?
I believe we reported last year in our K that we did about $1 million worth of total revenue in 2013, and obviously that's a number that we're trying to increase, and we're looking into different methods for doing that this year.
Okay, thank you. And that was actually our last question. John, is there any closing comments you'd like to leave investors with about the Oragenics story?
Yeah, I think if you take a look over the last couple of years, this company has made quite a bit of progress in a new area, which is this antibiotic area. It's a product that we believe has a lot of potential, both from the original compound and from the pipeline of compounds we're able to derive from that compound. And the true value of this company is going to be in developing these new therapeutic agents that are going to be able to help in the fight against resistant bacteria, and the need for these bacteria has never been as prevalent as it is now because of the increase in the resistance of these nasty bacteria, and also because of the general decrease in the number of new entities that have been introduced to help fight them. So we think we're in a good place. We think it's an area that will see a lot of growth, and we're going to help participate in that.
Okay, thank you. And for our viewers, we were just speaking with John Bonfiglio, President and CEO of Oragenics. Ticker symbol is OGEN on the NYSE market. We're going to be moving on to our next presentation in a few more moments. It'll be Galectin Therapeutics, ticker symbol GALT on the NASDAQ, and Jim Zier, Executive Chairman, will be presenting. Again, that's Galectin Therapeutics, ticker symbol GALT on the NASDAQ. We'll be getting started with that in a few moments. Thank you again for joining us today at the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. Up next, we're going to move on to Galectin Therapeutics, ticker symbol GALT on the NASDAQ. Presenting for the company today will be Jim Zier, Executive Chairman. I want to remind everyone, if you have a question for Galectin, please use the Submit Question tab at the top right of your screen, and we'll get to those on a first-come, first-served basis as soon as the presentation is over. And with that, we're going to get started with Galectin Therapeutics. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jim Zier, Executive Chairman of Galectin Therapeutics, and it's a pleasure to be here today. We're going to look at some forward-looking statements which you've all seen so we can not spend much time with them. And let's talk about what we do. We're a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company targeting fibrotic diseases like in cancer with novel compounds that inhibit galectin-3 proteins. Now, the reason we're doing this is because galectin-3 proteins are very important in the development and promotion of inflammatory diseases and fibrotic diseases as well as cancer. Currently, we have clinical trials in liver fibrosis and cancer. Our liver fibrosis indication that we're going after first is NASH, fatty liver disease with advanced liver fibrosis. Our cancer immunotherapy indication is metastatic melanoma. So let's talk about our key members of our team. I'm going to ask you to go to our website to look at bios because of time, but I'll talk about Dr. Peter Traber, our CEO, for a moment. Peter has, in his previous life, worked at GlaxoSmithKline, where he was in charge of global drug development. Nothing went in or out of Glaxo that he didn't have his fingers on. He's also been the CEO of Penn Medical and Baylor College of Medicine, as well as being an expert in liver disease. Took a substantial pay cut to be our CEO, and is very excited about how things are going. If you look at the rest of the team, they're all very accomplished and experienced people who have wins in their background, and we're delighted to have them on our team. People like to look at facts and figures. While our headquarters is Norcross, Georgia, our stock price is been ranging between $3.25 and $19.11, and I need to correct this 1531 because currently it's trading around 1080. Outstanding shares are 21.9 million. Daily volume has been 614,000 shares a day, which is very nice. Our market cap's about 335 million. Most people are excited to find out that we have $37 million of cash in the bank and are only going to be spending about $14.5 million of it in the entire 2014, which is already, as you know, a third over. If we take a look at what galectin inhibitors are all about, galectin-3 is a protein that is in the human body naturally, but it is largely overexpressed in diseases like fibrosis and cancer. And instead of being in just low levels like it is in normal people, when they have diseases we talked about, it becomes very, very large and overexpressed. And that's because these galectins are important for the driving of the disease. So our proprietary compounds are designed out of simple carbohydrates or complex carbohydrates with galactose residues that actually bind or tackle these galectin-3s and take them out of the play that they would normally be involved in advancing the disease. We have two different models or categories of drug, one we call GM and one we call our GR series. As far as the pipeline for these drugs, we have a clinical focus on fibrosis where we have fatty liver disease where we're in a phase 1 trial. We just recently reported our initial data. We have a preclinical programs for lung fibrosis and kidney fibrosis, two other fatal diseases, as well as cancer immunotherapy where we're testing this on melanoma and preparing to initiate dosing in a phase 1 trial. Now we also have galectin-3 inhibitors that are subcutaneous that we're working on, as well as oral. And we're working on some synthetic compounds as well. So we have a very robust pipeline. Intellectual property, the important thing you can notice here is that we have sole ownership of the compounds in development. We have not in-licensed these from anybody. So if we take a look at the GM series of compounds, you can see we have numerous patents granted at roughly 14 with 5 pending. In the GR class, we have methods of use in liver fibrosis that have been granted, as well as methods of use in NASH, which is what we're testing. We have them pending for cancer immunology, diabetic neuropathy, and lung fibrosis, as well as composition of matter. The fibrosis program, which is our key focus, is very, very, very serious business because there's a great need for this. We're starting our program with non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, NASH, with fibrosis, and I emphasize with fibrosis. Now, you may know that multiple liver diseases lead to fibrosis. So kidney, you can have, can be caused by hepatitis, it can be caused by drugs, it can be caused by alcohol, or by fat or fatty liver disease. But at the end of the day, they all lead to fibrosis or cirrhosis, and that leads to liver failure, medical complications, and death. Now, the only current therapy is liver transplant. There's no approved medical therapy for liver fibrosis at all. This is a very, very large unmet medical need. If we take a look at just how large this unmet medical need is, you can see that the prevalence of NASH in the U.S. is between 9 to 15 million patients and growing because of obesity. There's over 25% are expected to develop cirrhosis, and it's estimated that there's 6 million of the patients have fibrosis right now. So it's a big market of unmet medical need. It's projected that NASH is going to become the #1 reason for liver transplant, exceeding the combination of alcohol and hepatitis combined. That's how big the problem is. So if we look at some of our accomplishments in this program, our phase 1 trial is ongoing. The first cohort of patients, all 6 dosed patients, saw fibrosis biomarkers decline, suggesting a regression of fibrosis. Now, this is a very important finding, since no one has evidence in human beings previously of being able to reverse fibrosis in an organ. In addition to that, every animal that we tested in this development of this drug, where we were testing for the regression of fibrosis, saw a reduction in fibrosis, as well as a reduction in inflammation and cell death in the liver when it was measured. We have good manufactured product. Substance is made by contract manufacturing organizations for us. The FDA granted us a fast track designation in August of 2013. Because of the large unmet medical need, we think that there's a possibility for achieving a breakthrough designation in the future with additional efficacy, which would have other benefits that might include accelerated approval. Now, we want to talk here for a moment about the development of this disease, because it's making the papers a lot lately, the news. You hear about Intercept Pharmaceuticals, there's other entrants coming into the NASH space. This is a disease that occurs over a long period of time. And as you can see from the slide, fatty liver disease starts out early stage, and after a while it develops into NASH, which has inflammation associated with it, as well as some cell death. None of these patients have any kind of symptoms in the early stage marketplace. So they don't know they need to be treated unless they are detected by a blood test. And if they are detected, there's no discomfort in their life. There's nothing that is making life not worth living or inconvenient. As you get into the development of fibrosis, stage 1 is very small, and those people, many of them can actually reverse that on their own, because your body's continually making collagen in your liver, and it's also consuming collagen in your liver, and there's kind of a balance going on. When you get into stage 2 fibrosis, the balance gets to be too far out of line for the human body to be able to get it back in line by itself, and it will progress into stage 3, which is late stage bridging fibrosis, and stage 4, which is cirrhosis. Now, we've chose to target these later diseases because we know there's a direct correlation between bridging fibrosis and clinical outcomes like death, as well as hospitalization. The early stage side of the equation is a little bit difficult to work with, because 2/3 of the patients that have NASH are never going to become cirrhosis patients, according to the estimated statistics. And so it'd be difficult to have a drug approved to be administered to people who don't have symptoms and who aren't going to develop any complication that's going to impede their life or kill them. If we take a look to give you an idea about this and what this is all about, we've got this. I want to put this slide up right now to show you a little bit about fibrosis in the liver. We have stage 1 over on the left, and this slide is magnified at well over 100 times the stage 2 fibrosis. And to give you an example, if you look at the tiny little specks of white in the stage 2 slide, they are the same size or bigger in real life than the blobs of white that you see in the stage 1 slide. Those blobs are fat. The reason this slide was amplified so much is so that you can see the light blue dots. Those are small fragments of scar tissue or collagen. In stage 2, you see more of them, and they're a little bit larger. But that amount of scar tissue you can pretty much metabolize on your own in 30, 40, maybe 50% of the cases. So it's not and it's a long, long way away from becoming stage 3 and stage 4. If you go over to stage 3, you'll see ribbons of blue scar tissue. In stage 4, you see big ribbons of scar tissue, and you see tissue that's been quarantined off and surrounded on all 4 sides. That is cirrhosis. So that's something to keep in mind, because it is the stage 3 and stage 4 fibrosis that are the significant problems for patients. Phase 1 study is outlined here on the next slide. You can see we have 4 doses illustrated by the little IV bags at day 0, 28, 35, and 42. This is what we did in stage 1, or I should say our first cohort of phase 1. We gave these patients 2 milligrams of drug per kilogram of body weight, and then followed the first dose and the 4th dose by pharmacokinetic studies to determine how long it took for the drug to clear the body. And what we did is we chose to use serum biomarkers. And what I'm showing you now on slide 18 is a variety of ways that you can measure and estimate fibrosis levels in a liver. In the upper left-hand corner, liver biopsy is the most well-known. It's not as good as people think, however. It only samples 1/50,000th of the liver's area and has a very high sampling variability because of this. We've chosen to use serum biomarkers in the phase 1 trial because they're non-invasive, not dangerous. People die from liver biopsies, 1 in 100,000, I'm told. In our phase 2, in our second cohort of patients, we're going to add FibroScan, which you see down here in the left-hand corner, where they use a vibrator and a transductor, and they can actually measure the quantity of scar tissue and the stiffness of the liver. So the serum biomarkers that we've elected to use involve some composite scores, which are a collection of multiple serum biomarkers like FibroTest and ELF scores. These are both composite tests that have been validated over time with longitudinal studies. We're also using individual markers like hyaluronic acid and exploratory markers like TGF-beta. If you look at the FibroTest, which is, as I said, it's been used and is correlated to fibrosis, you can see on the right-hand side the red bar that shows that the GR-MDO2 treated animals saw an equivalent 10% reduction on the scale, indicating a reduction in fibrosis. Now, we only used 5 of the 6 patients here because one of the patients had the prevalence of a particular substance that is known to skew the data and make it unreliable. So we just pulled that patient out completely as to not overstate the facts. And the next slide, the ELF score, which has had longitudinal studies over 7 years done, shows an equivalent or a change here of a 0.5 on the scale. You should know that every 1 point on the scale represents a 7-year change in expected mortality. So a 1-point drop would have been an improvement in probability of survival over the next 7 years of 100%. So this is a very significant finding. And again, while we're on that subject of these scores, when you have a serious disease that kills people, like cancer, you may know that you don't have to have a 100% response rate in order to get that drug approved. So even though this is early stage and it's only 6 patients along with hundreds of animals, it's encouraging to note that everyone that's been tested has seen some response that was an improvement in their fibrosis scores or the removal of fibrosis in the case of animals. So our phase 1 trial, we've already talked about. So let's go down to the 4th bullet point, timing of expected data from each cohort. Now, we've just reported April 1st, the data that you've just seen. And by the way, there's more extensive data on the website you're welcome to go look at. But the important points here are July, we expect to have the second dose, which is 4 milligrams per kilogram, twice as much as the first patients received, reporting, and the third group of patients at 8 milligrams reporting in October-November timeframe. And we're very pleased with the recruitment process and the scheduling for dosing that's going on at the moment and expect to be on time. This slide is very, very quickly looking at a galectin therapeutics experiment. And the reason for this slide is just to show you the animals that don't have galectin-3 genes on the right cannot get fibrosis. On the left, you see the normal mouse gets fibrosis when they're assaulted with chemicals. This is true of liver fibrosis, kidney fibrosis, and lung fibrosis. This is a very quick slide to show you an example of lung fibrosis, where we've taken animals that had very severe scarring, like you see in the middle picture called vehicle, where the scar tissue is blue, and you can see after 21 days, 4 doses, the GRMDO2 treated animals at the bottom have got a much lower amount of scar tissue. Same is true in kidney fibrosis. In this case, we're looking at the dots on the left. Each one represents the amount of fibrosis that an individual animal in the experiment had. You can see the animals that were in the vehicle or had the disease. The median amount of scar tissue is twice that of normal. You can see the GRMDO2 treated animals have dropped to normal. So this is showing that this is not only potentially a blockbuster disease in liver fibrosis, but same is true in cancer as well as same is also true in lung fibrosis and kidney fibrosis. So the phase 2 trial, we don't have time to discuss the details, and it really doesn't make that much sense to spend time on it because the details are being changed and modified as we get through this clinical trial and acquire more data. The timeline portion is important to note is we do plan to start this by the end of 2014 or early 2015 and have results shortly thereafter. Our fibrosis strategy is to work this clinical trial and develop it through phase 2. We've got ongoing discussions with large pharmaceutical companies. We have 14 non-disclosure agreements in place at the moment, and a number of those companies are very excited about our phase 1 data to date. There's competition in NASH. Most of it is centered around early stage disease. Ours is focusing on end stage disease. The only company we know that's working on anything to do with fibrosis is Gilead with a drug that they have in clinical trials in phase 2, which is supposed to report out in Q3 of 2015. So in summary, this has been safe and well tolerated to date in our clinical trial. The GRMDO2 improved biomarkers of fibrosis, suggesting a decrease of fibrosis. It improved inflammation and cell injury biomarkers in NASH patients with fibrosis. So cancer immunotherapy is our other product, and this is very exciting because it is designed to help patients that are working with immune therapies. And we have 2 collaborations going, one with the Ludwig Institute and one with the Robert Franz Cancer Research Center. We've seen very good results in animal studies and are preparing and recruiting patients for a study in metastatic melanoma as we speak. Now, the concept is this. You can see on slide 32 that we have T cells that recognize tumor cells, and they go into clonal expansion and create more CD8 T cells that can be used to kill tumor cells. Now, what's been discovered by others' research is that galectin-3 is emitted by the tumor, and it interferes with its clonal expansion so that you don't get as many T cells as the body would like to have to fight tumor cells. So one of our possible benefits is by blocking galectin-3, we've been able to improve the total amount of T cells in the clonal expansion process, and we think that that would be a very good thing for people with cancer. If you take a look at the other thing that happens is you can see the galectin-3s are secreted and collect on the surface of T cells represented by the red circle. This causes them to stop making the cytokines or poisons that they use to kill cancer cells. And so if we look very quickly at what we're doing, we are trying to leverage other people's expertise and money. And so we have a collaboration with the Earl Child's Research Center, and they are in the process of recruiting patients after having seen good results in animal studies. They're going to be testing the drug Yervoy in combination with GRMDO2 on metastatic melanoma patients. Slide 34 is an example of one of the, some of the experiments that were run that led up to this decision to have a clinical trial. It happened to be on a prostate and breast cancer slides that I'm showing you. But if you look at the candlesticks, you can see the left-hand candlestick underneath the prostate model is a control. The gray one is the drug Yervoy, CTLA-4 inhibitor. The black is a PD-1 inhibitor, and you see no difference in tumor size to speak of with those 2 drugs by themselves. If you use our GRMDO2 drug by itself, in the next white bar over, you see no difference. But when you use them in combination GRMDO2 in combination with both the CTLA4 inhibitor, Yervoy, or the PD-1 inhibitor in the black candlestick, you can see a 40 and 50% reduction in tumor size. Same is true in breast cancer, where you saw the control of a slight reduction with the CTLA4 inhibitor, but twice the reduction when used in combination with the RGRMDO2. So I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Okay, we were just listening to Jim Zier, Executive Chairman of Galectin Therapeutics, ticker symbol GALT on the NASDAQ. And we do apologize. We were going to have a live Q&A session with Jim, but fortunately we haven't been able to get him on the line. We will, if we're still trying to get him on the line, as soon as we do, we will try to get as much of the Q&A as we can get going. But in the meantime, just please bear with us for a few more minutes. We'll be starting our next presentation at 10 a.m. Eastern. And while we have a slight delay, I want to remind everyone, if you do have a question for any of our presenting companies, please just click the Submit Question tab at the top right of your screen. You can actually pre-enter questions for any of the presenting companies for today. Just hit that tab, enter your question, select the company that it's for, and we'll get those into the queue. Again, coming up next will be AV Therapeutics starting at 10 a.m. But if we do get Jim on the line prior to that, we will get as much of the Q&A session going as we possibly can. And I guess one other reminder for everybody, if you're on Twitter today, you can also participate in the conference via Twitter using the hashtag RC Global Conference, and your tweets will actually show up right here on the conference page. You can use that hashtag RC Global Conference if you want to participate via Twitter. If you do have questions, please use that submit question box or the tab at top, and we will be coming back here momentarily. Thank you again for joining us today. Okay, we're going to start our next presentation, AV Therapeutics, ticker symbol AVTH on the OTCQB. Presenting for AV Therapeutics will be Dr. Raj Tiwari, Chief Scientific Officer. And with that, we'll get started. Thank you again for joining us today.
Hello, this is Dr. Raj Tiwari. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of AV Therapeutics, and I would introduce you to some very innovative cancer treatment strategies. AV Therapeutics is a New York-based biotechnology company, and our goal is a better treatment of cancer through innovation. We are at the moment concentrating on developing a chemotherapeutic drug called Capridine, which is patent protected, and of course the goal is to develop safer and more effective chemotherapeutic treatment. The plus points of AV Therapeutics is, as I see it, is a world-class team of physicians and clinical researchers that have primarily been trained at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer, Cornell Medical Center, and have been associated with each other for a number of years. So our first goal, as I mentioned, that we have two products. One is a chemotherapeutic drug called Capridine, and the other is an immunotherapeutic product, which is a vaccine that is a platform technology that I will talk about briefly at the end. So Capridine is a nitroacridine drug, and this is the structure of the compound that is given in the next slide. We have 200 of its derivatives all patented. The next slide gives you some idea of the people who are involved. Dr. Mitterman, MD, and an oncologist, is the Chief Executive Officer and the Chairman of the Board. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Tiwari, Dr. Coleman, Mr. Pollack, Jan Garipter, and Dr. Garipter and Dr. Banerjee are involved in the genomic platform and the preclinical development of the company. So the problem in prostate cancer, as one knows, it is a very common problem with $15 billion in expenditure. All men die with prostate cancer rather than with of prostate cancer, which means that all men get prostate cancer given the age. The efficacy of treatment is for metastatic disease is very limited. Radiation, hormonal therapy are still used, and they are only basically palliative. And there is severe bone marrow toxicity with some of the chemotherapeutic agents. So in a sense, effective drug-based therapy and immunotherapy for prostate cancer is an unmet clinical need. So I was talking about this this unique product that we have developed, that is Capridine. And one of its basic feature that we see in Capridine is that basically it has very low blood and bone marrow toxicity. Now, this is something that is very unique of a chemotherapeutic drug. We've spent over $6 million in the development, the preclinical development of this particular compound. As I mentioned earlier, Capridine and 200 of its derivatives are patent protected by the company, are proprietary to the company, and the patent is valid in the United States, European Union, Mexico, Canada. And the drug has a very high therapeutic index. And what I mean by that is a low amount of the drug can have very high efficacy. And that's one of the selling points that I think of this particular drug. This drug has a very high activity in prostate cancer, and that's what I told you. And one of the most important discoveries that we had made was its differential. If you look at a leukemic cell line, the differential between a leukemia cell line and prostate cancer, which is towards the right of the in slide number 7, you see that basically you have a huge differential of about 20-fold differential in terms of the concentration that is required to kill prostate cancer cells. In a sense, what I say is that 10 to 100-fold more sensitivity is seen with regards to capridine with prostate cancer than leukemic cell line. That gives me the notion to believe that indeed this particular drug is a specific prostate cancer drug. It has some activity in colon cancer as well as in sarcoma, but it is much more active in prostate than any other things, and it is several times much a better potent anti-cancer drug than mitoxantrone. We've tested this in xenograft studies, and whereby we have implanted these prostate cancer cells in nude mice and treated these nude mice, and we were able to, in each of these cases, whether it was hormone sensitive or hormone insensitive cells, we were able to reduce the tumor burden in these mice. That gives us the clinical efficacy of this particular drug in human prostate cancer cells. A very important feature of this particular drug was when we had treated hormone insensitive cells with the drug, we saw an upregulation of the androgen receptor, which means that the androgen receptor is extremely important in mediating the effects of the anti-hormones. So the fact that you have a hormone refractory cancer that can now become hormone sensitive makes it a very attractive drug, because now it can be combined with anti-hormonal therapy, with the newer anti-hormonal therapies that are being used in the market at the moment. Another important feature that I think I should leave the audience with is capridine is superior to taxane. Taxane and taxotere is the Cabazitaxel is the drug that is used in hormone refractory metastatic disease, and capridine is far superior to these to taxane, as seen in these in vitro studies where it is at least 6 to 7 times more superior than taxane. So if we summarize the salient features of the drug, we see that capridine is specific to prostate cancer. It is active on hormonal dependent as well as independent cells, and it is active on taxane resistant cells. So the fact that the bone marrow toxicity is low makes it a very attractive chemotherapeutic drug for prostate cancer. Now, if one looks at prostate cancer and the progression of prostate cancer, as you can have an organ-confined disease or a locally advanced disease and with rising PSA, and then you have castrate-resistant metastatic disease that could be asymptomatic or symptomatic. We are positioning our drug capridine right at the early stages as well as at the end stages, where it can interact with Cabazitaxel resistant cells as well as with anti-hormonal therapy, the newer anti-hormonal therapy that is abiraterone acetate or MDB-3100. So there are at least 3 distinct niches in the progression of the clinical states in prostate cancer where this particular drug capridine seems to be effective. Our development plan for capridine is we are manufacturing the drug. We have already manufactured a small batch of the drug under GMP conditions, and we are now moving towards looking at the stability and formulation of the drug and preparing for an IND application for a subsequent phase 1 trial. For the phase 1 trial, we have already made our arrangements with a clinical consortium that is headed by Howard Scher. Howard Scher is one of those physicians that had brought in several different drugs to the market, including the Medivation drug. And this consists of a consortium of about 16 different hospitals that can help us finish this clinical trial very fast. And that includes Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, MD Anderson, University of Chicago, etc. The scientific advisory board of AV Therapeutics consists of Joe Bertino, Charlie Cantor, Roy Smith, Pramod Srivastava. All of these are very leading scientists in their academicians in their field. Our use of proceeds for at the moment is through a private placement memorandum, and that we are looking for about $3.5 million. So to summarize, basically the aspect of Capridine, we have finished our preclinical studies with Capridine. We find that there are some very unique properties that are related to Capridine that has with respect to no blood toxicity and very wide therapeutic dose range with a specificity towards prostate cancer. AV Therapeutics has a world-class, internationally recognizable and well-published scientists, clinicians as well as PhDs and MDs, and a world-class medical research collaborators and scientific advisory board, and all our IPs are patent protected, which is one of the unique features of our product. In the last few minutes, I would talk about a prostate vaccine, the therapeutic vaccine, which we have developed a platform technology, a patented technology again, that is patented in the United States, where we have developed these synthetic peptide vaccines that mimic cancer proteins. And the goal with these synthetic peptides is that we can re-educate the host's immune system and against multiple cancer-specific proteins, and induce an immune response that would be specific to the cancer. The idea again in this is to induce a multivalent cancer-specific immune response. These are easily manufactured small molecule drug. Preclinical studies are complete for these, and this is expected to eliminate what we would call a micrometastatic and residual disease and hence prevent recurrence. We have tried a animal experiment on this, and in the slide that is shown with the rats, basically you have animals that were vaccinated with Provac 1 and Provac 2 that do not develop tumor when challenged with the tumor, as we see the control tumor that is that grows very, very aggressive. So we have, together with this vaccine technology and the Capridine, these are the Capridine is our low-hanging fruit that for which we are seeking $3.5 million as a PPM with 20 cents a share and a warrant to purchase 1/2 of the share of the company's common stock.
Thank you everyone again for joining us today. We've been listening to a presentation from AV Therapeutics, ticker symbol AVTH on the over-the-counter QB. We have with us right now for a live Q&A session, Dr. Raj Tiwari, Chief Scientific Officer. Welcome, Raj.
Thank you.
Our first question, how is your drug safer than the current chemotherapeutic agents?
That's a very good question. One of the major facets of this particular drug is its ability to specifically target solid tumors that include prostate cancer, sarcoma, and colon, and not target the bone marrow. And that is where this is something that is not there with any drug in the market. And slide number 8, actually, where slide number 7, actually, which shows that Capridine beta is very active in prostate cancer, but does not touch or leukemic cells, is very pertinent. I mean, the sense that 5 nanomolar of the concentration kills 100% of cancer of prostate cancer cells, but does not kill even 1% of leukemic cells. And this is the secret of its activity that makes it a much better drug than what is there in the market.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, how does your therapy have low blood and bone marrow toxicity?
How does this therapy have? Obviously, I mean, there are specific metabolite products that are made within the prostate cancer that actually make the drug effective in prostate cancer. And that metabolism or that metabolic product is not made in leukemic cells. This is one reason why this particular drug does not touch the bone marrow. The other reason, of course, is that it targets many different molecules that are specific for prostate cancer. For example, the androgen receptor, and as well as tumor suppressor genes that are important in prostate cancer. And that is why it is active in prostate cancer and not in bone marrow.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what is your current burn rate?
The current burn, we are operating at a shoestring budget. I mean, at the moment, the current burn rate would be somewhere around 200 to 250,000 a year, a month. And this is because at this point we are very actively involved in the synthesis of the drug. Of the 250,000, probably 85 to 90% of it, 80% of it is actually devoted towards the product development.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, is your current cash position large enough to take you through phase 1 trials for Capridine?
The capital position?
Yes, your current cash position, correct.
The current cash position will not lead us into the phase 1 trial, but it will lead us up to the phase 1 trial, which means that we will be able to get an IND application in, and we should be able to, if everything goes perfectly fine with all the data that we have, and we don't have to do any more studies, then we would be up to phase 1. But if we have to do some more toxicology study, that would need some more money in the tune of about $500,000.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, can you review the important takeaways from your preclinical trials for Capridine?
Okay, the important takeaways from the preclinical trials is that, first of all, the drug is active in both hormone-dependent as well as independent prostate cancer cells. The only drug that then can be compared with this is basically Taxotere, that is used in the late stages of prostate cancer, metastatic prostate cancer that are castrate-resistant. This particular drug, since it is active against carboplatin-resistant prostate cancer cells, has a niche over there. So it can be used in all forms of prostate cancer. This is the takeaway message. And also that it can be used in all prevalent therapies to which the cells have become resistant. So basically this drug at the moment has a wide niche in the prostate cancer field. Of course, if the fact that it cannot be, it is bone marrow non-toxic, non-myelosuppressive, makes it a very attractive drug to be combined with other chemotherapeutic drugs, or for that matter, anti-hormonal therapy.
Thank you. Our next question, what is the importance of Capridine inducing the androgen receptor in hormone-independent DU145 cells?
Yeah, this I think is if this is borne out in clinical trials, this will be probably one of the most important niches of this particular drug. So at specific doses, what it can do, if this is true in clinical trials, is that it can make a hormone refractory prostate cancer hormone sensitive, which means that all the other drugs that were now resistant can now be used in combination with Capridine. This is something that it would be very unique for this particular drug. And as one knows, all prostate cancers start off as hormone sensitive. As they progress through their phase of cancer heterogeneity and development, they acquire hormone refractiveness and then become resistant to anti-hormonal therapy. This particular drug, if by virtue of its action on the androgen receptor, can possibly reverse anti-hormonal therapy and can bring back anti-hormonal therapy in patients that were resistant to anti-hormonal therapy.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, are there any potential combination treatment synergies between Capridine and Prosvax?
And what?
Prosvax?
Okay. So, I mean, we can envision a clinical trial with many different agents, and that would include all that are involved in anti-hormonal therapy, whether it is synthesis or the androgen receptor. Potentially, yes. The answer to that question would be yes.
Okay, thank you. And that was actually our last submitted question. We still have a few more moments. Is there some basic takeaway? What's, I guess, the main takeaway that you would like investors to have about the AV Therapeutics story?
The main takeaway for this particular group of compounds is that I think the IPs are very, very, very well protected. The team is great. All the who's who in prostate cancer are involved. The drug, I think, has very unique features that are not present with the drugs in the prevalent market. There is nothing in terms of chemotherapy for prostate cancer, and we think that this particular drug, if it shows its activity as we have seen in the preclinical trials, should get fast approval.
Okay, well, very good. And for our viewers, we were just listening to Dr. Raj Tiwari, Chief Scientific Officer of AV Therapeutics. Ticker symbol is AVTH on the OTCQB. Coming up next, we're going to be moving on to cancer genetics with CEO Panna Sharma, ticker symbol CGIX on the NASDAQ. And that'll be getting started here in about 7 more minutes. Again, thank you for joining us today. Coming up next will be Cancer Genetics, Panna Sharma, CEO, and that's ticker symbol CGIX on the NASDAQ. Thank you again for joining us today at the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. Our next presentation will begin momentarily. We're going to be moving on to Panna Sharma, CEO of Cancer Genetics, ticker symbol CGIX. Again, Panna Sharma, CEO of Cancer Genetics, ticker symbol CGIX.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Panna Sharma. I'm with Cancer Genetics, the President CEO, ticker symbol CGIX on NASDAQ. 2013 was a great year, some significant progress for us. We had very good revenue growth of 54% over the prior year, and in our Q4 we grew 72%. Also, our test volume grew. As you know, Cancer Genetics, we are personalizing the diagnostics and treatment of cancer, with a big focus on blood-borne and urogenital cancers. And in 2013, we had over 10,700 tests that we delivered from our lab here in Rutherford, New Jersey, which is about 63% growth over the prior year. Last year, we also launched several proprietary genomic-based diagnostics for lymphoma, kidney cancer, leukemia, and cervical cancer. We were awarded 3 patents that cover diagnostics for kidney cancer and B-cell cancers. We significantly increased our gross margins. We closed 2 major follow-on offerings on NASDAQ, and we continue to expand our major biopharma relationships with Gilead and also with Roche. So we're quite excited about the position that puts us in 2014 and beyond. As you know, our model is really based on validating unique insights with major partners such as Stanford, Dana-Farber, Cleveland Clinic, Sloan Kettering, Mayo Clinic, and then implementing those in our lab. And molecular diagnostics today is really changing our understanding of cancer, but more importantly, providing us tools to better diagnose and reduce cost. Our model is really leveraging our proprietary products to deliver meaningful insights about a patient's particular cancer and then delivering that in a comprehensive report through our lab. It's because for this reason that labs and biopharmas out in the community setting as well as in the biotech setting are partnering with us to try to drive toward a much more personalized approach to understand which therapies patients should be given, and also, very importantly, what are the right treatment plans that will reduce costs and improve care. Our goal obviously is to migrate toward a 100% success rate in cancer, and today we're woefully behind that. The industry as a whole is at about 30 to 40%, and although it's increasing, it's going to be the better understanding and application of genomics that'll drive that success even faster. Our business model is very unique. We have proprietary products that are IP protected, and now we're beginning to manufacture these products in India, including our DNA Probe product for cervical cancer, which we just launched, which is getting very good uptick here in the United States, and then deliver that as a clinical service through our lab. And we get both CLIA as well as other state approvals that are required. And then further, to validate through biopharma partnerships the value of our unique tests. The markets that we're serving are about $6 billion in spend just in the US and over $15 billion globally, and about 615,000 lives in blood-borne, urogenital, and gynecologic cancers with pretty high death rates that need to be reduced. We now have launched 6 proprietary diagnostic products in market. We have a global advantage specifically in hematologic malignancies, where we've launched now 4 breakthrough products ranging from chronic lymphocytic leukemia, which is the most common leukemic condition in the Western Hemisphere, to diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, follicular lymphoma, and mantle cell lymphoma. We also have launched products for kidney cancer, and most recently in cervical cancer, which we expect to have significant advantage over any other product to actually detect not HPV virus, but really cervical cancer and the presence of cervical cancer just from a routine pap smear. So again, we design our products to have breakthrough potential. Our future pipeline also includes more products in multiple myeloma, bladder and prostate, head and neck cancers, as well as some of the other gynecologic cancers, including endometrial and ovarian. If we take a step back and take a look at really what's driving the need for improved cancer care, specifically in hematologic cancers, and there's several factors. One is our understanding of hematologic cancers is really exploding. It's, we now understand it's not just a dozen or so diseases and subtypes. It's nearly 90 different diseases, all with very different genomic profiles. Some people live 2 or 3 years, some people 10, 20 more years. And these different and heterogeneous outcomes are based on the genomic profile of the tumor systems. And now we have very targeted new therapies that are coming out. In fact, we have a renaissance of new drugs in blood-borne cancers. And to appropriately target these therapies and improve the survival rates, we really have to incorporate more genomic information earlier in the process. If you look at the following slide, number 11, our tool called MATBA, which is Mature B-Cell Neoplasm Array, is able to identify, and then we report out on genomic aberrations that really change the paradigm of care, because now we can really understand what are the, not only the unfavorable patients, but also very importantly, who are the favorable that most likely do not need care, and then who are the 39% that are intermediate that we can take some alternative approaches on therapy selection and clinical management. We were the only profiler and tool in CLL and SLL that can stratify based on these very clear differentiations of the classes. And we're also now continuing to extend that type of genomic information that gives risk understanding and impact on patient care in other cancers, including kidney and cervical. We've just validated a major study with Cleveland Clinic where we were able to show our tests at 93% specificity, diagnostic accuracy, and 97% specificity. This is in about 190 samples, patient samples, that were able to distinguish between benign and malignant renal cancers, and then also, very importantly, distinguish among the 4 major subtypes. We continue to invest in this tool. We're now in another trial ongoing with Sloan Kettering, and there's significant clinical benefits because there are nearly 60,000 kidney cancer cases new a year in the U.S. and somewhere in the range of 250 to 300,000 that exist in the system in the U.S. alone at any given time. And we can detect the genomic aberrations directly from a very simple fine needle aspirate. And obviously that's less invasive. And today, nearly 20 to 25% of these people who are initially diagnosed with kidney cancer have to undergo a nephrectomy that in order to get a complete diagnosis. In our process, you obviate the need for this surgical experience and obviously reduce the time to treatment and have a better informed, genomically guided treatment decision. We've also launched now cervical cancer, which is getting a test for cervical cancer, which we call FACT on slide 14. We think it's a potential blockbuster because in the United States, we do a very good job of detecting cervical cancer early, but we also do a very costly job. We do a lot of colposcopies, a lot of very intensive screening programs, a lot of repeat pap smears, and nearly 90% of pap smears will regress, abnormal pap smears, and only 10% really progress to a high-risk cancer. What we can do is we can obviate the need for women to have to come back and get an additional colposcopy or pap smear. And what we do is we take leftover pap smear and we can directly use the leftover pap sample and go right to our genomic assay FACT, and we can detect then what is the presence of cervical cancer and how far has it progressed. And so we think this can save the healthcare system literally millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars per year. This is a very large market. There are nearly 2 million biopsies or colposcopies from abnormal pap smears every year in the US, and only 12,000 actually progress to cervical cancer. So we think we can obviate the need for a significant portion of those biopsies. And again, we can work directly from a leftover pap smear, of which there are nearly 55 million pap smears in the US and only about 3.5 million that are actually abnormal or unclear. So a big market. We validated this with a large partner, National Cancer Institute. And now we're in the process of doing additional validations with the University of Iowa, Georgia Health Sciences, and Kamanani in India, where they recently adopted it as one of their products. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 products that were issued IP last year, 2 in B-cell leukemias and lymphomas, 1 in kidney cancer, and we're very aggressive in continuing to maintain those patents. Our patents are not on biomarkers, but really on the unique algorithms, or the ability to have a method to detect these chromosomal aberrations at the genetic level. So our target markets, to touch on that, are really twofold, and they're significant. One are the community hospitals, where the community hospitals need a partner in helping them really drive down the cost of cancer treatment and improve access of genomic tests for their community setting. There are about 4,000 community hospitals, and for us, each community hospital that we bring on as a partner and collaborator is worth on an average about $600,000 in opportunity to us. And so again, today we're seeing an era in which community hospitals really want to bring personalized medicine into the community setting, improve care, and use these tests to reduce their costs and improve outcome. At the same time, our clinical trial services called Select One is showing very good, robust growth. We have a robust pipeline of over now 14.2 million in backlog in our clinical trial pipeline, where we're doing patient stratification, theranostic development, companion diagnostic development for groups like Gilead, Roche, and others. And at Roche, we're using a very comprehensive panel of information to really help them inform them in their trials for a number of B-cell malignancies. And we're really, one of the key partners for them in their global trials for B-cell malignancies, which are CLL, DLBCL, and others. We also have a partnership with Roche, as you can see in slide 21, where we continue to expand our relationship. We won a major relationship with them, where we expanded to a multi-year exclusive 3-year deal to be a provider for them throughout Central and Latin America, and in a new category in lung cancer, which we're very excited about. So we think we can continue leveraging these biopharma partnerships to both improve quality of care, but also at the same time deliver results back to our shareholders. And part of delivering those results is continuing to invest in innovation. If you look at slides 22 and 23, I'll touch on that. We continue to have great research collaborations with leading partners, including NCI, Stanford, Mayo Clinic, Sloan Kettering, Cleveland Clinic, Dana-Farber, where we're validating our content, entering into collaborations, entering into licensing agreements, where we can really continue to have the type of data that'll drive payer adoption. We also, earlier this year, we announced on April 1st our new CFO, Ed Sitar. Ed comes formerly from Healthogen, which is an Aetna company, so he has significant payer background and payer involvement in technology companies that are involved with insurance and reimbursement, and he's really building out a world-class reimbursement and billing team. Another portion of our value to shareholders is our joint venture, OncoSpire Genomics. Based in Rochester, Minnesota, we're leveraging a major 7-8 figure commitment that Mayo has made in the future of next-gen sequencing and sequencing to understand cancer. And we've developed a joint venture called OncoSpire, where we're launching in 3 major products initially: lung cancer, multiple myeloma, and follicular, to really understand what are the genomic drivers for those diseases and how can we diagnose them earlier, developing panels that are not being developed elsewhere. And so as the value of next-gen sequencing moves from these broad-scale panels and technology platforms to really content and disease-specific applications, CGI and our shareholders will be at the forefront of that movement. We expect our products to be launched over the next 2 years with OncoSpire. Again, follicular is the furthest along, and the multiple myeloma and lung, and we will be providing updates periodically as this joint venture progresses. We've had a good history of growth. Turning to our financials in slide 25, 26, and 27. Last year, full year revenue was $6.6 million, which I mentioned earlier was over 54% from 2012. And again, last year we also closed over $60 million in financing. So we really could adequately finance ourselves going forward. We retired $3.5 million of debt, converted $9.6 million in outstanding debt. So our balance sheet's in a great position going forward. And at the same time, our clinical volume continued to increase. We increased our clinical volume from 6,600 in 2012 to over 10,700 tests delivered in 2013. We have a very good and strong history of growth, both quarter to quarter as well year to year, as you can see on slide 26. And one of the more exciting parts is really our gross margin improvement over the last several years, from negative nearly 40% when I got here now to about 26% full year 2013. And we'll continue making good strides in our gross profit improvement. As we outlined in 28, manufacturing, moving our manufacturing to India, increasing our automation, better capacity utilization, leveraging the cloud in a more efficient management process for IT, data storage, and clinical operations, and also a new model really to do remote genetic analysis to lower the cost further of looking at our data. Looking at our summary balance sheet for the last reported quarter, which ended 12/31 for us, we had about $49.5 million in cash and cash equivalents, so we're well financed in the future. And we continue to have the biggest area of our spend to be really on leveraging our sales and marketing, increasing our focus on sales and marketing, and bringing our products further into market. And so we think the next 2 to 3 years will have significant growth, both in our biopharma business, but also in our community hospital business. So we have several what we think are uniquely branded products with great IP protection, and more importantly, great partnerships that we think will drive significant success in the field for us. So with that overview, I'll turn it over to Q&A and for any questions that people have.
We were just listening to Panna Sharma, CEO of Cancer Genetics, ticker symbol CGIX on the NASDAQ. We're trying to get Panna on the line for a live Q&A. We'll have him here hopefully momentarily. Please bear with us for a few moments, and we'll start the live Q&A. Okay, I want to thank everyone again for joining us. We now have Panna Sharma, CEO of Cancer Genetics, ticker symbol CGIX. We're going to get started right away here with our Q&A. Our first question, Panna, can you discuss the progress in the lung cancer test with OncoSpire?
Paul, thank you. Thanks for the question. We're creating a unique panel with OncoSpire, or at OncoSpire with the Mayo Clinic. And what we're finding is that in lung cancer, there are a number of markers that are known, but really we haven't even scratched the surface in subtyping and mapping to the right therapy. So in OncoSpire, we launched a project in lung cancer, which is probably one of the more ambitious projects. It's progressing nicely. We expect to launch sometime late next year in 2015. We continue to progress. We just had an update on the projects for all of OncoSpire just last month. We expect a major meeting in June. And so, we're on track with our schedule. Follicular lymphoma is earlier to launch, and we expect a major update probably by the end of this year on that panel. And so all three projects will continue to progress, and we're always on the lookout for ways that we can accelerate it. But again, I think it's important for people to note that the project in lung cancer with OncoSpire is really targeting unique questions, leveraging the power of NGS that aren't being asked today with some of the existing panels that are out there.
Thank you, Panna. Our next question, regarding each test that's already in the market, which ones, if any, will be taken again yearly or more per patient? And this would obviously compound the market potential each year new cases come about.
Yeah. So, I'm going to look at the numbers to the U.S. market. Even the U.S. market, the biggest opportunity in terms of total number of cases that we see is really our FACT test for cervical cancer. We've had very good pickup in the U.S. The past several months, kind of on our target. And just in the U.S. market, that just the pure number of abnormal pap smears that result in colposcopies or cervical biopsies that can be avoided is a pretty large number, hundreds of thousands of cases. And so we think that has the largest market potential. But in terms of healthcare cost savings, the work that we're doing in B-cell lymphomas and leukemias and kidney cancer, simply because those are much more expensive diagnostic processes that are currently used. Those have some pretty staggering numbers because the test is not only upfront, but it's also post-treatment. So, for example, in DLBCL, our array that can stratify patients that are high risk for recurrence versus low risk is very important in clinical management. And so as the drugs become more powerful, being able to not only diagnose post-treatment, every year or every 2 years, for the surviving patients is important. So the numbers multiply quickly. In kidney cancer, we estimate not only are there 60,000 new cases, of which about 25 to 30% of those don't get diagnosed properly through traditional pathology, but then you've got all the patients that are in the system. There are about 250,000 kidney cancer patients that we estimate in the U.S. healthcare system at any given time, and about 60 to 70% of them should be routinely monitored, not just using traditional pathology, but really using the genomic markers on our array. So each of these products, because they fit in a different part of the cycle, have large potential. But cervical is probably the largest, followed by our kidney cancer, followed by the B-cell leukemias and lymphomas.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, should we expect gross margins to continue to improve in 2014?
We do. We've done our target is continued year-over-year improvement by improving utilization and also continuing our process innovation that we're doing. So, we might see some variances quarter to quarter, but year-over-year, we see very good progress on improving our gross profit margins.
Thank you. And our next question, you have many collaborations with biopharma and research institutions. How do you view the importance of these relationships over time to help build cancer genetics?
Yeah, so let me first talk about the partnerships with research institutions and academics. I think that's critical to not only validating our existing pipeline, but really helping to drive adoption. So the more validation sets that we can run with Cleveland Clinic, with Sloan Kettering, with Mayo, with the University of Iowa, et cetera, they really help demonstrate the data that our unique products are making a difference in cancer care and in cost. And so those are very important to help drive adoption. And most importantly, we also need major brands and major partners to use those tests. So I think those are very important long-term. In terms of biopharma partnerships such as Gilead and Roche and others that we're forming, the use of our products or our services in part of their trials is critical because it helps to stratify and make their trials more efficient. So there's a significant economic advantage. But also what we're seeing from the biopharma customers is that because we've targeted the types of genetic sites and markers that are relevant for each of these tumor systems, they're getting a lot of other data for being able to personalize, not only their trial, but really personalize now their approach to therapeutic development. So there are, I think, two big boxes of value, one which drives adoption of our products long-term, and the other one which makes us more valuable to the biotech and pharma community. And specifically in an era where, the development of these drugs is in excess of $1 billion by the time it gets to market. And through the use of improved stratification, improved monitoring, more efficient trials, you can save off significant amount. And so we think we've got two sources of really good value for our shareholders. One, long-term adoption of our products, and then secondly, becoming more and more important with the biotech and pharma that obviously have the pocketbooks and more importantly have the economic imperative to partner more closely with companies like us that have unique genomic content.
Thank you, Panna. Our next question, can you review your strategy to getting reimbursements from selected payers?
Yeah, we're seeing a major, as I pointed out in our call, probably a month back, we recently had the very good fortune of bringing on
Ed Sitar as our CFO. Ed comes from Health Agenda at that company and has a lot of experience with payers, and more importantly, with the type of dossier and information they need to drive the cycle of, the decision-making cycle there. It's probably our biggest area of increase in terms of the G&A is on billing and reimbursement. What we're seeing now is that payers, the question isn't, should we adopt genomic testing or how do we reimburse genomic testing? The question there is, can you now show us and demonstrate in our patient population how this would work? Where would we bundle this test? Where would we use it? We've read your white papers, we've seen your data, but now let's do a study in our patient population. And that's very unique. We haven't necessarily seen that in the system before. So we've been successful getting a couple of key important national payers, starting to cover our tests, both our proprietary as well as our unique services. And, we're putting more and more emphasis on these specialized payer projects to drive trials, demonstrating their patient populations how to use our tests, where it fits in, and then showing them the economic value. So we're early on in that process, and it's an area that, not only CGI, but, I think the entire genomic industry will have to spend more time on. But I think it's a very positive thing because it's showing clearly that they're engaged not only intellectually, but now they're actively engaged and not just taking, directive from, national guidelines or just CMS. So I think it's a positive trend, broadly speaking.
Thank you. And our next question, can you give a brief overview of your current R&D pipeline?
Yeah, absolutely. We have, our R&D pipeline is very focused today on continuing our kind of what we think is a globally leading position in blood-borne cancer and a dominant position in growing in urogenital. So we are not focusing outside of those categories. We expect to be launching and making announcements in follicular soon, as we pointed out, but also in other blood-borne cancers. And then in the urogenital side, we will continue as we launch with cervical and kidney. We have other gynecological cancers, ovarian and endometrial, that we're working on, and then bladder and prostate. So those are all areas, again, continuing to deepen our expertise. We really believe that a disease-specific approach is a way to win and create long-term value for the healthcare system and for patients. So we have no plans currently to go outside of blood-borne cancers and urogenital cancers with our own proprietary R&D programs.
Okay, thank you. And we have about 2 minutes left. Are there any final comments you'd like to leave with investors?
Yeah, absolutely. I think since we're appropriately capitalized last year, we've really built out a national presence in terms of sales. We expect very good growth in terms of our ability to penetrate the hospital and the oncology market. We continue to rapidly build our pipeline, and we think we're pretty undervalued compared to some of the peers out there, and we think we've got years of very significant growth. There's over $6 billion spent in testing our markets alone in the United States, and more of that spending will be driven toward genomic and more comprehensive biomarker-based profiling. So, we think we've got the appropriate amount of capital, the right portfolio to really execute, and most importantly, the right partnerships for, we think, long-term multi-year growth.
Okay, thank you. We were just talking with Panna Sharma, CEO of Cancer Genetics, ticker symbol CGIX. Coming up next will be Neil Warma, CEO of Opexa Therapeutics, ticker symbol OPXA. And I want to remind our viewers, if you're having any issues with your video player, please just refresh your browser or click the live link below the video player. We'll be getting started with our next presentation here in just about a minute. Thank you again for joining us today. Okay, we're going to get started now with our next presentation. Neil Warma, CEO of Opexa Therapeutics, ticker symbol OPXA on the NASDAQ, and we're going to start right now. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thanks very much for joining. I'll give a corporate presentation of Opexa Therapeutics. My name is Neil Warma. I'm the President and CEO of Opexa. Before we start, I'd just like to remind everybody to read our publicly available documents as filed with the SEC. These include our press releases in Form 10-K and 10-Qs. This gives an accurate representation of the risks associated with investments in the industry. A little bit of background on Opexa Therapeutics. We are a biotech company based in the Woodlands, Texas. We were founded in 2001. The technology came from the Baylor College of Medicine. Licensed technology 2001, went public in 2004, and we're based just north of Houston in the Woodlands. The technology we licensed at the outset, and jumping to slide 3 in the presentation, was a platform technology. What I mean by this is that this T-cell immunotherapy platform was truly a platform from which numerous diseases, in theory, could be targeted. So it's a platform that should provide numerous drug opportunities. We feel that there's lower capital requirements for us to branch into other disease areas. We have spent a lot of time and effort on securing a large patent estate. Our 50th patent was issued last year. The lead program, Tecelna, as I said, this is a T-cell platform, hence the name Tecelna for the lead therapy. We have focused on our first autoimmune disease since 2001, that being multiple sclerosis. We are in a large phase 2b clinical study targeting secondary progressive MS. I'll touch on this in just a minute. This is an area of multiple sclerosis that has very limited treatment options and significant market opportunity at over $7 billion. We have validation from the FDA. We have fast track approval for Tecelna in secondary progressive MS. We have validation from the pharmaceutical industry in having secured a partnership option and license agreement with Merck Serono, one of the leading pharma companies. At Opexa, we are looking, our tagline is precision immunotherapy. So by that I mean immunotherapy, we're looking at targeting numerous autoimmune diseases. We know that with any autoimmune disease, the body's immune system is faulty. So we are looking with our therapy to correct the dysfunction of the dysfunction of the immune system to allow the body to treat itself. And the precision that goes along with the immunotherapy is based on the fact that every individual we treat with our therapy receives a precise, personally manufactured therapy based on his or her disease profile. So again, it's truly personalized therapy across a broad range of autoimmune diseases. As far as progress update, looking at 3 components on slide 4, clinical, financial, and management. On the clinical side, as I mentioned, we're in the late stages of a phase 2b clinical study with our lead therapy. We publicly disclosed in our Form 10-K as of February 27th, we were over 80% enrolled in this phase 2 study in secondary progressive MS. We expect enrollment to be completed in Q2 2014 with top-line data in mid-2016. Successful year last year, 2013, we secured significant financing to support the clinical study. At the end of the year, as of December 31st, we had over $23.5 million of capital in the bank. We have a clean balance sheet, we're debt-free, and liquidity based on the current programs through to Q4 2015. Management team, strong management team across all disciplines, very entrepreneurial, very milestone focused. We run all aspects of the business from R&D to manufacturing, QA, QC, clinical, regulatory, finance within the group. Very strong board of directors. We've just augmented that. This past week we announced the inclusion of Mr. Tim Barabee, Professor Hans-Peter Hartung to the board of directors of Opexa, to an already existing strong board. And we have a superb scientific advisory board, some of the world leaders in the treatment of MS. As I mentioned, we're targeting secondary progressive MS as our lead indication. We have treated patients across the full range of multiple sclerosis from newly diagnosed, so early stage MS, through to late secondary progressive MS, and are found to be very effective and safe across all ranges of MS. Typically, we see the pie chart in slide 5. The majority of patients, when they're first diagnosed, are diagnosed with the relapsing remitting. So this blue portion of the pie graph, diagnosed with relapsing remitting. Over the course of years, as many know, multiple sclerosis is a chronic neurological disease that affects patients over the course of their life once diagnosed. So the majority are diagnosed with relapsing remitting, but over time, almost all of these patients, all of these individuals will progress to secondary progressive MS. So the secondary progressive MS group of patients represents about one third of all individuals affected with multiple sclerosis. So a huge market opportunity, and importantly, and unfortunately, for patients with secondary progressive MS, there are really no treatments available for these patients. All the drugs in the market are approved for the relapsing remitting patients. There's only one approved for secondary progressive MS. It's highly toxic and it's rarely used. So this SPMS box, if you will, subpopulation, represents a market opportunity in excess of $7 billion in North America alone. And what we are trying to achieve at OPEXA is to be the treatment of choice in patients with secondary progressive, but also with relapsing remitting. But we are currently targeting that huge area of unmet need, secondary progressive MS. Slide 6, just to jump on the, to focus on the disease itself. As I mentioned, the root cause of multiple sclerosis, you get an activation of a small population of your immune cells. So these MRTC shown in the figure, myelin reactive T cells, are rogue T cells. They're rogue cells of the immune system that become destructive. They cross across that pink blood-brain barrier and they enter into the central nervous system. Once inside the central nervous system, these blue pathogenic T cells or rogue T cells will target a specific myelin peptide. They bind to this myelin peptide. You can see that in the figure here. Once they do that, you get this release of very potent cytokines. As depicted here, this flash of red, these cytokines are destructive really in two ways. Firstly, they destroy the myelin sheath. So the myelin sheath is the protective coating around the nerve fibers. So these myelin reactive T cells cause the destruction of the nerve fibers, the protective coating around the nerve fibers, and they also destroy these oligocells, the green cells. And these oligocells, importantly, are responsible for producing new myelin. So as we say in the slide here, you get destructive. The destructive nature of MS is to destroy the nerve fibers and to destroy the cells that produce new myelin sheath which coats and protects the nerve fibers. So what we do at OPEXA, our treatment, and this is a cell therapy treatment, it's a T cell therapy, immunotherapy that we're administering to patients. So we want to identify those specific MRTC, those specific T cells that are doing the damage, and we want to expand those numbers and re-inject them back to the patient. So slide 7 shows that graphically. We at OPEXA, we expand the number of those myelin reactive T cells. So those bad T cells in our facility, in our manufacturing suite, we increase or expand the number of those pathogenic T cells. We irradiate them and we inject them subcutaneously back to the individual. And it's the presentation of these 30 to 45 million cells. So there's a large number of cells being presented back to the body's immune system that then allows the body's own healthy immune system to recognize these injected cells as foreign invaders, really. So you're injecting them just under the skin, presenting them to the immune system, and you've got this moment where the immune system rushes to that site and says, aha, these guys should be treated as foreign invaders. And the importance of the irradiation step is to denature the cells. So once they're injected, they remain in situ long enough to pass on that signal to the immune cells, and then they will fade away and die off. But in the meantime, you've got this sensitized immune system, these Treg cells, these TR1 cells, which have been primed to recognize these blue, in our case here in the picture, but these myelin reactive T cells as foreign and pathogenic. And as we see on slide 8, the role of these healthy immune systems now is to target those specific pathogenic rogue T cells, the MRTC, and regulate them or eliminate them from circulation. And that's what we believe our therapy does. It primes the body's immune system such that the immune system can target the bad cells and eliminate them from circulation. So we prevent, therefore, further damage to the nerve fibers, but importantly, we also allow the oligocells to produce new myelin and offer this repair mechanism or neuroprotection. So in theory, we could see an improvement in condition of the MS patient over time, which would be remarkable if we demonstrate that. And we actually have clinical evidence, and I'll come to that in a minute, which suggests that indeed we do improve the condition of the MS patient. So we are offering this neuroprotection by allowing the remyelination event to occur. So one would expect then, as we showed in slide 8, the healthy immune cells, the Treg cells, in theory, if they're wiping out the myelin reactive T cells, the bad T cells, we should be able to see this. Earlier studies, slide 9 shows our earlier studies where we show a reduction of these bad MRTC. We had an assay, we looked in our studies to see, are we reducing these bad T cells from circulation? And you can see in this graph, after even one dose of our Tecelna therapy, we saw a reduction of approximately 90% of these pathogenic bad T cells. And this was sustained really over 4 doses, and then we started to see a bit of a rebound, which is why we added a 5th booster dose of therapy to our treatment regimen. So our treatment regimen now consists of 5 injections, 5 subcutaneous injections of Tecelna over a 6-month time period, and this is done on an annual basis. So the drug's administered at month 1, 2, 3, 4, and a booster at month 6. And then a drug holiday for 6 months, and then remanufactured again and treated similarly for years 2 and 3 and so on. So the manufacturing process in slide 10 kind of lays out the whole process. Importantly, the first step of the process, this epitope profiling, this really refers to our precision approach or our personalized approach. Every individual presents with a different myelin peptide. You remember from our previous science charts that each T cell recognizes and binds to a specific myelin peptide, and these are truly different for every individual. So the first step of our process is to identify the individual epitopes or myelin antigens. Once we have detected that, we get a bag of blood from the patient. So the patient will essentially get a prescription from the physician, from the doctor, for Tecelna. He or she will go down the street to the local Red Cross, and we have an agreement with the local Red Cross and BGA, such that they'll provide 450 mils of blood that's sent to our facility at OPEXA. There we identify and expand these exact T cell clones, the myelin reactive T cells, and we do so in the presence of the peptides. So the manufacturing process allows us to amplify or increase in those number of myelin reactive T cells, such that at the end of the process we have a pool of these pathogenic T cells that we then freeze down. And one manufacturing process allows us to manufacture a full year's course of treatment and from one bag of blood. As each dose is required, we thaw, irradiate, and then we send that dose to the physician. The physician then injects subcutaneous into the individual. And this is done 5 times a year, so 5 doses, again, over those first 6 months on an annual basis. And then the subsequent year, we reassess the epitope profile, manufacture a newly personalized T-cell vaccine for that individual, and administer it in a similar course. So the manufacturing process, as I said, the longest step in the process is the 28 days for that T-cell expansion, plus 7 days for QC. So we've tightened this process to make it potentially commercially viable at launch. That should give us attractive margins and reasonable cost of goods as well. Coming back to slide 11, the Merck Serono agreement that we secured about a year ago in February of 2013. Merck Serono, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies with a steep history in the treatment of multiple sclerosis patients. They have one of the leading drugs in the market. So a truly formidable partner for us. Did significant upfront work, due diligence, and went through the data, the manufacturing. So certainly a validation to our platform, we believe, having Merck Serono as a partner for us. We signed an option and license agreement with Merck. They paid us an upfront option fee. They now have the rights, should they exercise that option, to license Tecelna for the treatment of MS worldwide, excluding Japan. Importantly for us, Should they exercise that option, they pick up all the costs for the phase 3 and commercial program. And that could be obviously substantial once you get into phase 3 clinical trials, commercialization. So when Merck Serono exercises the option, again, all costs are borne by them. We then, if successful, have the ability to receive $220 million in milestone payments. And on top of that, we have potential to receive royalty payments tiered from 8 to 15%. So again, for example, if the annual sales are $2 billion, 15% of that comes back to OPEXA. So the revenue generation in the future, if we're successful, the cash flow to OPEXA is very strong, with one of the strongest partners out there for the treatment of multiple sclerosis. We kept the rights to MS in Japan. There's some very interesting things going on in Japan with cell therapy. MS is an orphan indication, so that's attractive to us. We also have the rights to all other diseases off the platform as well, which is key. Looking then at the clinical program, slide 12 kind of lays out a table of all the clinical studies we've done to date. We've done numerous clinical studies from early stage MS to some late stage secondary progressive MS patients. The largest study we've done to date, before the one we're doing now, was in relapsing remitting patients, 150 patients. And I just want to point to slide 13, to one slide. This is a subgroup of patients prospectively identified within that relapsing remitting study that we ran. These patients have more active MS. They came into the study having more relapses at baseline. So more active MS, we looked at these three graphs. On the right side, we saw a very substantial reduction versus placebo in the annualized relapse rate. So we saw a 55% reduction in the number of attacks or number of relapses that patients were having. Very positive signal. On the left side of slide 13, improvement in brain atrophy. We know that the brain shrinks in an MS individual over the course of time. Our treatment showed an 88% benefit in the actively treated population. And importantly, that middle graph, and this comes back to what I was previously saying about improving disability, this middle graph demonstrates that in more active patients, we saw an improvement in disability that was statistically significant. So if you look at the EDSS, which is the standardized disability score, from 0 to 10, 0 being healthy, 10 being death due to MS, we actually reversed that disability scale in these more active patients. And this is probably the first time that any MS therapy has shown an improvement in disability. So again, it goes back to that thinking, if you can remember the graphics, where we're allowing the oligocells to remyelinate, we're allowing the repair mechanism to kick in. And this would be truly remarkable if this indeed bears out in this trial and future studies. Looking at those secondary progressive MS patients that we treated in the past, again, slide 14 shows that, and these were very sick patients with progressive MS, after 2 years of therapy, we showed no further disease progression in 80% of the patients. So in very sick patients, we actually halted disease progression in 80%. Again, a truly remarkable feat in this population of patients with secondary progressive MS. With those sets of data, relapsing, remitting, and secondary progressive, we then launched into our current trial in secondary progressive patients. Again, recognizing that there's really nothing for these patients, and if we could be the first safe and effective therapy for SPMS patients, it would be a huge way to differentiate OPEXA. So we launched the ABILITY study. This is a double-blind, placebo-controlled study. We're running this in the US and Canada in 35 sites. We're over 80% enrolled. We have fast-track designation from the FDA. We're looking to treat 180 patients over a 2-year time period. And we're looking to complete enrollment in Q2 of this year. So it's an exciting time to be in SPMS. We're looking at the endpoint analysis. The primary endpoint is whole brain atrophy. Again, you remember back to that atrophy signal we showed in a previous study, that 88% improvement. We're looking at atrophy as the primary endpoint. The critical secondary endpoint, disease progression. Again, if we can show even slowing of progression or stabilization, as we've indicated in previous studies, it would be a remarkable feat for this therapy. We've also got running alongside, I won't go into too much detail about the biomarker program, the immune monitoring program, but it's really a first of its kind study looking at a range of biomarkers relevant for MS. The data is being gathered as we speak during the course of the trial. We're gathering data from both the placebo and the active groups, and we're monitoring in a blinded fashion the movement of pro-inflammatory markers and anti-inflammatory markers. Ideally, at the end of the study, when the data is unblinded, we would expect, if our T-cell immunotherapy is working properly, to see an upregulation of anti-inflammatory markers and a downregulation of pro-inflammatory markers. So again, it's really an interesting study to complement the clinical program. Just to finish up, financials, as I've mentioned, $23.5 million in the bank as at the end of December. Shares outstanding about 27.7 million. Warrants 3.1 million. Stock options 2.2 million. No debt. Really clean balance sheet. The management team, as I alluded to at the beginning, very solid across all ranges. The board of directors we've just augmented recently, a solid group of individuals with a wealth of experience in MS and operational. Our scientific advisory board, really the who's who in MS clinical trials here in the US and in Europe. The investment thesis then, as I think moving forward, we can look forward to completing enrollment in Q2. We also talked about the potential of the platform to other disease areas. There's dozens we could theoretically move into. We're evaluating a short list of disease indications. We'll announce soon once we complete our evaluation, talk to key opinion leaders as to what would be the most appropriate next disease indication to target off the platform. But essentially it's platform technology currently targeting secondary progressive MS, which has very little competition, $7 billion market, validation from FDA with fast track designation, validation from pharma in the partnership with Merck Serono. We own and manage our own manufacturing, so this can be flipped fairly straightforward and fairly cost effectively to target other diseases as well. Market cap of $50 million. We believe that it's an interesting investment thesis now for individuals looking to take advantage of strong potential in a T-cell immunotherapy company.
I want to thank everyone for joining us again. We've been listening to Opexa Therapeutics, ticker symbol OPXA on the NASDAQ. We have on the line with us now Neil Warma, CEO, and we're going to begin our question and answer session. Neil, our first question is, can you please tell me how Tecelna is differentiated from other multiple sclerosis therapies, and what is the potential market opportunity?
Certainly. I think there's a couple of key ways that Tecelna is differentiated. I think first and foremost, we are focused on secondary progressive MS. Currently, there are very limited treatment options for individuals with a secondary progressive form of MS. So we're targeting the late stage progressive form of MS. The market potential there is in the range of $7 billion. So very limited competition in that space for us, and we seem to be one of the few drugs targeting the secondary progressive form of MS. I think we're also differentiated by the fact that we are truly personalized therapy. No one is attacking, as far as we know, MS with a precisely tailored therapy, one that is personalized for each and every individual. So really, those are the key differentiating factors. On top of that, efficacy seems very encouraging, and our safety side effect profile is probably superior to most, if not all, drugs on the market.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what are the estimated costs and sessions required for patients to notice improvement?
I think the noticing improvements with secondary progressive MS, we're currently running our phase 2 trial now. The key endpoints, clinical endpoints for us are whole brain atrophy and disease progression. So I think for us at the end of the study, a 2-year study for patients and certainly for their neurologists to notice improvement, what we'll be measuring in this study, the primary efficacy assessments will be on the reduction in brain atrophy observed on those individuals treated with Tecelna, and also the change, the improvement in disability observed with treatment with Tecelna. We're also looking at clinical assessments related to relapses and quality of life. But I think the two key measures that the patients ideally will be able to notice will be the stabilization, ideally, of disease progression.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, can you explain the importance of the Merck Serono deal?
Certainly. We were thrilled with the Merck Serono deal. As you can imagine, they conducted very detailed comprehensive due diligence on the company. So securing a partnership with Merck Serono provided us with significant validation of the MS program, but I think of our overall platform as well. So I think that kind of stamp of approval, stamp of support, was very important for OPEXA. Additionally, from a kind of a revenue perspective, this is an option and license agreement. So should Merck Serono exercise their option, they pick up the rights to license Teselna for MS indications worldwide, excluding Japan. And once they exercise that option, importantly, they then pick up all the costs for the phase 3 clinical trials and the commercial launch of the program. So once they exercise the option, all costs associated with Teselna development in MS are borne by Merck Serono, which is very important to us. In addition, if we're continued to be successful in the development of Teselna, then OPEXA has the potential to obtain milestone payments of $220 million over the course of the development program, and importantly, on top of those milestone payments are the potential for royalty payments back to OPEXA. We have agreed on tiered royalties from 8 to 15%. So, for example, when sales hit $2 billion annually, 15% of those sales revenue comes back to OPEXA. So we're very pleased as far as the revenue generating potential that could be forthcoming from this deal. In addition, Merck Serono, one of the largest pharma companies in the world with a large history in treating MS patients, one of the largest selling drugs on the market. So again, a very, very important partner as far as commercializing an MS therapy as well.
Thank you. And our next question, you spoke of your technology as a platform. Can you expand on this?
Certainly. Our personalized approach, we believe, can be applied to numerous autoimmune diseases. I mean, keep in mind, as we said during the presentation, our goal is to restore the function of the body's immune system. So we're trying to reboot the body's immune system to be able to fight the disease itself. We've optimized, modified our platform, our manufacturing process, such that we believe this can be duplicated or replicated to treat other autoimmune diseases. So when you look at autoimmune diseases that are affected or impacted by T cells, the list is very, very long. So again, we're in the process now of refining that list, looking at what might be the most important next disease off the T-cell platform. There's some large indications. You can think about RA, type 1 diabetes, Crohn's, lupus, but there's also some very attractive smaller indications that are a little bit more manageable for OPEXA to move into as well. So the potential of this platform to treat numerous autoimmune diseases, we believe, is very substantial. So for us, again, evaluating what's the next most important disease for us is where we are now. So looking to launch into that next disease area will be something that we're looking to do in the future as well. But the potential is really exciting as far as being able to take this to numerous other autoimmune diseases.
Thank you. It looks like we have time for one more question. Will your treatment theoretically reduce SPMS patients back to RRMS?
Very interesting question. I mean, what we've seen in our clinical trial to date, and we keep in mind we've treated secondary progressive patients in the past, some very sick patients. What we observed in those results was that we were able to stabilize disease progression in secondary progressive MS patients. We did have a small percentage that actually improved in their condition, but overall, 80% of the patients we treated with kind of very advanced MS, secondary progressive MS, showed stabilization of disease after 2 years of therapy. And we almost kind of wiped out all relapses as well, reduced the relapse rate to almost zero in these patients. So, we're not looking to reverse them back to relapse and remitting. I don't think that's possible. But if we can stabilize the patient and demonstrate no further progression with our treatment, then that would be a remarkable outcome for these very sick MS patients.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to our time limit. We've been talking with Neil Warma, CEO of OPEXA Therapeutics, ticker symbol OPXA. Coming up next, we're going to move on to an episode of the RedChip Money Report. This particular episode features American Waterworks, ticker symbol AWK on the New York Stock Exchange, as well as Glyeco on the over-the-counter bulletin board, symbol GLYE. And we also have WeFunder, which is a crowdfunding company website. We'll be starting that here momentarily, and we'll be back with our next presentation at 12 Eastern. But right now, we're going to move into our episode of the RedChip Money Report.
Hello, I'm Dave Gentry. Welcome to Small Stocks and Big Money. For all of our new viewers, it's nice to meet you. And for those of you who are already members of the RedChip Nation, thank you for being part of the fastest growing community of small cap investors in the world today. And whether you're watching in Seattle, New York, Las Vegas, Rome, somewhere in Croatia, Austria, or the Ukraine, Portugal, Norway, welcome to the nation. Now first, our quote of the week, which comes from the book, The Mind of Wall Street by Leon Levy. Now, he was the founder of the Oppenheimer funds and one of the all-time great Wall Street thinkers and doers. I read from chapter 7, Beauty and the Beast. As investors, we deceive ourselves 1,000 different ways, both small and large. We attribute gains to acumen when they are the product of luck, and we attribute losses to ill fortune when they are often the product of stupidity or inattention. Furthermore, he says, I've been left at the altar by more than one company. In particular, there were costly financial romances in which I was blinded by the charm of a company or its management. End of quote. Well, Mr. Levy, I agree with you, and I can say that in my 15 plus years of working in the smaller cap space, I too have been left at the altar more than once by certain management teams. Now, I strongly recommend his book if you want to learn more about how Wall Street really works, how deals are made and how deals are broken, how fortunes are lost and gained, with a lot of pearls of wisdom throughout the book. Thank you, Leon Levy. Now it's time for a RedChip Nation update. Cancer Genetics, an emerging leader in DNA-based diagnostics, recently announced that its DNA-based test for cervical cancer is being adopted by a leading hospital group, Kamanini, in India. Great company if you don't own the stock, by the way. Nova Bay, New York Stock Exchange company, clinical stage biopharmaceutical company, recently held a public offering of common stock and warrants. The net proceeds will be used for working capital and general corporate purposes. Digital Cinema Destinations, fast-growing motion picture exhibitor dedicated to transforming movie theaters into digital entertainment centers, continues to execute on its acquisition strategy with the recently completed acquisition of a 7-screen theater in Churchville, Maryland. Profire Energy, technology company, which manufactures, installs, and services burner management systems, was recently listed on the NASDAQ, another RedChip client company. Look for our updated research report soon. Intercloud Systems, another RedChip client company on the NASDAQ, a provider of value-added IT services for both corporate enterprises and service providers, is strengthening its cloud service product offering and distribution channels through the acquisition of cloud backup solutions company Vault Logics. Again, Intercloud is a RedChip client company. Now, to get a complete list of all the stocks in the nation, sign up for the RedChip Small Stocks Big Money Weekly Report. It's free. You'll discover some of the best names in small cap stocks, complete with reports, news, small cap lessons, blogs, analysis, all on stocks in the smaller cap sector. Give us a call, 1-800-RedChip, or go to redchip.com and sign up now. Sign up for the RedChip Plus Investor Package. It's only $9.99 a month, money back guaranteed, and you'll get my book, Microcap Superstars, interviews with the biggest names in smaller cap stocks. Learn the secrets of the pros. You'll also get all of our research profiles and reports 24 hours before the general public. You have early access to each episode of the RedChip Money Report before it airs on Fox Business and Bloomberg. And access to all RedChip virtual conferences. The right to speak with our specialists Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Ask them any question about any stock in the nation. Give us a call right now, 1-800-RedChip, or visit redchip.com for RedChip Plus. Now, today we'll watch interviews with the CEO of Glyeco. This is a green chemistry company, RedChip client company, and developer of treatment solutions for the multi-billion-dollar ethylene glycol waste market. And we'll also watch an interview with American Waterworks. the nation's largest publicly traded water and wastewater utility company. We will also see a brief interview with the president of WeFunder. Now, this is a company that takes a revolutionary approach to crowdfunding and helps people invest in startups. First on the agenda tonight is Glyeco. It's a green chemistry company, as I mentioned earlier, with patent-pending technology. They take hazardous waste and turn it into profitable green products. Glyeco is a first mover in this space, and its proprietary recycling technology addresses a $25 billion unmet market need. Let's go to the CEO, John Lorenz. John, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Dave. Pleasure being here.
Well, it's a pleasure having you. Glyeco, you are a green chemistry company that turns hazardous waste into green products. Tell us about your business.
Dave, we've been around since 2006. We developed the technology between 1999 and 2006, and then we actually filed our company. What we really do is we take a hazardous material, primarily ethylene glycol, and we take that material in that comes from a myriad of sources. Most people know it as antifreeze. And we reprocess that and turn it back into a very usable product that is the same as a refinery grade product called virgin in our industry.
So you're already producing. You did 4.1 million, or you've generated trailing revenue of 4.1 million, up 283% year over year. Still losing 7 cents a share. But I want you to talk to us about your progress over the last 12 months. And also, I want you to talk to us about this contract with Waste Management.
Our agreement with Waste Management dates back to my days in the relationship with Waste. Waste is a very large company. They have certainly an international North American focus. They handle primarily solid waste, MSW, municipal solid waste, and some hazardous waste. They have some waste to energy stuff with Wheelabrator Fry. We put an agreement together with them where their ethylene glycol that is collected in their haz waste divisions will come to one of our 7 operating areas. And that really removes that from them incinerating it. It's primarily incinerated in a kiln, like a cement kiln. It makes it a recyclable product. So when they pick that product up, or if they have a customer that they refer to us, we go get the product, we bring it in, we reprocess it, and then we sell it into the market. Now, Dave, there's been some confusion. We don't sell retail. We sell a 100% recycled product to blenders and other people who then turn around and sell it in the marketplace.
There's about 5.5 billion gallons of this refined hazardous waste product that is consumed worldwide every year. Correct?
That's right, Dave. Actually, it's up a little bit. It took a slight dip. That is sort of a lag in the glycol business, as there isn't anything else in the 2008. It lagged a little bit, went down, and now it's just, I think, north of 6 billion gallons projected for 2014. Now, as you know, go ahead.
I just wanted to go, sorry to interrupt you, I wanted to go back just for a moment. I mean, extraordinary revenue growth. I mean, you basically went from 0 to 4.1 million. I do want to talk to you in our last couple of minutes here about what investors can expect over the next 12 months.
I think investors can expect the same kind of performance from us that we've shown in the past. We're a young, we're aggressive company. We have a very large market, not only in North America, which is upwards of 800 million gallons, but worldwide. We got a technology that can be exported around the world. It's very reasonably priced, and our profit margins are exceptional. We net out, sort of net, between $2 and $3 per gallon in final production. So we think it's a good company. It has a lot of legs, and I look forward to its growth continuing in the manner that it has in the past.
Just briefly, in a small company like yours, we're betting on the jockey. You've developed the technology, it's patent pending, you're selling it, you've got contracts with some of the biggest companies in the world. 30 seconds, tell us about your background.
Well, I'm a Northwest kid, raised in the Northwest part of this country. Did all my grad work and development work at the University of Chicago, and got into the waste business after being interested in sort of the investment business. But I got into the waste management business, built a pretty good sized company out in the Northwest area, merged that into another company called EnviroFill, and we subsequently did a roll-up in the 90s, and the last company that we merged with and purchased and took over was Waste Management. So
story.
It was a nice ride, a lot of fun, made a lot of friends, but I enjoyed it. I have to say I enjoyed it a tremendous amount.
And now you're doing it again.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it. I love it. Let me tell you that. It's a great experience. And I love making and creating something. And as I said earlier, I think this is a wonderful opportunity.
John, thanks for being with us today, and all the best to you on your continued progress.
Thank you, Dave. Always a pleasure. Appreciate your time.
My value proposition, using a discounted cash flow model, this comes from our folks in research, we've determined a fair value per share of $4.08 for GlyEco. Now, this is based on GlyEco reaching a production of 57.2 million gallons of ethylene glycol by 2016. Stock's trading around $1 now. I don't see the stock going lower. This is a great buy and hold stock. Again, GlyEco is a RedChip client company. We do receive a monthly cash fee and 28,800 shares of Rule 144 stock for 12 months of service, as well as 18,000 options per quarter, priced at 50 cents. Now, to get a complete list of all the companies in the nation, sign up for the RedChip Small Stocks Big Money Weekly Report. It's free. You'll discover some of the best names in small cap stocks every week, complete with reports, news, small cap lessons, blogs, analysis. Again, all on the smaller cap sector. Visit us, redchip.com, or call us, 1-800-REDCHIP. Sign up for the RedChip Plus Investor Package. It's only $9.99 a month, money back guaranteed, and you'll get my book, Microcap Superstars, interviews with the biggest names in smaller cap stocks. Learn the secrets of the pros. You'll also get all of our research profiles and reports 24 hours before the general public. You have early access to each episode of the RedChip Money Report before it airs on Fox Business and Bloomberg. And access to all RedChip virtual conferences. The right to speak with our specialists Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Ask them any question about any stock in the nation. Give us a call right now, 1-800-REDCHIP, or visit redchip.com for RedChip Plus. Next on the agenda, American Water Works on the New York Stock Exchange. This is the nation's largest publicly traded water and wastewater utility company and a provider of water and services to an estimated 14 million people in more than 40 states and parts of Canada. Now, they first aired on my show on January 22nd, 2013. It was just an audio interview. Today, you actually see the VP of Investor Relations. The price at that time was $37.50. Today's price, about $45 as of the recording of this show. That's about a 20% gain. But this stock also pays a dividend. Now let's go to an interview with the VP of Investor Relations, Ed Vallejo. Ed, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
You're the Vice President of Investor Relations for American Water Works. Your company's been around since 1886. You generated $2.95 billion in revenue in 2013. And your company manages water and wastewater in I believe 30 U.S. states, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct, between our regulated and our non-regulated utilities.
So tell our viewers about your business first.
Let me talk a little bit about American Water. We are the largest water and wastewater utility in the United States. $8 billion market cap company, 3 to 4 times the size of our largest competitor. And in the water and utility space, size does matter for a couple of reasons. Number one, we have regulatory diversity. We are, on the regulated side, we're in 16 states. And regulatory diversity, by that I mean we may be having a bad rate case outcome in one state. That does not necessarily mean we would have a bad rate case outcome in the other 15 states.
What is a bad rate case outcome?
One of our core competencies is earning an appropriate rate of return on our investment. So every year we have close to $1.1 to $1.2 billion of CapEx being invested in our nation's water and wastewater infrastructure. So we go in with a regulator and we say, we've invested blank money, we need to get a return on that money. For the water utility, we have a cost of equity and the cost of debt. The cost of debt is a straight pass-through, and you can see the cost of debt because it's a publicly traded debt. The interesting thing is the cost of equity, and then we basically go in and talk to the commission and talk to the staff, et cetera, about what the appropriate rate of return on that investment is.
Now, how many municipalities are you under controlling now?
We have, we're in 16 states, so that'd be hundreds of municipalities where we actually own the water and wastewater. But we're governed by public utility commissions. So when we go out in a given state, Pennsylvania, for example, and we go in every couple of years to do a rate case, we actually tell the commission, last time we were here, we had a rate base of blank. We've invested blank now, and now we have this extra added rate base, which multiplied by the weighted average cost of capital gives us a higher revenue requirement, and that's what we're seeking.
You recently enacted some debt initiatives. Talk to us about how that affected your balance sheet.
Yep. We actually, our Treasury team has been very active in 2013. We actually just finished $226 million offer. We had some what we call parent company debt, where we had some $750 million that was going to be maturing in 2017, another $450 million in 2018. So we took some of that debt we offered, we took an extinguishment charge, but we think we're going to be saving close to $18 million over the life of the debt. We also had close to $225 million in redemption. That was at 10% and 8.25%, and we were happy to redeem those. We were able to refinance at almost 3.5% debt. So the Treasury team did a very good job in 2013.
You've got a large cash position in the company too?
That we do.
Very large cash position. You earned $369 million in 2013. And you're projecting, that was at about $2.06 a share. And you're projecting in 2014, I believe, $2.35 to $2.45 a share. Talk to us about those projections and the dividend. You've been paying a dividend for how many years now?
Well, we've been paying a dividend since 2008. We've been paying the dividend and growing the dividend. What we've told the market to expect a 7 to 10% long-term EPS growth rate. And the bulk of that 7 to 10% growth rate is going to be gotten through what we call our bread and butter, our regulated operations, where we go in and we invest in our regulated operations. Our dividend practice is guided by actually two methods. We actually have a dividend payout ratio between 50 to 60%, and our dividend has to be correlated with EPS growth. And if you take a look at how much we've paid in dividend, if you actually move the dividend that we paid in December of 2012 for investors to take advantage of the lower taxation and dividends, if you move that to 2013, you can actually see that we're at close to a 50% payout ratio, so we're at the lower end of the 50 to 60% payout ratio, which gives us room to grow, but always, of course, correlated to the earnings per share growth rate.
You know, we bring on this show primarily smaller cap companies. We do like to bring in the bigger cap companies once in a while because we tell our viewers, don't put all your money in smaller caps. You have to balance your portfolio with dividend stocks. This is a great defensive stock. It's a great company to have in the portfolio. And in fact, I'm going to add to my position after meeting with you today. I think it's just a great, safe bet and with double-digit returns with the dividend. Talk to us in the next 30 seconds, the essential value proposition for investors today.
Well, the value proposition for American Water is, again, as you call it, we think we should be part of your core holdings, whereby unless it's a very hot, dry year, American Water probably is not going to give you a 40%, 50% return. But with a 7 to 10% long-term growth rate, with a dividend yield around 2.5%, that should give you a low double-digit return for a stock that's regulated in nature, has around a 0.6 beta, and that should be very much part of your core holdings.
Ed, thanks so much for being with us today, and we'll have you back soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Value proposition, the stock's a no-brainer. It's the largest water and wastewater company in the United States that's publicly held. They're poised to take advantage of the large need to revamp the United States water infrastructure. Huge, huge market. This company pays a cash dividend This company has very strong cash flows. And again, it was up 20% in the last year. I think this is the one that you put in your portfolio for the long term. Very good defensive stock. And you should see returns with that dividend of somewhere between 10 and 12% a year. Great stock to put in the portfolio. Now, I want to introduce you to WeFunder, a company that's implementing a new approach to crowdfunding, made possible by recently investment regulations put out forth by the SEC. Now, let's go to the interview with the president of WeFunder, Michael Norman. Mike, thanks for being with us today.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
You are one of the founders, the CEO of WeFunder, which takes a new approach to crowdfunding. Tell us about your model. What makes you different than the Kickstarters of the world?
It's a great question. So I'm the president of WeFunder, and the big difference between us and Kickstarter is that we are actually helping people invest in startups. So if you look at Kickstarter and Indiegogo, basically you're either donating to a project or you're pre-buying a product. So there's no kind of upside if you're able to pick a company that does really well. You don't see any profit from that on the back end. So we're actually selling securities or helping companies sell securities to the masses.
And these are private companies.
That's correct. These are all private companies.
How did the Jobs Act impact the industry? And tell us about your influence on the Jobs Act. You were meeting with congressmen, senators, even a presidential advisor back in 2012. Tell us about how that process worked for you.
That's a great question. So there are two kind of main challenges for startups when it comes to raising money that the Jobs Act addresses. So one, the way that startups are actually able to tell people about how that they are funding themselves is very constrained, or was very constrained before the Jobs Act. You had to have some type of personal or business relationship with someone in order to contact them about your fundraising, which means you couldn't talk about it on TV, you couldn't email a huge list of people that you think would be interested in your offering and tell them about the opportunity to invest. So also, the only people that were really allowed to invest in startups were folks that had at least $1 million in net assets or $200,000 a year in income. So the way that you were able to reach these people was very constrained because of how you were allowed to communicate. And then the universe of people that were actually legally allowed to invest was also extremely constrained. So 2 years ago now, in 2012, when Congress took this issue up, we wound up launching a petition to really help, advise them on what needed to be in the legislation such that it would work in practice. We're invited down to D.C. and worked closely with the senators in the White House through the winter of 2012, and ultimately we're able to help that process move forward. And
so at this time, I don't need to be an accredited investor to invest in a private company or a public company for that matter, correct?
So right now you still do. Now, even though the legislation was passed in 2012, the SEC has been going through a rulemaking process to finalize exactly what the specifics of that implementation will look like. So it looks like sometime late summer, early fall is when unaccredited investors will, for the first time, be able to invest in these.
Well, they came out with some rules here last fall, didn't they?
That's right. So the rules that they came out with in the fall are the rules around advertising and publicly soliciting. So now startups can talk publicly about the fact that they're raising money. They can tell the world about the fact that they have a round open, but they can still only accept accredited investors.
Gotcha. Okay. How does WeFunder make money?
Great question. So our primary compensation comes in the form of carried interest, which basically means that we're making money once the investors on WeFunder have an exit. So if you invest in a company on WeFunder and the company is sold or goes IPO several years down the line, we'll take a percentage of the profits that flow back to our investors. Now that's important because our incentives are aligned with our investors. We're really only making money if the investments that our investors select are successful. And so, I think that's a real important factor for trust on the site, and to make sure that people feel confident that the companies they're looking at have at least a good chance of being successful.
And WeFunder has raised a couple million so far for startups. And how many companies have you actually raised money for then?
Yeah, so we've had about 15 companies up on WeFunder, and we'll have several more coming out and rolling them out on a rolling basis. Trying to make sure that in the short term we keep the quality level relatively high, and then again anyone can use it as a utility if they're just working with their own community.
You know, it's been great having you with us today, Mike. And investors watching today or inventors, you have a great idea, you go to WeFunder. There's the website right here on the screen. Give them a call, email them, go to their site, and it's a great portal. And so, Mike, all the best to you, and continued success to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Now, tonight I've given you two companies to think about. GlyEco, a green chemistry company with proprietary technology. Revenue's up over 100% the last 12 months. Again, our target price is $4.08. You can buy the stock at $1. Even if we're wrong by half, this stock could be $2 to $4 over the next 12 to 18 months. Great stock to put in at these levels. American Water Works, a utility company, the largest public utility company, pays a nice dividend, great defensive stock, good growth. If you'd bought it last year in January, you would be up 20% as of today. And we also brought you WeFunder. This is a company that takes a revolutionary approach to crowdfunding and helps people invest in startups. Again, thank you for being with me tonight. Remember, don't put all your money in smaller caps. They are the most volatile asset class. You have to be prepared for the downside. Do your own homework. Read our disclosures at redchip.com. And note, I'm not always right. I'm not always right. Neither are the best analysts on Wall Street, and I could be biased at times. Many of the companies on this show are client companies. Now, small stocks, big money. Sign up for our free weekly report at redchip.com. Get the best names in smaller cap stocks every week. Let us help you make money in the smaller cap space. You can call us at 1-800-REDCHIP, or you can visit us at redchip.com. Sign up for the RedChip Plus Investor Package. It's only $9.99 a month, money back guaranteed. And you'll get my book, Microcap Superstars, interviews with the biggest names in smaller cap stocks. Learn the secrets of the pros. You'll also get all of our research profiles and reports 24 hours before the general public. You have early access to each episode of the RedChip Money Report before it airs on Fox Business and Bloomberg. And access to all RedChip virtual conferences. The right to speak with our specialists Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Ask them any question about any stock in the nation. Give us a call right now, 1-800-REDCHIP, or visit redchip.com for RedChip Plus. I'm Dave Gentry. I'll see you next time, same place, at Small Stocks, Big Money.
RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. Up next, we're going to move on to Veritech. And presenting for the company will be Scott Silverman, Chairman and CEO. Again, Veritech, symbol VTEQ on the over-the-counter QB.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Silverman. I'm the Chairman and CEO of Veritech Corporation, and I thank everyone for tuning in and listening to the story about Veritech. Veritech is a leader in implantable RFID, or radio frequency identification technology, and we have multiple patents, patent pendings, and exclusive licenses, as well as many regulatory approvals, which I will explain further in the presentation. Obviously, when you get to know a company, knowing the history of its leadership is very important. And myself and my partner, a gentleman by the name of Randy Geisler, actually started Veritech Corporation in 2011, but we have years of history in the RFID and implantable RFID space. Specifically, Randy, who is the technology guru, was the inventor of an implantable RF chip that looks similar to the one I'm about to hold up, that goes inside of a dog or a cat as long as 20 plus years ago. And that product today is used to identify a lost dog or cat at a shelter or a vet clinic. And that is a product called Home Again that many of you are probably familiar with because many of us have an actual chip like that in our dog and cat. Over the last 2 decades, over 150 million dogs and cats have received the chip. And on a monthly basis, over 10,000 dogs and cats are reunited with their owners simply because of the fact that they have a chip in their body and they present at a shelter or a veterinary clinic. We sold that business in 2005, and it's now marketed and distributed by Shearing Plow Corporation. And prior to that, actually in 2004, we got the FDA approval to migrate from animals into humans. And we received an approval from the FDA for the world's first implantable RF chip. And our product was approved as a predicate device by the FDA. And that chip was used to go in the upper right arm of an individual subcutaneously in the form of injection and identify a high-risk patient and their medical records when they present in an emergency situation. So I do have one in my right arm from about 10 years ago when we got the FDA approval. And what you see here is one of our scanners that, when prompted, actually scans the arm, brings up a unique 16-digit identification number that can then tie to a database where all of the relevant medical records were stored. Looking to grow that business, which was called RedChip Corporation back in 2004, we added wearable RFID technology to the mix, specifically little ankle bands called hugs that children get in maternity wards when they're born to help prevent abductions, and similar technology in nursing homes to help prevent senior wandering events in a nursing home environment. We IPO'd that company under RedChip Corporation, and then in 2008, we sold the majority of the assets of RedChip to Stanley Works, the lock and tool company, for approximately $50 million. The reason I spend 3 or 4 minutes on this history is so that those of you that are now interested in Veritech know that the management team of this company, and it's not just me and Randy, it goes pretty deep into our staff, have been involved in prior businesses together, have exited those businesses successfully, and I personally believe that Veritech Corporation is the best of the bunch so far. And the reason is that there are specific needs now in the medical community related to implantable RF technology that either were not needed before or people weren't aware of them before. And Veritech is focused specifically on 2 of those needs. The first major product line that we have is what we call our UDI, or Unique Device Identification products. And that was promulgated by FDA rule and ultimately legislation signed into law by President Obama in July of 2012, which in essence sets forth a system of tracking a medical device from what I call cradle to grave, meaning from the manufacturing process to the shipping process to the logistics process to the doctor's office to the OR and then into the body. The majority of the UDI legislation relates to tracking a product, a device, before it goes inside of the body, and that's handled primarily by barcode and other similar applications. We have no relevance at that point. Our relevance takes over, and our intellectual property for the implantable RF side takes over when the actual medical device goes into the body and stays there, or goes into the body and comes out, which is referred to in the legislation as a reusable and reprocessable device, or a reusable or reprocessable part. There is an absolute mandate as of the final rule of September of 2013 that takes effect in September of 2015 that all reusable and reprocessable devices and parts have to have what's called a direct mark identifier associated with the device. Our product, the RF chip that I showed you before, approved by the FDA, is a product, and in some cases we believe the only product, that has the ability to meet the specific mandate of the FDA. With permanent medical devices, the FDA originally offered up an idea that mandatory identification or direct mark requirements were going to be relevant for permanent implantable medical devices as well. When the final rule came out, they changed that, and it became more of a recommendation than a mandate. However, the early adopters in the space, the medical device manufacturers, are obviously keen to the idea and are looking to identify devices once inside the body. And unlike potential competition on the reusable and reprocessable side, we believe that we're the only product on the market today that can meet the recommendation of having a direct mark directly on an implantable medical device itself. And we already have partners that are using this technology. So the first mover is actually the breast implant world. As some of you may know, there have been several recalls in the EU and Europe over the last couple of years related to faulty breast implants. In one case, a company by the name of PIP, or Poly Implants Prosthetics, actually used industrial silicon rather than biological silicon inside of the breast implant. The breast implant leaked. It caused harm and medical damage to the women, and there was a massive recall throughout Europe. What they soon found out is that most women don't know who manufactured their breast implants. They know who the doctor was that put the breast implants in, but they do not know who the actual manufacturer was, and they certainly don't know the batch and lot number. And the PIP recall is what led to the EU becoming very aware of the fact that these devices needed to be identified. So what I'm holding up here, and I'll hold it real close so that you can potentially see the chip in the bottom of the breast implant there, is a breast implant with what we call our Q-Inside safety technology. And that's what we call our implantable RF chip as it relates to the medical device world. And our first partner, a company called Establishment Labs out of Costa Rica, who markets under the brand name Motiva, and is now marketing the product in the EU, Latin America, and Asia. And women have actually started receiving Motiva breast implants in the EU and the UK with Q-Inside safety technology and the supporting database behind it, so that in the event of adverse event or recall, women's breast implants can be identified from within the body and purely through the use of Q-Inside safety technology. We believe that other manufacturers will also be interested. We've obviously engaged them in conversation and even some development applications related to the Q-Inside safety technology. And what's interesting about the breast implant world is that the mandate that I talked about earlier for reusable and reprocessable parts is relevant for what are called sizers. For those of you that don't know, in many aesthetic surgery situations, a plastic surgeon uses sizers before he or she actually uses the permanent implant in order to test what it may look like in the relevant patient, whether it be a breast implant or a chin implant or something to that effect. And then the sizer comes out and is re-sterilized and is used in as much as 10 different patients. So in the case of breast implants, most of the manufacturers manufacture sizers. Many of the surgeons use sizers. They go in and out of up to 10 different women are re-sterilized, and this would fall under the mandate for reusable and reprocessable parts, in addition to the early adoption of the breast implant manufacturers related to this product for permanent implants. Another early mover related to using our technology is in the vascular port area. We are partnered with a company based out of Philadelphia by the name of Medical Components, Inc., or MedComp, who is one of the largest manufacturers of vascular ports in the world. And they have tested our product to be part of their high-speed vascular port so that the port can be used not only to meet the mandate or the recommendation of the FDA legislation or the UDI legislation, but also for clinical purposes to confirm that a patient that is receiving chemotherapy actually has a high-speed port either in their chest cavity or in their arm, so for the delivery of chemotherapy treatment. And the reason why that's relevant is that a high-speed port can deliver chemotherapy at up to 6 times the speed of a regular port. So a normal treatment can go down from 2 hours to 20 minutes. And for a clinician to be able to identify that at the point of chemotherapy treatment is obviously very important. So our Q-Inside safety technology can be used for that as well. In the medical device world, there are other applications, whether it be hips, knees, pacemakers, other aesthetic surgery situations. In the reusable and reprocessable part side, it can be used in the gastroenterology suite. It can be used for heart valve sizers, and there's multiple applications for it. And we think that our technology, because of its uniqueness, because of the intellectual property strength behind it, because of the regulatory approvals it already has, and because of a lack of competition or competing technology, is poised very well to gain market share, both on the permanent medical device side as well as the reusable and reprocessable device or part side. The other piece of our business is for sensor applications on the end of this little chip. One of the seminal patents that we acquired or reacquired back when Veritech was started is a patent to put a biological sensor on the end of this chip. And it's a rather broad patent. We have tested various types of sensors. We have completed testing of a temperature sensor that was used in dogs and horses for a number of years in prior businesses. In this case, has been used for hyperthermia treatment for patients that are receiving radiation with hyperthermia either before or after the radiation treatment itself. But the one that we have focused on the most at Veritech is radiation dosimeter measurements, radiation dosimetry applications. Today, a patient receiving radiation treatment, or even a CAT scan, but primarily radiation treatment, has the dosage actually measured from the machine sitting in the clinical room that is delivering the radiation dosage itself, basically by adjusting it to a certain level and pushing a start button. Obviously, the amount of radiation coming out of the machine is not the same amount of radiation that's getting to the ultimate tumor site that is being treated. And we have created technology and we've acquired intellectual property around it for an RF chip that has a radiation dosimeter application related to it. As you see, this chip is larger than the last one I showed to you. It actually is approved both at FDA and CE mark levels to go inside a breast or prostate tumor or next to a breast or prostate tumor. And it serves two purposes. It marks the location of the tumor so that the radiation dosage can be localized directly to the tumor site and not have negative effects on the ancillary tissue. Or the other application is to actually measure the dosage directly at the tumor site itself. There are competitors in the former application. There are no competitors to our knowledge in the latter application, as we have all the IP around it. This product has been in the market under a different company that we actually acquired some of the IP from. It has been very received in the oncology suite, and physicians are very high on the technology. And we believe that as we start to remarket this product into the oncology and radiation suites, that the receptivity will be very strong. In addition to the RF chip, which is obviously invasive and goes inside of a prostate or a breast tumor, along with that technology, we also acquired technology for what we call our one-dose product. And again, it may be hard to see here, but this is our one-dose product. It looks very similar to a very small Band-Aid. Obviously, it has some technology on an ASIC on the top of it, and it serves the same purpose. It actually measures the radiation dosage as it is going through the skin. So this is stuck onto your skin like a Band-Aid, measuring the radiation dosage as it goes through the skin and then into the body. That one is very relevant for CAT scans. It has not yet been approved regulatory-wise for CAT scans, but we think there is a very large market opportunity associated with it. Underlying these two businesses, the UDI business and the sensor applications with a focus on radiation dosimetry applications, underlying the two businesses is an entire opportunity related to data and analytics. Obviously, these products that go inside of your body or go inside of a medical device can receive and transmit information about your device or about even certain things going on inside your body, blood pressure, blood oxygen levels, things to that effect, your vitals, if you will. And that can be transmitted outside of the body to a reader, like the one that I showed you before, that could then be used to collect information about that patient for things as simple as a personal health record or identifying your breast implants in the event of recall, but can also be used for more complex applications, not just with that patient, but could be used in theory for predictive medical outcomes for future patients that are going through similar treatments and similar medical problems that you are experiencing. And then even broader than that, could be used by regulatory bodies in order to capture information from within a patient in order to create things like a medical device registry or something even broader beyond that. So when you break it into the three pieces now that I've talked about, which is the UDI opportunity with the direct mark mandate for reusable and reprocessable parts, as well as the recommendation for the identification of permanent implantable medical devices, with the adoption already happening in the breast implant world, and then moving to the sensor applications related primarily to radiation dosimetry, and all of that is echoed by the third business line now, which is the data analytics application. We believe that each and every one of them in and of themselves is a very legitimate business with significant revenue opportunities. And although the revenue has just started to occur in our UDI business through the sale of our Q-Inside safety technology to breast implant manufacturers, we believe the growth opportunity in all three business lines, starting with UDI, is very significant. And obviously, as the largest shareholder, I think it can create a lot of value for our shareholders now and future shareholders as well. So I thank you for your time. Obviously, welcome to any questions that you guys may have. And thank you very much.
Okay, we were listening to Veritech, ticker symbol VTEQ on the over-the-counter QB. And with us right now, we're going to go into the live Q&A session. We have Scott Silverman, Chairman and CEO. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon.
And our first question, this investor would like to know, how has your recent bridge financing helped you advance your commercialization efforts?
Yeah, well, as many of you know, we did a financing back in November, and that has obviously helped propel the initial sales of our Q-Inside safety technology inside of the breast implants. In fact, first quarter will show much more significant revenue than any prior quarters, related primarily to the sale of the Q-Inside safety technologies to Motiva, who is our first partner in the breast implant industry, and they are now actively marketing the product in the EU and in England, and there are several hundred women that have actually received breast implants already in the first month or two of the marketing with the Q-Inside safety technology. So obviously the bridge financing has helped that move along.
Very good. And our next question is also a little bit on the commercialization opportunities. This investor would like to know, how does the FDA final rule help provide commercialization opportunities for the technology?
Yeah, well, the FDA final rule is, again, as many investors know, created a mandate for reusable and reprocessable parts or medical devices that go in and out of multiple bodies. So in the case of breast implants, as an example, a lot of the physicians that sell Mentor or Allergan breast implants actually use what's called a sizer, which is a device that goes inside of the woman's body on the operating table before the permanent implant goes in. And that sizer is used for the physician, the plastic surgeon, to actually look at the size and shape and determine whether or not that's the right size and shape for that particular woman. Once the sizer is done being used, it comes out of the body, is replaced by the permanent implant, and the sizer is then sterilized and reused in up to 10 different women. So that's a prime example of what is referred to by the FDA as a reusable or reprocessable part, and that is under a mandate as per the final rule of the FDA. Permanent medical devices are not under such a mandate. They're under a recommendation that all permanent medical devices have what's called a direct mark in the device itself, so that the device can be identified once it's put inside of the body using some type of technology outside of the body. And to this day, we believe that our technology is the only one that has the ability to satisfy the direct mark element of this part of the rule. But again, the permanent medical devices are not a mandate. The reusable and reprocessable devices are.
Thank you very much. Our next question, what process needs to occur for a particular device manufacturer to put your chip into their device?
You know, that's dependent purely on the device. And obviously we work with each manufacturer on the development and design side. So using history as a perspective here, as it relates to breast implants, we thought that the device, the Q-Inside safety technology, would actually go on a pocket or a sleeve inside of the shell of the breast implant before it's actually filled with silicone. What our first partner, Motiva, has determined in their manufacturing process, and by the way, we've mutually put patents around, or a patent around the manufacturing process for our Q-Inside safety technology inside of a breast implant. They actually let the chip float freely, if you will, in the silicone. There's no pocket, there's no sleeve. And what's amazing is that as you go through the manufacturing process, the chip always ends up down at the seal. So it naturally ends up there, and then the physician knows where it is for identification purposes later on in the event of adverse event or recall. So it's really dependent on the device, it's dependent on the manufacturer, and can be a potential revenue stream in the future for us on the design and manufacturing side.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Our next question, how much does your radiation dosimeters improve radiation detection accuracy?
Well, as you know, our radiation dosimetry business is at this point just an IP phase, although the products were on the market back in 2009, 2010 under a prior company that we bought the intellectual property from. But it's hard to measure the actual amount, but let me explain how the process works. Today, radiation dosage is measured from the machine that's sitting outside the body that's emitting the ray or emitting the beam, and you simply set it to a certain level on the machine and you push a button, and you hope that that is the amount that's actually getting to the tumor site. In most cases, that's not the case. In most cases, you end up with underdosage, or in the worst cases, you end up with overdosage, which, as we know, can cause death and is an extreme concern of the AMA and the FDA every year in their top 10 major medical concerns. What our product does is it measures the dosage directly at the tumor site, as opposed to measuring it coming out of the machine sitting next to the treatment facility. So measuring it directly at the tumor site makes it more precise, more exact, and the clinician can adjust the machine accordingly based on that. And again, we believe from an IP perspective that we're the only ones today that have the ability to measure that dosage directly at the tumor site as opposed to measuring it when it's coming out of the machine.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Our next question, what are the largest obstacles that your RFID technology needs to overcome to be widely adopted in many different medical devices?
You know, that's a good question. I'm going to talk only about our UDI, or Unique Device Identification business, which is the ability to identify medical devices. I think it's clear that all of the regulatory bodies, both here, Europe, and Asia, as well as the device manufacturers, recognize the need for the UDI system and recognize the need for the direct mark component of the UDI system, and that's where we're the players, is in the direct mark component of the UDI business. When the FDA came out with their final rule that only contained the mandate for the reusable and reprocessable devices as opposed to a mandate for all implantable devices, clearly that hurt us. So the obstacle that we now define as it relates to that business is getting the device manufacturers to be the early movers in their industry and to adopt the technology similar to the way that most of the breast implant manufacturers, or at least one of them thus far, and hopefully more in the future, have shown that there's a need for the technology.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, will you be looking to put additional patents around new manufacturing processes involving Q-Inside over time?
Absolutely. As of now, between all of our businesses, the UDI business, the Q-Inside, the dosimetry business, the sensor applications, we have over 100 patent pendings and exclusive licenses related to all of our product lines. And some of them are very fresh, such as the one I explained earlier in this Q&A session about the breast implant manufacturing process. So, as we pair up with device manufacturers and as we improve the product itself, specifically for that device, or as we design the manufacturing process for that device, we will look to add intellectual property to our portfolio related to each and every device.
And that looks like that was our last question. Scott, since we have a few more moments here, what would be the main takeaway that you'd want investors to have about the Veritech story going forward?
Well, I think we covered it, Paul, in that we're extremely unique in what we do. We're highly protected by our intellectual property rights. We still feel that both with the reusable and reprocessable devices as well as the permanent devices, that we are the only ones that have the ability to comply for a device that's inside the body as of today. And then on the dosimetry side, again, we have very unique technology that we need to get back to market. So,
the largest hurdle still is probably the capitalization aspect of the company, which we continue to work on a daily and weekly basis. But as far as the technology itself goes, we think we're extremely well positioned with all of the intellectual property around it, with 7 regulatory approvals in place. And as we've already said, we've already gone to market. So, we're moving forward, and we're looking forward to the future.
Thank you, Scott. Great summation to a great story. We look forward to hearing more about the ongoing success of Veritech. For our viewers, we're going to be moving on to our next presentation in a few moments. It'll be Charles Allen, CEO of Bitcoin Shop, ticker symbol BTCS on the OTCQB. We were just talking with Scott Silverman, Chairman and CEO of Veritech, ticker symbol VTEQ on the OTCQB. You can find more information about Veritech at redchip.com. And we'll be getting started with our next presentation in a few more moments. Our next presentation will be getting underway in a moment. We are going to be having Charles Allen, CEO of Bitcoin Shop, presenting. Ticker symbol is BTCS on the over-the-counter QB. Again, Bitcoin Shop with Charles Allen, CEO, presenting.
Good morning. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the CEO of Bitcoin Shop. We are currently traded over the counter with the symbol BTCS. If you take a moment to review our safe harbor document right now, that'd be great. So just to start off, to go through the investment highlights, Bitcoin Shop is an early mover in the virtual currency ecosystem. We currently operate an e-commerce website, bitcoinshop.us, where we offer over 140,000 products for sale, and we anticipate increasing that product offering. You can purchase those products with virtual currencies. Right now it's Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin. We recently went public through a reverse takeover transaction in February this year, and we put together an excellent management team with capital markets experience as well as technology experience. We're one of one of two publicly traded companies in the virtual currency ecosystem, so we're excited to be leading the charge. Kind of going through the industry and the market in which we operate. Looking at this slide, we operate in the e-commerce space. It's obviously a huge market. There's in 2014, we expect e-commerce to be about a $260 billion business. You can look at some of the categories we've outlined here, which are, pretty big for online sales. We believe that using virtual currencies as a payment system within the e-commerce marketplace has huge advantages to the customers in the long run. We can go through that a little bit later. So for those of you who don't know what Bitcoins are or about the Bitcoin ecosystem, I'll spend a little bit of time here walking you through what a Bitcoin is and the different areas of the ecosystem. So first off, a Bitcoin is, or a Litecoin is a virtual currency that can be traded just like a fiat currency, like a dollar or a euro. You can get Bitcoins by either mining them, similar to as you would mine gold, except instead of picks and shovels, it's computer systems that are mining it. Bitcoins or Litecoins or virtual currencies are stored in a peer-to-peer decentralized network, which basically means no country or government can print more money, which for certain countries is obviously a risk for those individuals living there, that the currency can be devalued. So that's essentially how Bitcoins are created. They can be traded on exchanges for U.S. dollars or euros, depending on where you live, and users can use those Bitcoins on their phones to transact and buy goods and services, or organizations such as brick and mortar stores can accept Bitcoins, and in our case, as an e-commerce site, we can use that as a form of payment. Right now, there's numerous Bitcoins. This chart's a little old. The market value of Bitcoins itself is a little bit lower. There's Ripple, Litecoin, Purecoin. So there's a few different ones. Today, we accept on our site Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin, and we'll look at accepting other virtual currencies as they come up. The virtual currency landscape is a rapidly evolving space. There's probably been about $150 million in venture capital invested to date, and there's been huge interest in the investment community. So being a public company, we're probably one of the few ways that the retail or smaller hedge funds can actually invest in this space. There's been a lot of positive news around virtual currency. Obviously, the IRS has come out and stated that they're going to view it as a property, which is overall good that they've recognized it. Obviously, we would like it to be viewed as a foreign currency, but for the interim, that's a great solution. It's really showing that the U.S. at least is very accepting of virtual currencies and what they mean for the future. There's been a lot of adoption with big names, Overstock, Tiger Direct, currently accept virtual currencies, and a lot of smaller brick and mortar stores will as well. To give you a little overview of the Bitcoin e-commerce space, how we work, basically our business is we connect to retailers to relist their products, and we use a payment processor to accept the Bitcoin, just like you could use, just like PayPal is a payment processor for websites. We use a company called GoCoin. We're actually an investor in that company, and that allows us to take Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Dogecoin, and they also take the currency exchange risk, so that when we get paid, we can convert to U.S. dollars to kill the other side of the transaction. Moving on to the corporate overview, what we do on the e-commerce side is today we connect to Amazon, and we relist about 150,000 of their products, and customers can shop with those products and pay with virtual currencies. As part of our growth strategy, which we'll talk about a little bit later, we have other targeted potential sellers that would be through their affiliate programs, so that we could effectively list millions of products and allow customers to shop those products with virtual currencies, and do almost have a price search engine with fulfillment, and use virtual currencies as the payment method. So how do we do that? Right now we go in through the affiliate programs and use APIs to connect to right now it's Amazon, but we're in the process of broadening our sellers, so we can offer more products to our customers. And we're one of our competitive advantages is the fact that we're using technology as the means to do that connection, and we don't actually touch the product. So we're not in the warehousing business, we're not in the logistics business, so we don't have the overhead associated with that. If you kind of look at the competitive landscape, obviously there are all of the traditional e-commerce players, Amazon, Overstock, Best Buy, etc. And this kind of is a good representation of where we fit. Right now we have very limited competition in the e-commerce virtual currency space. There's Bitcoin Store, which is more focused on electronics, and then there's BitDazzle, and that's about it. Obviously Overstock and Tiger Direct take Bitcoins. I think we're the only one that you can pay with Litecoins and Dogecoins at the moment. But we view this space as a very interesting place to be. Just going over some of our non-financial metrics. To date, we launched our company just last summer in Q3. So we had very limited sales because we were just beginning, and we've had I think the big numbers to look at is the increase in product offerings from 30 in Q3 to 135,000 in Q4. And if you just look at our site traffic numbers and registered users going up, that's something we anticipate to grow in the future as we continue to build out our product offerings. Moving along, we've had great customer feedback from those that have shopped with us, and we're trying to be on the cutting edge in terms of what customers look for. And I think thinking about how you access our site, obviously you can do it on a computer, a tablet, or a phone. And the growth strategy, there's just a couple bullets. I think this is the key to our business and understanding where we're going as opposed to where we've been. We just closed the financing just under $2 million in February 5th this year. And since then we've been 100% focused on diversifying our vendor and customer base. And in doing that, really the focus has been on the vendors and providing a better user experience, refacing the website, and redoing the back end so that we can effectively be not connected just to Amazon, but connected to numerous vendors, finding the best price for our consumers, and then allowing them to check out all in one place using virtual currency. We've also started to explore some exclusive relationships with vendors that we think would be beneficial to our customer base. Second to that is moving into new geographies. This is an area that would be a big focus for us. As you think about why e-commerce does not cross borders, the main issue is credit cards. If you live in countries that have high rates of fraud, no U.S. retailer will want to accept a credit card from, Africa or maybe Mexico or countries where there's high chargeback rates, because there's basically a 6-month window where a consumer can, claim they didn't receive the, flat screen TV they purchased or, some other device. With Bitcoins or other virtual currencies, there are no chargebacks. So as a growth area, we see a huge opportunity to offer products that are unavailable in certain geographies to those consumers and use Bitcoin as the means of payment. By doing that, if there's no other way they can obtain those products, we believe we'll have a competitive advantage when we enter those regions. So that's on the drawing board. We're obviously looking to be a technology company as opposed to a traditional brick and mortar or traditional logistics player. We believe that our core assets are our technology or our tech team. They're actually former engineers at NASA. So if we can build a solution that uses a dropship model to increase our product offerings, never have to touch the products, though the margins may be slightly lower than being involved in warehousing and logistics, the scalability will be much greater with a much smaller team. And obviously, moving on, we think reputation is huge in this space. It's one of the reasons why we went public. Being in the virtual currency space, where there's often a lot of good news, but often some bad news with developments such as Mt. Gox, we believe that being a public company where we have we're fully reporting will give both investors and consumers the confidence they need to shop with us and do business with us. A little bit about the management team. My background's actually for the last 10 years has been in investment banking. And I joined the team really to help with financing and to help with the overall strategy. And one of the things that I'm going to be working on is ways to create shareholder value. As the only really investable company in the Bitcoin ecosystem right now, we believe that we have the opportunity to work with other companies through partnerships and through even in some cases investments to provide our investors with exposure to the Bitcoin ecosystem, which they really can't get any other way. To date, we've made a strategic investment in GoCoin, which is a payment processor in the Bitcoin space. We also did Dogecoin and Litecoin. We were the lead investor in their last round. Myself and Michael Anderham personally invested and contributed all of our participation rights in future rounds to the company for the benefit of the shareholders. So as we see opportunities, we're going to look to execute on those. Michael and Tim were both former engineers at NASA, so they're on the technical side. It's great to have such a deep bench with them building the current website and our new developments. Charlie is our chief marketing officer and will be leading the outreach to new vendors and making sure that the consumer experience from the marketing perspective is up to snuff. So that's a high-level view of our management team. We're very excited to have what we believe to be the right team in place to move the company forward. So in summary, we believe we're probably one of the few, one of the only public companies in the virtual currency space, and we believe that we can offer investors a great opportunity to have access to the virtual currency ecosystem. We currently offer over 140,000 products in 400 categories. We have an amazing management team which we believe can bring this company to the next level. And we think that both regulators and investors are starting to recognize the acceptance of the virtual currency marketplace as something that will exist in the long run, almost like it's the beginning of the internet. So we believe we're at the start of that, and we're excited to be taking it to the next level. I guess that just in summary, we're not in the logistics business, so there is no, we don't have to invest in warehouses or think about how to move products from A to B. So we should have the ability to scale this business very quickly. And I guess that wraps up the the official kind of overview of our company. And I think at this stage, it would I'd be happy to open it up to questions.
I want to thank everyone again for joining us today at the RedChip Online CEO Conference. Our next, we were just listening to Charles Allen, CEO of Bitcoin Shop, ticker symbol BTCS, and we have him on the line right now for a live Q&A session. Welcome, Charles.
Well, thank you for having me.
And we'll just jump right into the questions here. Our first question, how does your business model differ from Mt. Gox, and how does their incident affect your company?
So today we run an e-commerce website. So I guess I should start by describing what Mt. Gox does and then what we do. So Mt. Gox is an exchange. So they connected effectively people that want to buy Bitcoins or sell Bitcoins in exchange for a fiat currency, let's say U.S. dollars, and matched those individuals. Their issue is that they effectively lost the Bitcoin. Whereas we don't actually hold other people's Bitcoins. So we operate an e-commerce site. So if a holder of a Bitcoin or a Litecoin wants to shop with us, they can buy products, through us. We accept the Bitcoin through our payment processor, which is GoCoin, and they will actually convert to U.S. dollars so that we can pay for the product from, our vendor. So we don't actually, from an e-commerce standpoint, we don't actually touch the product. We just facilitate we're a broker for products effectively, similar to other, like an Overstock, the drop shipping company. So we are, really on the e-commerce side, not on the exchange side, at least today.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying that. And our next question, does Bitcoin Shop eventually plan to create its own logistics chain?
For us, it doesn't make sense to create a logistics chain or get into the warehousing business. If you think about companies that have done a good job at that, Amazon is obviously, excellent at that, but it's a very expensive business to get into. You have to, the warehousing, you have to get warehouses, you have to think about the whole logistics chains of how you move products. So it doesn't, from a scalability standpoint, we can scale the business effectively, infinitely without having to add logistics because we're leveraging the logistics chains of other experienced providers. So someone shopping with us, and right now they're getting products from Amazon, and if we add more vendors, they know that they're effectively getting their product from a reputable vendor, and they're paying with virtual currency, so they don't need to worry about disruptions in the logistics chain because we're not trying to figure that out. We're effectively a technology company. We're founded by engineers at NASA. So what we're trying to do is focus on how to aggregate products and deliver them to the consumer without actually ever having to touch them. We believe that'll be it'll have vast scalability and lower cost. So it should theoretically create a lot more shareholder value.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what is the typical demographic that would use Bitcoin Shop?
Right now, the demographic tends to be around technology enthusiasts. As we expect that will change over time. The average holder of Bitcoins is somewhat technical in nature. If they got Bitcoins early on, we believe though as the population adopts Bitcoins and Litecoins, we'll see a shift away from more of a tech-focused holder to holders of Bitcoins or Litecoins or whatever virtual currency across a broader swath of interest. So from our perspective, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we tend to sell a lot more on the electronic side, but we'll expect to sell more in other product categories as the demographic changes. One thing I would point out is Dogecoin, which is another virtual currency. It's hard to tell exactly what the demographic of the holders are, but from being at conferences and speaking with people like deep in the space, I believe that that's held more widely by women than men. So that's an interesting data point in that we may try to market products such as clothes or fashion items to that the holders of Dogecoin or consumers that purchase more of Dogecoin versus Bitcoins. But a lot of this is in general still getting there's not a lot of data on it because Bitcoin is so new. It's really hard to say.
Thank you. And our next question, along the same lines, in what countries are you seeing the majority of Bitcoin shop purchases?
Right now, we only ship to the U.S., so all of our customers are in the U.S. We believe there's a huge opportunity in the international markets, but it's something that's going to take some time to develop. Just from a growth strategy, one of the biggest issues e-commerce companies face that we're going to hope to solve is not being able to sell to other countries because of the risk of fraud. And what I mean by that, a great example is if you live in a country that has very high fraud rates from a credit card chargeback perspective, it's going to be very hard for you to purchase products that aren't available in your country from the U.S. So, for instance, if you want to buy the next greatest Samsung TV or the Galaxy S5 and you live in Africa, for example, and you have a credit card from an African bank, most U.S. retailers will not accept your credit card from an African bank because they're worried that you as a consumer will receive the product, call them back, and you have up to 6 months. But you call them back in a month and say my card was stolen, and the retailer never sees any money. So they've effectively given you a cell phone for free. So one of the ways that problem can be solved is by accepting Bitcoin because there are no chargebacks. So it's an area we're very interested in. There's a lot of logistics to get into the international market, but we do see a big opportunity there.
Thank you. And our next question, how does the volatility in the value of a Bitcoin affect sales at the shop?
There isn't enough data to definitively say that where we can say from a statistical significance standpoint that we've done analysis on our shopping history and correlated that to the Bitcoin price, but just from a pure qualitative assessment, I think in general holders of Bitcoins, if their belief is it's an investment, and some are viewing Bitcoins as an investment versus a currency that should be used on a daily basis. If someone is viewing it as an investment, then and they believe it's going to go up, it's effectively an appreciating asset. And most of the products we sell, for the most part, are depreciating assets. If you buy a TV today, it's going to be worth less next year and the year after and the year after. So just from a pure psychology standpoint, most people don't like to exchange appreciating assets for depreciating assets. With that said, we're very aware of that, and we're working on solutions that will solve that problem in the future. So I think that kind of summarizes our view on kind of consumer behavior as it correlates to the price of Bitcoins.
Thank you. And another question we have is, what are the most popular products that you're currently selling?
Hard to say. I don't look at that on a daily basis. I can tell you some of our bigger sellers have been the Google Chromecast media player, the Google Nexus 7 as a category. Electronics is one of the larger ones. We sold a lot of products in sporting goods towards the end of last year ahead of the holidays. So it really depends. I mean, our goal is to aggregate products, find the best price for consumers, and allow them to pay with virtual currency. So, where we're going with this is going to be expanding beyond 150,000 products into a huge number where you can almost get anything you want. In which case, we would expect to see sales kind of spread across lots of different product categories, with probably with a focus on them coming from the areas that we market around. We would expect to be a little bit greater.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, does your algorithm and decisioning engine provide a barrier of entry to other competitors?
I think so. I mean, what we're building, I don't think anyone is really done in the past. So I think whether it's a barrier to entry, if someone wants to replicate what we've done, it would involve quite a lot of back-end programming to be able to get the systems in place and set it up. Whether I don't believe it's necessarily, I don't think it's not patentable, but it's definitely proprietary. I think that the bigger barrier to entry in e-commerce is really the fact that we're a first mover. So when you think about what drives consumer behavior, it's really branding and marketing to some extent. There have been lots of examples where there have been worse products that have gained adoption just because they were the first one out. Example would be Betamax versus VHS going back some time. The Betamax was a smaller cassette that was just a better product, but VHS had more marketing and an industry behind it, so that was accepted. I think what we build is definitely a revolutionary product in terms of where we're going with this. And I think the fact that we're a first mover, being a public company, we have a lot of media and press, should bring down our customer acquisition costs and allow us to create a brand that will be the bigger barrier to entry for other people to come in. Is the fact that they're not going to be there. Anyone else that tries to jump into the space will be a Me Too player, will not have the branding, and their only way to kind of combat it will be through spending tens of millions of dollars. To date, we've been covered in the national media venues, whether that's CNBC, Fast Money, or Bloomberg, getting a lot of press, which I don't think someone can replicate. Someone would have to pay for that type of advertising, and we've gotten that for free, and we believe that that'll help customer adoption. Also, being a public company, we would hope that anyone that's interested in investing in our company would also shop on our site, because at the end of the day, sales and revenue and income are what should be driving the valuation. Today, it's we're kind of at the beginning of the internet, and we believe we're one of the few kind of investable companies in this space. But we would hope that every investor would also be a consumer as well.
Okay, thank you. And that actually takes us up to our time for the Q&A session. We were just talking with Charles Allen, CEO of Bitcoin Shop. The ticker symbol is BTCS on the OTCQB. And moving on next, we're going to go to Drew Desai, Chairman and CFO of Quadrant 4 Systems, ticker symbol QFOR on the OTCQB. And they'll be getting started in one moment.
Good day, friends, and greetings from Quadrant 4 Systems. My name is Drew Desai. I'm happy to be with you all again in the next edition of RedChip Nation Virtual Conference. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you all and just give you an update on various fronts as Q4 continues to execute on the guidelines and the view that we have set for our company and its opportunities. Right after this safe harbor statement, I just want to very quickly go over on my next slide and summarize for you, some of you who are already following the company for a long time, and also for the benefit of the new followers. We are a technology software company. We have over 650, 700 engineers across the globe, servicing over 150 companies worldwide. We are the leading provider of the health exchange technology platform. Along with it, this past quarter, we have also intensified our second platform, which is digital asset management for the media and publishing industry. And our third platform being the retail sphere, which we had talked and reviewed in my last visit with you all. We are a leading provider of the social mobility analytics and cloud computing based systems and technologies, and we focus on three vertical industries: healthcare, media, and retail/logistics. Very quickly on the fundamentals and the share count of the company, we are close to about, end of the year, close to about 95 million shares outstanding, 72 million or so in float, rest is with the insiders, and out of 72 million, about half of them are actually in the trading in the DTC system as we see as of now. We have about 12% institutional holding, which is going to go up with the current warrant exercise program that we have underway. One of the things that happened last quarter is Sidoti & Company initiated and launched a research coverage on Q4. I'm happy to report that it has a buy rating on it, and I think by a good margin we have scored very, very good on the earning potential, cash flow, capability of the company, corporate governance, as well as the valuation. Only criteria where we were kind of a little bit low on the ranking system is on our balance sheet, but unfortunately the timing of this report was such that it got released before the year-end balance sheet was available to them. Since then, as you all know, those who have been following our 10K and the regular updates, that in last quarter we have taken out a little over $5.5 million worth of debt out of our balance sheet. So naturally, our balance sheet now is getting stronger. My total long-term debt sits at around $10.5 million, which is down significantly from last year. 6 months ago, 9 months ago, we were closer to about $19 million worth of long-term debt. So that's and we exited the year with a pretty strong cash position, a little over $850,000 for the year end. So I'm sure in the next update, whenever that happens on the Sidoti's research, I think the balance sheet concern would have been adequately be reflected in the update with the changes that we have made and the progress we have made in the company. Very quickly, my next slide, Q4 at a glance. Not going through the big statistics, it's just meant to give you an idea that this is a well-oiled machine that is delivering extremely complicated solution for a very mission-critical applications throughout the industry. We have 4 locations in the United States. Chicago, that's where I am at right now. That's our corporate headquarters. We have locations in California, Irvine, Detroit, Michigan, New Jersey, And in offshore land, we have got 3 development centers, one near Bombay, in Chennai, as well as in Hyderabad, India. Going on to the next slide, it just talks about some of our key clients. Now we have started to organize those clients in the 3 verticals that we're going to talk more about every time we get an opportunity to hone down what are we doing in all these 3 verticals that we are now focusing on: healthcare, retail, and logistics, and the third being the media and publishing. Just I'll give you a quick second to appreciate the exciting logos that are out there that we've been servicing for a very, very long time. And these are all our multi-year recurring revenue relationships that we are very fortunate to have as part of our business plan. And thankfully, we are also a pretty integral part of their business plan in delivering the value and the development of their companies. Very quickly, I wanted to just lay one theme with you all, that Quadrant 4 should be viewed as a company that is servicing key industry segments, healthcare, media, and retail, as I said. These industry segments are at the crossroad of huge digital disruptions. I want to very quickly point out the kind of disruptions that we are talking about in healthcare as a result of the healthcare reforms that are going on and the escalating costs. The employer-centric benefits and health model has been shifting to a model which we call fixed contribution model, where the employers are setting aside a fixed amount of dollars for their employees that they can take that money and spend in an open market. And consequently, what that does is it just disrupts the existing incumbent business models, both for the health plan and benefit carriers, as well as the supply chain is getting disrupted, that there's a lot of aggregation and consolidation that is happening. The buying patterns are changing, and a lot more technology, a lot more analytics, a lot more consumerism is creeping into the space, which will ultimately drive the efficiency and cost down. But technology has got a huge role to play in allowing these current players to embrace to a new business role and business model. So Q4 has developed a industry-leading from ground up chassis that takes advantage of social mobility, analytics, and cloud computing technologies. And we rolled out our private health exchange, which is in deployment, and which I believe will be the major engine to capitalize and leverage on this healthcare disruption as this buying pattern changes over next 3-year period. Second disruption that's of keen interest to us is in the retail and logistics space. We spoke about that in our last couple of conversations that I had with you all, and there we are simply focusing on up and coming retailers who are focusing their businesses on getting their buyers and consumers and the shoppers from all different channels: the mobile, the web-based e-commerce, the satellite stores, as well as brick and mortar. These are typically the retailers that we want to go after, that does not have a lot of legacy enterprise IT systems that they have invested in, and they are making decisions to buy a compact retail management system that includes store management, personnel management, loyalty program management, mobility-based payment gateways and checkouts, inventory control, and very, very fancy and sophisticated analytics that will help them not only drive their business decision, but figure out what their demographics looks like and how they want to expand their brand, geographically as well as on the positioning standpoint. So these are the systems for up and coming retailers, and we're doing very well with that. As I reported last time, we continue to win more awards. We have about 5 retailers in that platform on our system so far. Third and last, but not the least, but very, very exciting opportunity that we're seeing a lot of pull, is an opportunity lying in the media and publishing side. That industry also, as you all know, is at a crossroad of a digital divide, which is growing very, very large. The print media and the digital media is actually diverging quite rapidly, leaving a larger bridge to gap for the publishers. And I think the challenge and the disruption comes in a way of providing solutions that these publishers can very effectively manage the content that needs to span across the print media as well as on the digital side. They can repurpose it more efficiently. And not only that, or when you cross over on the digital side, they need to be able to deliver it very granularly to the audience. These industry players are facing a significant pressure because print media is kind of shrinking, but it's not something that they can get away from. On the other hand, digital media is getting consolidated, and there's a bunch of price pressure on it, and a requirement to laser focus the delivery system on a exact characteristics of the demographics and the interest groups. And the third and very complicating factor is to help them manage the advertisement revenue across both print and the digital media in a way that the advertisers get value, the publishers can show the accountability, and effectively spend the dollar in running the advertisement on the digital side. So Quadrant for a while has been working in that space, and there is a tremendous amount of pull for our technology that we have built and the domain expertise that we have built. So in the up and coming months this year, we will see a lot more focus, a lot more excitement coming out of that part of our business. So in summary, Quadrant 4 has got opportunity to build a very large platform businesses that are filling very large spaces available to us. And the company has built 3 different chassis, one for healthcare, one for retail, and logistics, and the third for the media and publishing. All these three chassis has a core element of social mobility, analytics, and cloud computing related proprietary Quadrant 4 technologies that has been repackaged to service these disruptions in these 3 industries. Each of these three industry segments means over $100 million each market opportunity for us to go and prosecute over the next 3-year period. These are all SaaS-based revenue streams, so obviously we will be up on a maturation, on a steady state 3 years from now. We could potentially be operating in a very healthy gross margin business lines. Next slide is just a representation of what I just went over. In the outermost ring, you see our horizontal proprietary technologies. We call it social mobility and analytics tech stack. And from that proprietary set of technology, company has built a industry-specific packages of 3 vertical chassis, one for health, media, and retail. As we go forward this year, we're looking for a significant growth. Last year we did about pretty close to about $38 million top line revenue, producing $4.3 million EBITDA. From there, we have given a guidance for the year 2014 to be closer to 15 million on top line and closer to about $6 million worth of EBITDA number. I want to point out that there's a significant growth that is anticipated in both in the health exchange platform as well as media and retail platform sales. Our traditional business of consulting and solutions is going to have a marginal 20% organic growth year over year, which continues to provide us a stable backstop for our growth plan. One point I'd like to make is I talked about north of $6 million, about $6 million worth of EBITDA guidance for this year. On a cash flow basis, company is positive. Last year we did $4.4 million worth of EBITDA. You would notice our net income is negative because of a lot of the non-cash items that we have accumulated. About a $16 million block on our balance sheet, which is intangibles, and that is being written down. And as a result, we see a negative net income number. But after paying the interest expenses and other things, company is in a positive cash flow. On a cash flow basis, company throws off decent cash every year. And that trend is going to continue to grow on us with the deployment of our platform technologies. Guess we've been through the discussion about our health exchange opportunity, but very quickly to summarize it, we are addressing over 100 million Americans who are going to be buying or rather looking to buy health exchanges based benefits in an open marketplace, as opposed to the employee-sponsored health plans, and that trend is setting very well. Quarter 4 is targeting to get 5-7% of their population to be buying insurance and benefit products through Q4 branded technologies. Our revenue model is between $2 and $6 per member per month, and the range is indicative of the unbundled pricing that we are going to offer. At the low end of $2, we give them the capability to shop and enroll for just the benefits and products. And at the high end of $6, we got a whole bunch of additional portal capabilities, one invoicing capabilities, financial features that we provide, and some significant analytics and the data services that we provide that will push it over to the $6 per person per month type of a pricing. So what we're saying here is over a 3-year period, Q4 is very well positioned to take 5, 6, 7 million lives on its platforms, producing each life producing anywhere between $25, $30, $40 a year in terms of revenue. So we could very easily see how the health exchange opportunity adds up to about $100 million a year revenue stream, operating with at north of 50% gross margin by the 2016 timeframe going into 2017. As far as our distribution channel, we are a technology provider. We do not operate exchanges. We enable healthcare insurance companies and brokers and dealers to establish exchanges and operate exchanges. We provide our technology under private label situation whereby the exchange operators can select on our technology and customize it to meet their needs. So in other words, we have a large opportunity in front of us, and our distribution capability will allow us to establish as many as 20 or 25 relationships that will be operating our technology on their branded exchanges. Next couple of slides is actually talking about the Q-Hicks Quarter 4 Health Exchange. It's comparison relative to some of the other players in the market and some of the proprietary features. We are offering a demonstration of our QHIX platforms, I think every other Thursday, and I would encourage some of you who are interested in taking a closer look at our technology to sign up for those demos and get a better feel for that. Just in a summary for the health exchange opportunity, we have a pretty healthy sales funnel. We are currently in construction with 5 exchange partners, and we are closer to about 100,000 lives that are actually active on our exchanges, which is up from last quarter when I reported to you. Last quarter I reported to you, we hit closer to about 50,000 lives. With this new implementation, the live count is growing. Obviously, the implementation in some cases is slow because there are multiple moving parts. But on the sales funnel side, we are tracking about 25 live opportunities. About 2/3 of them represents opportunities coming from the broker-centric exchange partnership, and about 1/3 of the opportunities are with the larger health plan providers, including some of the Blue Crosses, as well as some of the larger third-party administrators. So it's a pretty significant, progress that we are making on healthcare side. On the retail and media side, also we are having a tremendous run with a lot of excitement about our product. So company is very well positioned to deliver on its guidance and continue to evolve the technology and dominate these 3 verticals that we have outlined for you. I thank you for your continued support, and I'm looking forward to reporting to you soon with the new developments. I will open the floor for the question and answer, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you all.
Okay, I want to thank everyone again for joining us today at the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. Right now we have on the line with us Drew Desai, Chairman and CFO of Quadrant 4 Systems. Ticker symbol was QFOR on the OTCQB. And we're going to jump right into the questions. Drew, our first question is, Quadrant 4 reported gross profit of about $9.6 million on revenues of around $37.3 million. That's about 25%. Do you have expectations for that to improve moving forward?
Yeah, if you see our revenue, the contributions coming from different lines of businesses last year, only a small percentage of that came from our platform revenue, and we're expecting in the coming years or next 2-year, 3-year period, that contribution line from the product revenue is going to grow. And product revenue, we are kind of targeting it to deliver north of 40, 45, 50% gross margin levels beyond certain deployment level. So yes, definitely the answer is yes. It's going to get better as we see a deeper penetration of our technology platforms.
Thank you, Drew. And our next question, popular topic, is how does your QHIX health insurance exchange compare to the competitors that are out in the market?
It's a very good question. As you all know, this whole health exchange is a relatively new and disruptive business model that both insurance companies as well as the broker community at large is trying to embrace. That really requires them to be prepared to implement a completely new set of ecosystems and a new system, new business model for generating revenue, reaching the clients, and underwriting practices. So a lot of our competitors, I mean, we don't have too many, but whoever we have, vis-a-vis Benefit Focus and Liaison, those are the only 2 public comps that you have to work with. They got started way before any of the Obamacare or the open regulated road to retail. All of these things started to come to a reality. So their business models, their technology, their processes are sort of saddled with some legacy issues. Ours is the only platform that has got business plans and business models and business rules for every stakeholder, insurance companies, broker community, end users, employer groups, and third-party administrators in an open environment. That's number one. Number two, our product is based on open source technology, so it doesn't come with a large licensing fees to get started. And number three, it's completely based on a totally 100% new source code, new technology. It has no legacy component. So it's very easy to scale and very flexible to adapt to the new business model. It's based on social media, mobility, analytics, and cloud stack, which is a proprietary Q4 technology set. So we feel pretty good that we are positioned very, very well, and market is really validating that, the superiority of our technology platform.
Thank you, Drew. And our next question, how many covered lives do you currently have on your healthcare exchange?
So last conference we reported we had 50,000 paying members on the various platforms. That count is up. We are approaching over 100,000 lives now. There are several cases, several employer groups that are migrating over to the platforms. So it's a slow climb, but it is a climb nonetheless. More than live count, I think this year's focus, in all honesty, is getting our platform design in, and take the technology decisions off the table with some of our exchange partners, and let the market pull, move the lives from their current book of business or doing business in a traditional fashion to moving those lives over to the exchange-driven model. So first and key goal is to get the plumbing in place, get the technology design in, and get the technology decision off the table. And after that, I think it will be just business as usual. As employer groups and the lives decide to migrate onto the exchange model, we are there to receive those lives.
Thank you, Drew. Our next question, where should we be looking for revenue growth over the next few years relative to your products such as the healthcare exchange, retail sphere, and your consulting businesses?
I think I have given that guidance that this year we should be looking to record a revenue of about $50 million, up from $37.5 last year. Having said that, I think our team has done a tremendous job of architecting the three vertical chassis for three industries: the media, health platform, as well as retail. All three are SaaS-based cloud platforms, and we believe that each platform offers over $100 million each revenue contribution opportunity that we should be looking to target over the next 36-month period. So come exiting 2016, these platforms should be in a position to drive $100 million a piece in terms of revenues.
Thank you, Drew. And our next question, we only have a few more minutes left, but should we expect additional product lines to be developed, or is your focus now going to be on growing your customer base in each of your industry segments?
I think we have the chassis that are built. We're not building any more new chassis. These are the three industry-specific chassis driven from the core SMAC technology, proprietary Q4, innovations. So we're not looking to open any more chassis. We continue to add sizzle to it as our core R&D continues to develop customer exciting features and so forth, and increased set of revenue generating features will be added. But I think we got enough to go to market with regards to the platforms and technologies. So don't be looking for any new product introduction from the ground up. There will be enhancement features. There will be additional revenue generating capabilities for us as well as our clients that they can garner out of the platform that they choose to work on. So those are the kinds of innovations and improvements we will be looking to offer and add to the current chassis.
Okay, thank you, Drew. And that actually takes us up to our time limit. Thank you again for sharing all the great things going on at Quadrant 4. Again, for our viewers, that's ticker symbol QFOR on the OTCQB. We're going to move on next to Curtis Moore, Director of IR and PR for Energy Fuels, which It trades on the NYSE market under the ticker symbol UUUU, as well as on the Toronto Stock Exchange under the symbol EFR. Again, it's UUUU on the NYSE market, and it'll be Curtis Moore, Director of IR and PR.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Curtis Moore, and I'm the Director of Investor and Public Relations and also an attorney for Energy Fuels, Inc. Energy Fuels is one of the leading producers of uranium in the United States. And I believe we have a very compelling story to tell, not only about our current production capability, but also about our potential to significantly increase uranium production in the years to come, which will help to fuel the world's growing need for nuclear energy. Before I begin, the next two slides contain the required cautions regarding forward-looking statements and technical disclosures. Please review these slides at your convenience and feel free to contact us if you have any questions. So in today's presentation, I'll start by giving you an overview of Energy Fuels. Next, I'll offer our view of world uranium and nuclear markets. I'll quickly go over Energy Fuels' operating platform and some of our key production assets, and then I'll wrap up today with our most recent financial highlights for 2013 and guidance for 2014. So this first slide here shows Energy Fuels' investment proposition. We are both a miner and a producer of uranium, all from assets located here in the United States. However, more importantly for investors, we believe that we are a unique way to capitalize on the expected growth of nuclear energy that we see coming in the near future here. Nuclear energy is expected to be a high-growth sector in the coming years, as the demand for affordable, reliable, and clean energy increases. Uranium, of course, is the fuel for nuclear energy, and it is expected to benefit from this growth in nuclear energy. Of course, there are no substitutions for uranium, and without uranium, there is no nuclear power. Energy Fuels is a major producer of uranium right now. We are not an explorer, we are not a developer. We are a current producer of uranium, which differentiates us from many other companies that are on the scene today. In fact, in 2013, we accounted for about 25% of all U.S. uranium production. Now, keep in mind, throughout this presentation, we expect to reduce uranium production in 2013 simply in response to the current weak price environment. However, we believe that we have the ability to substantially increase our U.S.-based production as markets recover. Energy Fuels is strategically positioned in the United States. The United States is the world's largest producer of nuclear energy and hence the world's largest consumer of uranium. However, this fifth bullet point shown on this slide is what really differentiates Energy Fuels from many of our peers. We produced 1.2 million pounds of uranium in 2013, which was 25% of all U.S. uranium production, and we expect to produce about 500,000 pounds in 2014. However, we have the assets currently in our portfolio to potentially increase production to 5 or perhaps even 6 million pounds per year once stronger uranium prices return. We believe there is no other publicly traded uranium miner in the United States that can achieve this scale of growth. And finally, we have important relationships with strategic players in the nuclear industry, including Korea Power, a Korea Electric Power Company, or also known as KEPCO, and also Sumitomo Corporation of Japan. Here on this next slide, we show that Energy Fuels offers both current uranium production and, more significantly, we offer significant production growth potential. We focus on conventional uranium production in the United States, and conventional production is to be distinguished from in situ production, or ISR, in that conventional production occurs when ore is produced either at an underground mine or an open pit mine, and that ore is then shipped to a mill where it is processed into U3O8, also known as yellowcake. This product is purchased from us by utilities who use it for the fuel in their nuclear power plants. We employ a hub-and-spoke production strategy where ore is produced at mines in the region of our White Mesa mill, and then that ore is shipped to our White Mesa mill for processing. And of course, White Mesa is actually our key strategic asset. This is the only conventional uranium mill operating in the United States today. We are currently processing ore from our Pine Nut mine, which is located there in northern Arizona, and processing that ore at the White Mesa mill. It's about a 300-mile trucking distance. We also have a number of mines that are on standby and other projects that are near White Mesa that we plan to put into production as market conditions improve. Up there in Wyoming, we have a second major production center that we are currently in the process of developing. This is anchored by our Sheep Mountain project, our Gas Hills project, and our Juniper Ridge project. Right now, we are only producing from the White Mesa Mill. However, we expect Wyoming to be a key part of our production profile over the next several years. And finally, that last point on this slide shows that Energy Fuels is the largest holder of NI 43-101 uranium resources in the United States among producers or near producers. We believe that we have more uranium that we can put into production than any of our peers in the space right now. Here on slide number 7, we also show that we offer a unique combination of marketing advantages. We have contracts with 3 major utilities who operate nuclear power plants. 2 of our customers are in the U.S. and 1 is in South Korea, KEPCO. We expect to see an average price of $58.42 per pound across all of our contracts in 2014, and that is actually a 60% premium to the current spot price. These contracts call for deliveries of about 800,000 pounds of U3O8 this year, and these contracts have 2 to 4 years left on their term. It's important to note as well that the pricing on these contracts is at their floors. Therefore, we will not be seeing any reduction in our realized prices, even if the long-term price or the short-term or the spot price of uranium were to drop further. In the coming year, we expect to seek new long-term contracts. However, we do not plan to make any spot sales in this current weak price environment. Over there on the right side of this slide, you can see all of the reasons that we are particularly attractive to utility customers. We offer U.S.-based production, which means which equates to security of supply. That is an important consideration for utilities. The White Mesa Mill is well known in the utility industry as the only conventional mill in the United States, and it has been a reliable supplier of uranium for over 30 years. Our vision and objectives are to become the largest uranium producer in the United States and a mid-tier producer globally. As I said before, in 2013, we were the second largest producer of uranium in the United States behind Cameco. However, we intend to become the largest producer in the U.S. In the current weak price environment, we're seeing about a little under $34 per pound this week. We expect to produce about 500,000 pounds in 2014. However, as the price rises up into the 70s, which is actually where it was not that long ago, Energy Fuels has the assets in our portfolio right now to potentially increase production to 5 or possibly even 6 million pounds per year. As mineral prices increase to those levels, we have the ability to place an array of mineral assets into production over the course of the next several years. And again, it's important to note, these are assets we have in our portfolio right now. We don't believe there are any other U.S. producers with the ability to put this much uranium into production. Here on slide number 9, in order to achieve our goals, we are pursuing a simple 2-part strategy. First, we are managing our assets very conservatively in the current weak price environment. We are delivering into our 3 premium-priced sales contracts, utilizing the lowest cost sources of production in our portfolio, which includes the Pine Nut Mine in Arizona, and also our alternate feed business, which I'll discuss a little bit later. We are pursuing select spot market purchases and intend to buy 300,000 pounds of uranium for delivery into one of our contracts. In other words, one of our contracts allows us to purchase uranium in the current weak spot market, so we can purchase in the mid-$30 range, but we'll be able to go sell it for $55 or $56 per pound. This is a great business opportunity that we should not pass up in the current weak spot price environment. Finally, we are reducing costs and selling some of our non-core assets. However, what we're looking to do is that we are making the necessary investments to create and sustain the optionality of our assets so that we can significantly increase production once the expected uranium market recovery occurs. If uranium markets do come back as expected, we will first start up our mines that are currently on standby. These are mines that are fully permitted and fully developed that could be restarted within 3 to 12 months' time with minimal upfront capital cost. And these are very quick time frames in the mining industry. 2 to 3 years later, we could begin production from our 3 large-scale projects in Wyoming, New Mexico, and Utah, which I'll discuss a little bit later. Each one of these mines has between 20 to over 30 million pounds of uranium resources, along with substantial life of mine production profiles. We are looking to further consolidate the best conventional assets in the U.S. And finally, because we have the only conventional uranium mill in the United States, we will continue to seek new sources of mill feed and revenues from other mines located in the region. Here we show you just a quick snapshot of Energy Fuels, including our market cap, our enterprise value, and our recent stock performance. I'd especially like to emphasize our working capital number as of December 31st, 2013. Working capital, as I'm sure you know, is the current assets minus current liabilities, which includes cash, cash equivalents, liquid inventory, and that sort of thing. This level of working capital puts us in a strong position to execute our business plan over the next couple of years. We are covered by 5 research analysts. In fact, Roth Capital Partners just picked us up last week. And I'd also like to point out that we are listed on the New York Stock, the NYSE Market Exchange under the ticker symbol UUUU. And as you can see from the chart, this has significantly increased the trading liquidity of Energy Fuels. In fact, we're trading on average over $1 million per day of stock. Our board of directors and management is an impressive array of individuals. Our CEO, Steve Antony, and our Chief Operating Officer, Harold Roberts, both have over 3 decades of experience in the U.S. uranium industry. In addition, Harold Roberts and David Friedenland came to us in our June 2012 acquisition of Denison Mines, U.S. production assets, as did their president and CEO, Ron Hochstein, who sits on our board. And finally, our board of directors has an impressive array of individuals, all with deep experience in every aspect of the mining industry. Next, I'd like to discuss a few of the uranium market dynamics that we're seeing right now. So here on slide number 13, we all know that world electricity demand is increasing dramatically. In fact, it is expected to increase 81% by 2035. And the demand for clean energy is increasing even faster. Nuclear energy is particularly attractive. It is carbon-free, it reduces air pollution, and the fuel is very inexpensive once you have your reactor built. The International Energy Agency projects that nuclear power could grow by over 200% by the year 2035. And according to the World Nuclear Association, there are 434 operable nuclear reactors around the world right now, including 72 that are under construction right now. And again, these are not planned or hoped for reactors. These are real construction projects happening as we speak. Additionally, according to the World Nuclear Association, there are hundreds more nuclear reactors in various stages of planning around the world. There is no question, nuclear energy is a high-growth sector, and all of these units are going to require uranium. Here on slide 14, you can see that most forecasts that you look at demonstrate that new uranium production is going to be needed to supply the growth of nuclear energy. We show 2 forecasts on this slide, both from the World Nuclear Association. The one on their left is their reference case scenario, and the one on the right is their high demand and low supply scenario. Both scenarios show that we're going to need new mine production. However, we actually believe that the market dynamics that we're going to see are more accurately reflected on the graph to the right. And I'll show you why here in the next couple of slides. This slide is very wordy. I'm not going to go through it point by point, but what we're trying to demonstrate here is that there are major supply and demand questions in the uranium industry today. One major question is the current uranium price uncertainty caused primarily by oversupply in the short-term market, but we expect this to change very quickly. On the supply side, there are a number of questions. The HEU agreement recently expired, removing 24 million pounds of supply from world uranium markets. Kazakhstan has provided almost 100% of the growth in world uranium production since 2000. However, there are a number of questions as to whether Kazakhstan can maintain its current levels of production, much less grow them. In addition, current low prices are causing production to be shut down, and new development projects are being canceled and deferred all over the world right now. On the demand side, there are questions as well. Japan is expected to begin restarting some of their reactors this year. We project that we will see a 2 to 6 restart by the end of this year. However, some forecasts are calling for as many as 12 or more. New reactors are under construction and planned all over the world. And then there's China. Demand for nuclear energy in China is absolutely skyrocketing. The Chinese are making significant investments in nuclear energy because it's safe, it provides baseload electricity, and the fuel is relatively inexpensive. Plus, you've probably seen pictures from China showing the terrible air pollution that they are experiencing. You can see why they are attracted to nuclear energy. Right now, nuclear accounts only for about 2% of China's generating capacity. In the U.S., nuclear accounts for about 20%, and around the world, that number is 15%. Yet, even after all this growth, by 2020, nuclear is still going to represent less than 5% of China's generating capacity. Plus, there is recent news that China could exceed their prior projections. They could have 60 or even 70 gigawatts of generating capacity by 2020. These are truly striking numbers and really demonstrate the growth potential for uranium. According to Credit Suisse, here on page 17, less than 100 million pounds of uranium can be produced at today's spot price. The bars in this graph represent individual mines around the world, along with their costs. And you can see that mines are likely operating at a loss right now. But this is not expected to last. The simple truth is that uranium prices must rise to support the production we know will be needed. We believe it is a matter of when, not if. This slide here just quickly shows why we believe that Energy Fuel is strategically positioned. U.S. is the world's largest producer of nuclear and the world's largest consumer of uranium. But a lot of people are shocked to learn that the U.S. is over 90% dependent on foreign sources of uranium. And the U.S. is a good, safe, and politically stable jurisdiction to operate, yet has significant barriers to entry. So we do not anticipate very much competition here in the coming years. Next, I'd like to spend just a few minutes on Energy Fuel's operating platform. Here on page 20, you can see our key strategic assets. We have the White Mesa Mill there in southeast Utah, and it is surrounded by some of the most important uranium resources in the U.S. We have one mine in production in northern Arizona, the Pine Nut. We also have 6 projects on standby that are fully permitted and fully developed and could be brought online in relatively little time and upfront cost. We have 3 large-scale projects that we believe will provide a base feed material to our mill and to the new facility that we're developing in Wyoming. And we have an array of additional projects located throughout the western U.S. Slide 21 here shows a little bit about our White Mesa Mill. Again, it is the only conventional uranium mill operating in the United States today. It has a licensed capacity of 2,000 tons per day and can produce up to 8 million pounds per year. It also has the capability to produce vanadium, and we also have an alternate feed circuit, which is often considered waste materials by the people that generate these, but this is the only facility in North America that can actually produce uranium from these materials. These might be the lowest cost sources of uranium in the world today. Finally, that picture in the lower right shows packaged U3O8 ready for delivery to our converter. Each one of those barrels is worth about $50,000. Again, I won't spend a lot of time on this slide. This just shows where our key production assets are. We have the Pine Nut Mine there in northern Arizona. Our 3 Wyoming projects. Those 3 projects there taken together have over 40 million pounds of uranium, which is more uranium in the ground than many of our peers have in their entire portfolios. The Roca Honda project, which we just acquired from Strathmore, is down in New Mexico. This is one of the largest and highest grade uranium projects in the United States. And finally, our Henry Mountains project there, not far from the White Mesa Mill, also has the capability to provide a good source of base feed material to our White Mesa Mill. This is just a summary of our resources here on page 23. Again, we are the largest holder of uranium resources in the U.S., including 92 million pounds of measured and indicated resources and 37 million pounds of inferred. Again, we believe we have more uranium that we can put into production than any of our U.S. peers. I'll conclude today's presentation with a brief overview of our most recent financial results and guidance. Slide 25 shows our most recent financials for the 15 months ended December 31st. Keep in mind that we changed our fiscal year end from September to December, so we reported 15 months. Again, note our strong cash and working capital positions. And again, we reported production levels that many of our peers hope to achieve in the next couple of years. Slide 25 here shows our guidance. Again, we're going to have 800,000 pounds of delivery obligations this year. We expect to produce 500,000 pounds from both conventional ore and alternate feed processing. And we also plan to make 300,000 pounds of purchases. As I mentioned, finally, I hope it's become very clear that we have the flexibility to adjust our operations in response to market conditions. If prices do increase and do improve here in the coming months, we will likely change some of this guidance. So again, I'll wrap up today's presentation here on this last slide. Energy Fuels is a current producer of uranium with the only conventional mill operating in the United States today. We are the second largest producer of uranium in 2013 behind only Cameco. We believe we also have unmatched production growth potential and scalability. We have the ability to bring on 5 or possibly even 6 million pounds per year over the next several years if prices improve as we think they will. And we have one of the largest uranium resource bases in the United States. And these points are what truly differentiates Energy Fuels from many of our peers. So thank you for joining me again today. I believe we've built an impressive company over the past few years, and we have a very compelling story to tell that I think is only now beginning to be recognized and understood in the markets. Here's our contact information. Please feel free to contact us anytime, and I'll be happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open up the line for our Q&A session with Energy Fuels. We have on the line with us Curtis Moore, Director of IR and PR. Ticker symbols are on NYSE Market, UU, and on the Toronto Stock Exchange, EFR. Curtis, we're going to jump right into the questions. Our first question, if uranium prices continue to be depressed, should we only expect production from your Arizona and Pine Nut mines?
Yes, that's what our current plan is. Right now, we are producing from our Pine Nut mine, and we're going to expect to have production from Pine Nut through the end of 2014 and into the first part of 2015, at which point we think the economic resource will be depleted, although these Arizona Strip mines do often overachieve, and often through underground drilling, we do find additional resources. We're also going to be processing alternate feed materials. These are these other feeds that don't come from conventional ore that also have significant quantities of uranium. And so we would be producing uranium from alternate feeds, but that would be it if this current market environment stays depressed.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, how does your White Mesa mill provide Energy Fuels with a competitive advantage?
Well, that's pretty easy. It's the only conventional uranium mill in the United States right now. Therefore, if somebody has conventional ore that they need to process or they wish to process, they have to come through us. Now, right now, in the current price environment, we're only utilizing the White Mesa mill for our own ore. But if prices were to increase to certain levels, there are other mines in the region that are not owned or controlled by us that would potentially have ore, and so we would toll mill for those individuals or for those mines, or we might purchase the ore. The nice thing about that is that we are able to produce uranium at very little risk to Energy Fuels. We kind of lock in margins for ourselves.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, are you going to continue to develop some of your bigger projects, such as Sheep Mountain, given the current uranium price environment?
Yeah, absolutely. We do see uranium prices improving over the next few years. We want to make sure that Energy Fuels is ready to significantly increase production once markets do recover. Right now, we're in a depressed uranium market. We hope it doesn't last, but it could. But we also want to be in a position to quickly and substantially increase our production once these prices do come back. And the real big annual production profiles for the projects in our portfolio come from our Wyoming projects, meaning Sheep Mountain in particular, but also Gas Hills and Juniper Ridge, but also our Henry Mountains project in southeast Utah, and our Roca Honda project in northern New Mexico. Those three projects alone have the capability to produce 5 or even 6 million pounds per year. So we don't want to put any development and permitting on standby right now, because if we stop it right now and then we decide we have to restart in a couple of years, it'll just take all that much longer to put those into production. So we're definitely continuing on those.
Okay, thank you. And
it's very clear that uranium supplies are not going to be able to keep up with demand. Definitely not at today's prices. Right now, at $32.50 per pound, which is the current spot price today, there is very little incentive for producers such as Energy Fuels or anybody, not the ISR producers, not even producers in places like Kazakhstan or Africa, really, to bring new production into the market. Therefore, that's why we believe that prices will have to rise. We believe it is truly a matter of when and not if. I think that again, with Japan probably bringing on some new reactors this year, that's going to start eating up into some supplies, or eating into some of the excess supplies that are out there. But right now, it's China is the big driver. They have some very aggressive nuclear plans. And it seems like there's news coming out almost every day talking about how much more nuclear that China is going to be bringing online. It's looking like they're going to significantly exceed their original projections for 2020. And so uranium's a small market, and so there's going to come a tipping point where these prices are going to improve substantially, we think.
Well, thank you. And actually, you just were talking about China. The next question is along those lines. I mean, given the projected growth of uranium demand in China, are you already looking to develop some contacts over there for potential long-term sales?
Oh, absolutely. China is, of course, one of the big drivers of growth in our industry, and so yes, we'd be remiss not to be looking to China. But we would certainly prefer to sell to U.S. utilities, just because that's where our production comes from. We're a U.S. company, and we would much rather try to support U.S. Energy production. But we also have a business to run here, so most definitely we'd look to China. China right now gets most of their uranium from Kazakhstan and from Africa, and I think that that's probably where most of their uranium is going to come from in the future, but that's all the less uranium that will be available for sale elsewhere in the world. And so even if, for instance, we were not to enter into a contract to sell to China, it's still going to create an overall improvement to uranium prices in uranium markets, simply because uranium is a fungible commodity. The uranium that's produced here in our mines in Arizona is the same that's produced in the projects in Kazakhstan. So if once that demand from China starts to increase substantially, and it has been increasing substantially, it's just been the Japanese reactors has sort of allowed it to be. We just haven't really felt the effects yet of Chinese demand out there. It's going to improve our economics substantially as well.
Okay, thank you. And our next question: how quickly could you move your mines that are on standby back into production?
Well, it kind of depends on the particular project. We have some mines in our portfolio that could be brought back online within the course of, say, 3 or 4 months' time. And for folks that aren't familiar with the mining industry, not just uranium mining, but any mining, that is extremely quick. You just don't flip a switch and start producing ore at these places. But if you look at our La Salle project, which has 2 mines that were in production, our La Salle complex is actually a series of about 6 or 7 mines along about an 11-mile trend. But we talk about it as just one project. But there were 2 mines that were in production in our La Salle complex, the Beaver and Pandora, that were in production as recently as late 2012. We're maintaining those on standby. We're maintaining all the facilities and the permits. We would essentially just need to hire and train a workforce to go in there and start those up. The same is true of our Dineros mine, also in southeast Utah. Again, that was in production until as recently as late 2012. We're maintaining it in all manner to be able to restart that very quickly. Again, it would be a matter of just hiring a workforce to go in there and start mining. Some of our other projects would take maybe a little bit of prep work to get going. Our Whirlwind mine, for instance, our Henry Mountains complex, those are at one certain section of our Henry Mountains complex is on standby. We'd have to pump a little water out. We'd have to probably do a little rehab work. Those might take closer to, say, 12 to 15 months to bring back into production. So those are kind of on the higher range of our standby projects, and we have about 6 projects that are right now on standby. So we tell people it'll take between 3 and about 12 to 15 months to bring those back online. And even 12 to 15 months is an extremely quick response in the mining industry.
Okay, thank you very much, Curtis. And that was actually, we're just coming up at the time limit right now. So we were just talking with Curtis Moore, Director of IR and PR at Energy Fuels, trades on the Toronto Stock Exchange under the symbol EFR, and here in the U.S. on the NYSE market under the ticker symbol UUUU. We're going to move on to our next presentation with Nicholas Carter, Chairman and CEO of Arabian American Development, trades on the NYSE market, ticker symbol ARSD, and again, Nicholas Carter, Chairman and CEO.
Hello, I'm Nick Carter. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Arabian American Development Company. I'd like to welcome you to this presentation today. First item on the screen is going to be our safe harbor statement. Most people have seen these before. It's the same as most of them you'll see. Next item on the screen will be just a snapshot of where our company stands right now. The stock price, this is as of April the 10th, was $10.95. High low is 13.17 and 7.07 was the low. Our market cap is around 265 million. Our average daily volume was about 78,000. We have 24.2 million shares outstanding, and our net debt to capital ratio is 5.2%. The working capital as of the end of the year was 32 million. Our current ratio is 3.2 to 1. A little bit of history of the company. Arabian American really has two significant investment areas. We basically are a petrochemical company. We're 100% owners of a company called Southampton Resources. Southampton has been in business a long time. Arabian American acquired it in 1987. And it's grown from being a small part of Arabian American to actually being the focus of the business currently. We also have a 35% interest in a mine in Saudi Arabia. It's a zinc and copper mine. The name Arabian American was actually developed because the company was set up to develop this mining operation, but over the years, well, the petrochemical thing kind of outgrew it and became the major focus in the mining area. While it's still a significant investment, is now secondary to the petrochemicals. We got listed on the NASDAQ in 2008. In 2012, we switched over to the New York Stock Exchange. And also significantly in 2012, well, the Al Masan Al Cobra mining venture in Saudi Arabia became operational and profitable for the first time, and starting in July of 2012. We're going to talk about the petrochemical operation first, as that's a major focus of the company, and then we'll touch on the mining investment here after a while. The Southampton Resources has one facility. It's in Silsbee, Texas, which is just north of Beaumont in southeast Texas. We've got about 165 employees. We've got a market sales office in Sugar Land, and Sugar Land we use for a corporate address just because it's close to Houston, and we figured more people would be familiar with that area. Southampton is a market leader in North America in the pentanes for the products that we manufacture and the people that we serve. We've got about 80% of the market in these high purity pentanes that we produce in North America. We also make some high purity hexanes and some blends of different pentanes and things of that nature. We'll get into the specific uses in just a minute. We have a very stable customer base. They're all predominantly at least Fortune 500 players. The market is high barrier to entry in this high purity market we deal in. And in addition to these C5s and C6s that we produce, we do some toll processing. We've got 3 different customers that we manufacture products on kind of like a take or pay toll processing basis. The products that we produce, normal pentane is used as like a blowing agent in expandable polystyrene and other types of foams. It's also used as a condensing agent in polyethylene processes. Isopentane is also an expanding agent in the foam packaging business, but its bigger use and really the more premium use for us is it's used as a condensing agent in polyethylene and also a catalyst carrying agent. The isopentane, for instance, can be injected into the process as a coolant, and they control the temperature of the reaction while they're making polyethylene by injecting this isopentane. And that's how they control the quality of the product that they're making. Now, one thing when they're introducing something like isopentane into their process, well, you know it has to be very pure, has to be very consistent. They want it to act the same way every time. The engineers are very careful not to put something in the process that's going to upset the whole thing. And so consequently, the purity and consistency and the service we provide is really our winning combination for the market that we're in. We also produce, of course, blends of normal pentane and isopentane. These are also used as blowing agents or expanding agents in the foam business. We produce normal hexane, isohexane. They're used in similar polyethylene, polypropylene, synthetic rubbers, things of that nature. There's other applications such as geothermal, adhesives, elastomers. There's some agricultural uses and specialty fuels and things like that, the markets that we serve. I skipped over a pie chart that kind of indicates some of the products that our material goes in briefly. That we don't make any finished products of these things, but our material goes into the manufacture of these products. The capacity of our plant right now is 7,000 barrels a day. In 2012, we had a utilization rate of about 72%, 64% 2011, 54% in 2010. During 2014, there'll be times we're at capacity, and consequently, we're already in the process of getting permits and doing the engineering to increase our capacity by about 50%. And we'll have that finished by the end of 2015. We've got also, as I mentioned, we've got three or four toll processing units. We do some white oils, we do aromatic oil, we do some biojet manufacturing for a company called Gevo. We take alcohol and make it into jet fuel, and we're also making paraxylene for the same company. The big thing that makes us excited about our business right now is the shale gas evolution going on in the U.S. The ethane that is produced on these shale gas production units, the ethane is a big part of the liquids that's produced. The ethane is actually used by our customers, the polyethylene people. Their feedstock starts out as ethane. It goes to ethylene crackers, and from ethylene crackers go to polyethylene units. And then on the other end of the spectrum, the pentane C5C8 is what we use as feedstock. And so consequently, these shale formations are producing a lot of the NGLs, which is good for our customers as far as their feedstock availability and cost. It's also good for us as far as our feedstock availability and cost. And I'm going to show you a slide here that kind of indicates what the excitement is here. That chart there indicates the amount of gas liquids from 2008 up to 2024. And you can see the big rise that's expected in the natural gas liquids because of all these shale gas formations that are being produced. All right, so that means our feedstock and our customers' feedstock is going to be plentiful and should be fairly priced in the future. This chart indicates the capital expenditures that are being invested by the U.S. chemical industry. Much of that capital investment is going into ethylene crackers and polyethylene, and that's our sweet spot. And so you can see that by 2015, 2016, a lot of this capital investment is peaking out at, $14 billion or better. And a lot of these units are going to start coming online in 2016. So the reason that we're expanding our process is to get ready for this surge in demand that we see coming. There's only two people in North America that produce the purity of these materials that we produce. It's us and Phillips 66. And we've got 80% of the market share in North America currently, and we intend to keep it. We're going to keep the market full. We're going to supply the product that's needed for these polyethylene units, and we're really excited about the growth of our market and our industry over the next 5 to 7 years. A lot of capital investment going on right now. Here's a slide just kind of shows some of our customers, the people that you recognize, and these are the kind of people that are making the capital investment right now. Most of them we're already servicing, and we fully expect to get our share of the market when the expansions and the additions are come online. In 2013, we had record revenue. We're up to 236 million. We had record volume at 67 million gallons. Our record operating income was up 14% to $20 million. Additionally, our international results were strong. Our revenues were up 5.5% internationally, and our volume was up 5.6% internationally. We ship into Middle East, Singapore, Australia, Europe, South America. The international part of our business is getting to be a bigger part of the business. Our strategic objectives so far for 2014, we're going to expand the toll processing customer base. We're working on that as we speak. We're going to increase our capacity through debottlenecking. We pretty much got through all that, and that's why we're doing the addition coming up next year. One of our objectives has been to acquire a strategic business. If we can find a niche business that maybe got similar customers or something like that, we'd like to get a little bigger footprint in the chemical industry. And then this international business is still a chance to expand. And right now we've got an agent working in China to see if we can get part of that Chinese market, because they do have some units that could use our material. Here's the map of where we operate in the world, all over North America, South America, Europe, Far East, Australia, that type of thing. Some of our biggest customers are in the Middle East. And as we stand right now, the Middle East and the United States are the lowest cost producers in these polyethylene units and in petrochemicals because of the shale gas thing. The rest of the world, the cost basis is a good bit higher than what the U.S. and Middle East have got. And so consequently, that's why you're seeing all this expansion in the U.S. is it's basically positioned to take business away from the rest of the world. And that pretty well covers the petrochemical business. The outlook is very good. We've got a very sound business with a very good name for quality and service in the industry, and we're very happy with the direction it's headed with the growth we see in the next 5 to 7 years. I'm going to talk for just a few minutes about this Almason El Cobra mining company that we've got 35% owners. As I mentioned, we were the original developers of this thing. We did the reserve work. We had a 44 square kilometer lease in Saudi Arabia. And in 2006, we put together this joint venture with 8 or 9, I guess, additional shareholders. The Saudi people put in $60 million in cash. We put in the lease area and the reserve information, and as I mentioned, the thing actually got underway in July of 2012. Currently, we have 35.25% ownership in this investment. We produce zinc concentrate and copper concentrate. These things it's an underground mine. The ore is taken to a processing facility that we built there at the mine. The concentrate is trucked over to the port of Jazan, which is in southwest Saudi Arabia, and shipped. Most of it goes over to the east, to China, Korea, India. At this point in time, the European markets and some of the other markets are a little bit slow right now, but the Chinese market particularly is still taking a lot of zinc and copper. We also have a precious metal circuit, which we're remodeling. When we started it up in 2012, we decided that it didn't really work as efficient as we thought it should, and therefore we're modifying the precious metal circuit. Probably have it done hopefully by the end of this year, and we'll be able to recover more of the gold and silver that's present to help our profitability on that regard. One of the things that's in the Saudi law that has to do with these joint venture or joint stock company corporate things like we've got over there is that after 2 years, there has to be an IPO where you sell 25% of your ownership to the Saudi public. So probably in 2015, we'll be getting into this IPO thing. And that's not all bad because it will set a market price for the company in that region, and we'll have a real good idea of what our real market price, what the asset value of that company is after that IPO is done. I've got some information in these slides about what the reserves, the percent of zinc, percent of copper, all that kind of stuff. We've got both the feasibility study numbers and we've got the actual particulars that we're running into. In 2013, we actually produced 35,000 tons of copper concentrate, 33,000 tons of zinc concentrate. And all of that was shipped out. The warehouse was pretty empty at the end of the year. And we ended up shipping, as of the end of the year, about 39,000 of copper, and zinc shipped was actually 42,000 tons. We've got the income statement of Arabian American here. The print's pretty small, but we had $236 million in revenue in last year. The EBITDA was right at, looks like 32 million. If you take out the mining adjustments that were in there, EBITDA was about 21 or 23.8 million. So we had a very healthy year last year. Balance sheet, you'll notice that there's not very much debt. We've got a little bit of long-term debt. That most of that has to do with the revolving working capital that we've got. There is about $6 million of long-term debt associated with the expansion that we did in 2008, but that debt will be paid off in 2018. Other than that, the balance sheet is very healthy. We've got a real experienced management team. I've been with the company about 37 years. Simon Upfield Brown is the new president of Southampton, the petrochemical company. He has over 20 years in the industry. Our CFO, Connie Cook, has been with the company for about 20 years. Mark Williamson, our VP of Marketing, has about 25 years with the company. Ron Franklin, our VP of Manufacturing, has 31 years of experience. He's actually been with the company about 5 years now. Reasons to invest in our company. Basically, we've got a very robust sales pipeline and stable customer base in the petrochemical business. The outlook, as I explained, is really strong. We've got a capacity expansion and underway or planned, and tolling opportunities are being looked at in addition to potential acquisitions. The shale gas expansion is going to just be wonderful for our feedstock supply and also for the expansion of our domestic customer base. The AMAC mine, since it has started up in 2012, has been producing very routinely. It's become a very routine business. It's working well. We've applied for some more lease areas over there, and we think the future of that investment is good. And so the company is really in a good position for growth. It's really in a good position to add value right now. And it's a good place to put some money if you're interested in long-term growth. That pretty much covers the presentation. Thank you for the attention. And we're going to have a question and answer session after this presentation operates. So thank you very much.
We're on the line right now with Nicholas Carter, Chairman and CEO of Arabian American Development Company. ticker symbol ARSD on the NYSE market. We're going to open up the line for the Q&A session right now. And for our first question, Nicholas, this investor would like to know, as a clarification, sustained low natural gas prices are a positive for your business. Is that correct?
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, we use natural gas both for fuel gas for our operation, and then the liquids off gas wells are used for actually our feedstock to our process.
Okay, very good. And our next question, when it comes to diversifying your product line, how much R&D or CapEx does that typically require?
Well, the R&D is really not expensive for what we do. The CapEx for the plant itself is around $4 to $5 million a year on the average. We keep it pretty up to date and modern. R&D itself is more just laboratory work and dealing with customers about what they need in the business that we currently operate. So it's not an expensive proposition.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Our next question, is it important to you to have your processing facilities near major shale gas fields?
No, not really. We get our feedstock currently from Mont Belvieu, which is a major hub for the natural gas and liquids business. And we get our feedstock off of a pipeline that runs from Mont Belvieu near Houston all the way up to the Chicago area and into New York is where the major pipeline runs. And we've got our own pipeline that's about 35 miles that hooks into that major pipeline, and so we don't have any problem getting liquids. There's an awful lot of liquids coming out of Arkansas and Louisiana and even South Texas that go through that Mont Belvieu hub. So we're in a good spot from that position.
Okay, thank you. And I want to remind our viewers that if you do have a question for Arabian American Development, please click the Submit Question tab at the top right of your screen, and you can enter your question in. We're going to move on to our next question. For your Penax capacity and utilization, how high do you expect utilization to reach in 2014, and at what point would you begin to consider investing in additional capacity?
Well, we're bumping against capacity as we speak this year, and as we get into the warmer months, it'll be more consistently very near capacity on what we currently have, which is 6,700 barrels a day of process capacity. We've just recently we've been applying for our permit to do an expansion. We're going to expand our process by about 50%. We're in the permit stage currently, and we should have that permit any day now. And once we get that permit, we'll start accumulating equipment, and we think that we'll be starting construction on the expansion probably about the first of the year. For the next 6 months, we'll be acquiring equipment and that type of thing, and doing some site prep and all that. But the permit has to be in place, and we should get that any day. We applied for it probably 6 or 9 months ago. So expansion is on the near horizon. The expansion will be finished by the end of 2015 is when we think we'll actually need a good deal more capacity. So we're right on target with that.
Okay, thank you. And doesn't look like we have any other questions that have come in. We still have a few more moments left. Nicholas, what would be the main takeaways you'd like investors to have about the Arabian American Development story?
Well, I think on the petrochemical side, the main thing that they need to understand is that this shale gas revolution fits right into our sweet spot. Our customers, who are a lot of polyethylene manufacturers, are doing a lot of capital investment and a lot of expansion because they're getting cheap feedstock out of the shale gas revolution. And on the liquid side, well, we're getting cheap feedstock due to the NGLs that are being produced by that same, that same shale gas revolution that's going on. And so not only are we getting cheap feedstock, but our customers are getting cheap feedstock. And so we're right in the middle of a good place to grow and expand over the next 5 to 7 years. The business we've got looks very strong going forward. And that's probably the most critical thing at this point in time.
Okay, well very good. We were just talking with Nicholas Carter, Chairman and CEO of Arabian American Development Company. The ticker symbol is ARSD on the NYSE market. Again, that's ARSD on the NYSE market. Thank you again for joining us, Nicholas. For our investors out in the audience, we're going to be moving on to our next presentation in a few more minutes. We'll be hearing from Andrew Limpert, CFO of Profire Energy, ticker symbol PFIE on the NASDAQ. Again, Andrew Limpert, CFO of Profire Energy. Up next, we're going to go to Andrew Limpert, CFO of Profire Energy, ticker symbol PFIE on the NASDAQ. Again, Profire Energy with Andrew Limpert, CFO.
Hi, it's Andrew Limpert, CFO of Profire Energy. I want to take a few minutes today and give an update to our friends at RedChip, current shareholders, people that are following the company, or perhaps you're new to the company, new to the story. I'd like to give you a brief introduction and let you know our current state of affairs here at Profire. Again, we're a publicly traded company. The big news around Profire recently is we have just uplisted to the NASDAQ. It's just a significant milestone for the company. The symbol remains the same under PFIE, but we believe that it does show verification of our strategy and of our execution and the excitement that is being found in the market with our company. Again, Profire Energy is a technology business. We sell high-tech thermostats to the oil and gas companies throughout the United States and Canada primarily right now. We have been fortunate enough to have the opportunity to be one of the fastest growing companies in the world. That was an award that we received from Deloitte & Touche, as you can see on our presentation. It's a tribute to the people we have here at Profire. It speaks to the strength and the robustness of this market as well, which we will take you through in detail as we go forward. So, again, Profire was founded in 2002 primarily as a service company and is now addressing the hazards in the oil and gas space. If you notice on the graph on page 4, the oil and gas sector is a very rough place to work. For every 100,000 people that work in that field, 27.5 people are subject to fatalities. That's a significant rate. There are many practices in place to enhance the safety of oil field workers. However, it doesn't seem to be enough. It continues to be an issue. If you look on the pie chart on the right, and if you look at the breakout, the pie that shows 23 fatalities as a result of explosion or combustion-related injuries or actual deaths, that speaks directly to the solution that Profire provides. And so we're excited to tell this story from the platform of the NASDAQ, but it continues to identify a very large addressable safety hazard in the oil and gas space. We'll talk through that issue, and we'll continue to talk through some of the other drivers in the space. And so here, let's look at the next slide, page 5. This is a graphic illustration, which is great for me. I like pictures. It's easier to identify what's going on. If you look at the left side of the slide where it talks about the upstream, so not the far left, the offshore, but just look at the upstream portion of this slide 5. You'll notice that there's a reservoir underground. It has a layer of oil, and then above that is a layer of water. When oil is extracted, and this is heightened through the new technologies of deep drilling and fracking, horizontal drilling that we're seeing now, that there's a portion of oil that's retrieved, typically 2/3 of what's brought up, and then the balance is going to be natural gas. Now, in that natural gas and in that oil, there could be many impurities, some of which could be water or sediment, sand, wax in some cases. That oil has to be treated at a minimal level, so it goes through what's called a burner. And the burner takes the fuel and heats it up to a certain level before it can be transported or put into a pipeline that you can see further down in the diagram at the midstream where item number 3 is identified. There's a tank, and then there's a pipeline, there's a truck that identifies that. So before oil and natural gas can travel anywhere, it has to be treated. That means a burner, that means a flame, that means the potential for combustion or hazards around those two items interacting one with another. That's where Profire's technology comes in. We are the high-tech thermostat that regulates that process, that regulates that ignition. This has to occur, this combustion process has to occur on virtually every well in the United States and Canada, and frankly throughout the world. What's not occurring right now is the regulation or the optimization of that process, that heating process, and that's where Profire comes in. So we remove the hazard of relighting those burners, those furnaces, and then we also provide the opportunity for those oil and gas companies to optimize that process and actually put money in their pocket, which we'll identify. Here, slide 6, a couple of pictures of the actual technology. The boxes, again, we're a software and electronics company. We have the margins of a technology company. We just happen to sell into that oil and gas space. So that robustness that we're seeing, that renaissance, if you will, that's occurring in the Midwest and in the Northeast, frankly, in Texas, different places due to this new drilling technology. Lots of oil and natural gas coming to the surface. Now what do we do with it? So these are the devices. You see a picture of our 2100 and our 1300, two different applications. One simply reignites the burners, the other one reignites it and then optimizes it for maximum efficiency. And it goes through the key points there, as you can see on the slide 6. Again, back to what does the BMS do? What does a smart box do is what we call it. Rather than allowing these furnaces to run all day long, needlessly in many cases, we actually measure the temperature of the oil or the natural gas. We turn off the burners when they're not required to be used. We turn them back on when they need to be utilized. Again, a simple concept. It's not quite so simple in application because of the variance that's involved in the energy sources, the different type of demands placed upon these devices by the oil and gas companies, what they're trying to accomplish. And then also you have a very widely educated workforce. Some people understand technology and other people don't. The way it's always been done is these burners just run all day long. And that's been okay up to a point. What happens when they blow out? Someone physically has to go and relight them. So let's talk about those drivers, about what's moving Profire forward. So we'll move to the next slide here. Look at the drivers for growth. Number one, we talked about turning these burners off when they're not needed. That's just waste. It doesn't need to be that way. So simply, let's use the metaphor of the furnace in your house. You don't need to run that furnace all day long to get the optimal temperature range that you are looking for. Turn it off when you don't need it. Simple concept. That's what we do. We measure the temperature of the oil. It's pre-programmed. You don't have to be there. A person, an employee, does not physically have to be there to turn it off. This does it for you. That's savings for the oil and gas company. It also could create efficiency as far as overhead of personnel and people actually having to physically go and check the well. So there's some savings there. But think about just not running your furnace for half the time that you're doing now. Saves money, puts money in the oil company's pockets. Safety. What happens when these burners go out? Someone has to physically go out and relight them. That's the way it's been done traditionally. We'll get into the size of this market, but it's a staggering number that are using old, archaic technology. The third driver that we're seeing is the compliance driver, meaning the EPA says it doesn't make a lot of sense to allow natural gas venting just into the atmosphere. We're not allowing that anymore. And so there's a big push to crack down on this venting. So what do? You have to burn it. You have to incinerate it. You have to flare it. And that creates, again, the same issue we just talked about. You have to take fuel and you have to take flame and fire and put them together. And you've got a combustion hazard. So that fits very nicely into the Profire growth plan. The fact is that in North Dakota, last year, $1 billion of gas was flared away. So it's an opportunity for Profire. It continues to grow. We don't have the numbers on the amount of natural gas that's actually being flared in the world, but it's going to be a staggering amount. Speaking of staggering, look at the size of this market. If you look at the pie chart, there are potentially 2 million applications for the Profire technology in North America. We have sold approximately 20,000, so we're talking about a 1% market penetration. What does that mean? There are roughly 1 million wells, 1.3 million wells, as signified by this slide that we're on now. Right there. There are 1.3 million oil and natural gas wells in North America. If we discount that number back to even 1 million wells and say each well could have as many as 2 burner management systems on it, that's where we get that number from. So we're not just picking that out of thin air. That's a 2 million application opportunity for Profire. I'm not saying that's going to happen next year, but over the course of the maturity of our business, 3 to 5, 7, 8, 10 years, that's the opportunity that exists domestically. The increase in that number, as you'll see in this slide, is 45 to 50,000 new wells a year. And so the capacity, the opportunity continues to advance at more than double what we've sold in our existence. And so it's a strong, growing opportunity that the industry continues to rise. You can see the activity in natural gas production in the United States. That's an exciting fact. If you live here in the United States or invest here in the United States. Same with oil. Look how close we are to Saudi Arabia as far as being the #1 oil production country in the world. We think that within the next year, that could flip-flop to where the United States is the leader. There are many experts that believe that to be the case with the new drilling technology that exists. So up in Canada is where we started. Originally, the technology was obligatory for people that were drilling, and now we're seeing that trickle down into the United States. So we believe that the United States is really a sleeping giant with this opportunity. It will take a bit of time to educate and to allow these oil and gas companies, which there are 4,000 independent producers in this country, but bring them up to speed as far as the economic benefits of having a burner management system outside of the drivers potentially with safety and compliance. So who else is doing this? Well, Profire is the only public play, the only pure play in burner management system technology. There are 3 other competitors, again, to just briefly touch on each. ACL in Alberta, which is a strong player on the reignition portion of the market. They've done well. They've understood their niche. They've been disciplined to stay there. Platinum in Fort Worth, Texas, again, working on their technology, getting their share of opportunities. They continue to move forward and develop their business. Surefire in New Mexico has a very strong hold in northern New Mexico with the natural gas fields there, and the same in North Dakota. And each of our competitors have their different advantages and disadvantages. The facts are that all those in totality are less than half, perhaps even a third of what the revenue rate is at Profire. Each have their strengths in their different regions, and we continue to respect them and be aware of their presence and the things that they're working on. Again, back to our product line, we have a wide spectrum of solutions for the oil and gas fields, some from just reignition of those burners that we talked about before. That's highlighted with our PF 1300, all the way up to our flagship product, which is the Profire 2100, which provides you with the custom programming and some of the different options that perhaps higher end users would want. So we run the entire spectrum there. If you look at the far right, you will see our air plate, which is a piece of steel that has been designed and modified to actually manipulate the oil or the gas, the fuel and air mix that's going into the burners to accentuate the efficiencies that are available through our burner management system. We continue to have a service department in certain regions. This is not a countrywide type of solution. But in Canada and in Texas and certain areas, we do provide service for our technology and other combustion-related opportunities. Looking at on slide 14, just a snapshot of who we sell to, who we work with. As far as the producers, these are names you've heard of before. Conocos and Devons and Huskies. If you drop one down, you look at Valaris and Cameron, which are names in the service end. And distributors, again, we have a relationship with Cameron. And then as you can see on the far right of the distributor column area, we have a company called GasCat, which is now representing us in Brazil. And we have OEMs. This is the opportunity that when these burners are actually manufactured for the new wells, that we can then sell our technology right on that hardware. and Valeris and Lead Fabrication, Pride of the Hills. Those are all companies that we work with closely. Jumping to the next slide, page 15 is our leadership team. You see Brenton Hatch, Harold Albert, and myself as the C-level executives that are also on the board of directors. I'd like to highlight, though, our independent board, which have been substantial in helping us achieve our NASDAQ listing. Darren Shaw, D.A. Davidson, Ron Spale, former CFO of NASA, Arlen Crouch, the former CEO of Franklin Quest, now called Franklin Covey, and Stephen Burnett, who's the former CEO of Johns Inc. And he has a lot of street credibility and industry understanding to our board, and we lean on them and their expertise. Looking at a quick financial snapshot, we had last quarter revenues of $9.3 million and net income of $1.2 million. The margins were a bit tighter. Traditionally, we're going to run in the net margin after tax around 20%. This particular quarter was a little bit tighter because we had some stock option issuances that were non-tax deductible, which increased our tax rate significantly. And so we believe that will normalize over time, but that would explain the temporary dip in net income. Again, you can see the cash that we have on the balance sheet and that we have no debt. That's a significant factor that we would like to highlight. On basic stock metrics, this is a little bit dated. As of today, we're actually trading a bit higher. We're closer in the 380 to 390 range, and that would also reflect the change in the market cap, closer to 180 million. And our average volume is probably slightly higher than this slide would indicate, but this, again, is a function of now being on the NASDAQ, and we would submit that over time, that number should increase as we continue to introduce the company to different people. The number of shares outstanding, close to 48 million, insider owned, around 72%, primarily with our two founders, Brent Hatch and Harold Albert. And then the institutional sponsorship, which is slowly increasing, but still relatively low, of 3.6%. So the forecasts, our fiscal year just ended. We updated a forecast on our revenues of 34 to 35 million. Our annual report will be released mid-June, perhaps end of June, in that time frame, which those numbers will then be audited and released formally, with net income projected to be in the 5.3 to 5.8 million. Again, looking at some historical numbers, look at annual revenue growth from roughly 6 million in 2010 to a projected 34 to 35 million in 2014. On the net income side, we do see a dip last year. Again, part of that would be explained by our heavy investment in ourselves. Our employee base and the rapid expansion has taken significant investment. And then back to the quarterly revenues, you can see how they've paced nicely. And this is broken out between our two main divisions, which would be the Canadian division and the U.S. division. Within the U.S. division, we have an office in Houston, in Oklahoma City, and then here in Linden, Utah. Another thing that's interesting for us is we have now 4 independent analysts that are covering the company from the Maxim Group, Sidoti, Chardon Capital Markets, and WAB Capital. And so this is a significant benchmark for our company to have independent financial analysts writing research and providing that resource to our shareholders. Future, what does it look like? We believe that we have a robust opportunity here in North America, continuing to work with OEMs and distributors, expanding products. It's a big market, as we illustrated previously on one of the slides that we had. Potentially 2 million applications. That doesn't mean we'll get all those right away. It may mean that we never get them, but we believe that market is robust and expanding. We believe a similar market exists internationally. That's a bit of a challenge, but we believe we'll get there at some point. What are some of the other products and technologies we are working on? We recently had a press release that talked about a valve actuator technology that we are now commercializing. That's an example of the type of valve train technologies that we will continue to work on. Potential to provide limited power in the oil fields, and then working on our core products, the burner management systems themselves, expanding their benefits and looking for opportunities to create more value for our end users. And looking to continue to patent things and trademark things as it makes sense. And there's always the possibility of acquisitions if we can find things that are accretive and that have strategic advantages to add value to our company. Again, key takeaways, not a lot of people know about Profire. We do thank RedChip for their help in this area where we've expanded shareholders and created awareness about what we're doing here at Profire. The convergence of technology and oil, it's a strong premise. So we have strong technology margins and a robust market to sell to that's expanding every day. The economic drivers for our systems are compelling. If we can go to an oil company, natural gas company, and show them efficiencies, then that's compelling. Consider Profire, look and see how it might fit into your portfolio. It may be a fit, it may not be a fit. We continue to operate and to look for opportunities to create value. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, we're going to open the line for our Q&A session with Andrew Limpert, CFO of Profire Energy. Ticker symbol is PFIE on the NASDAQ. And we're going to jump right into the first question. Andrew, how many BMS systems are typically used for one well?
Good question, Paul. It's a range that we need to look at. Every well configuration is slightly different. There could be from 1 to 4 per well. For our modeling purposes here at Profire, we look at an average of about 2. So that's simple math. It's easy to look at the number of wells in the United States. We put that at around 1 million and say the outside aggregate market potential is 2 per well.
Okay, thank you. And can you give us an update on the progress of the expansion of your U.S. sales team?
Absolutely. Total sales people for the entire company sits currently at about 25. So for the United States, focused about 21. We have 1 international salesperson, and then the balance would be in Canada. Now, let me qualify those numbers because many of those are new hires. They're not quite productive citizens yet, although they are making a difference in their respective territories. But it typically takes us 6 to 9 months to turn a new hire into a productive contributor to the revenue stream. But that's where we're at currently, is roughly 25, of which 21 happen to reside here in the United States.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what is the price point for each of your product lines?
Well, it varies. And again, it depends on which vertical those particular products happen to go to. But our flagship product, the Profire 2100, it has different type of software modules that could be purchased with it. However, the retail pricing would be somewhere between $2,300 and perhaps $2,800 per unit, depending on the application. Our lower end product, the 1300, which is more in the sparking realm of the product mix, so the reignition of the burners without the optimization of high-low temperature and different customization, that's going to be more in the $1,300 to $1,500 range. And our 1800, which is a hybrid of both of those benefit packages, is going to be close to $2,000, perhaps slightly less if it's sold through an OEM type of distribution model. So that gives you a bit of a range. Some of the other products are air plates, which are air gas mixers to optimize the ratio as it goes into the burner. Those range anywhere from $300 to $600 depending on the size and the price of steel at that time. But that gives you a snapshot on the product mix and the rough retail ranges, again, with variability based on volume.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, how much revenue do you normally receive from post-sale service?
Well, Paul, not a lot right now, but that's a tremendous opportunity for Profire, and it continues to build. In fact, we are now in the process of looking at an ongoing preventive maintenance program which would be post-sale, that our clients would then be able to purchase an ongoing agreement wherein we would come and maintain the burner management system on site, perhaps as often as twice a year, and do exhaust testing, checking for efficiency, making sure that it's in the bounds of compliance, depending on the legislative landscape where that box happens to reside. For example, in Texas, things are quite a bit different than they are currently in Colorado. But we would go through and do those maintenance checks, and many of our clients are now very open and accepting to that type of arrangement. So on a percentage basis, that revenue stream is very small, but we believe that it will increase, and right now we're testing that model in Texas.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what type of impact will extending your brand with the new patent-pending actuator have in regards to margins and sales?
Well, it's very early to determine the impact of the new actuator. Our forecasts are fairly small for this first year. Anytime you introduce a new product to the market, there's an adoption phase, and so we believe it'll pick up momentum in subsequent years. However, we're looking for the impact of several $100,000 over the next fiscal year with expansion beyond that. So we think it'll just be a trickle to start with. However, that's on the revenue side. The bigger impact will be on profitability over time. What it allows us to do is to take a product that perhaps we would be reselling in other settings from a different manufacturer and utilize a proprietary product now, which will get us back into the gross margin range of 60, 65, 70%, which is typical of our proprietary products. So we don't think it'll do a whole lot initially, but we think it will pick up momentum over time. We really haven't forecasted beyond that, but if I had to pick our number, I'd say that we have the potential to do a couple $100,000.
Okay, thank you. And another question, do you have any complementary products in the pipeline?
Well, we continue to look at ways to enhance our core products. And so complementary, I would say that if you were to take our product line and broaden it into more of the valve technologies, and so there are other possibilities in valve and valve control, valve train control that we are looking at. So those are things that investors could look forward to on press release updates here in the next 60 or 90 days. Other areas that make sense to us from a complementary perspective are in the ignition for flares, that type of technology. There's a big business right now in Colorado and in North Dakota and in the Permian. We're seeing a tremendous amount of, obviously, flaring, and also the legislative landscape changing as to the application and timing of when flaring is appropriate. And so that's an area that we continue to focus on, and we hope to have an update in the near future in that regard. But as far as our core products, we continue to develop the expansion cards and the other benefit and value proposition for our 2100. So we hope to have additional versions of our 2100 here in the near future as well. And so we would encourage investors just to keep an eye on things as we provide updates to the market.
Okay, we have just about a minute left, real quick. With the personnel and property expansion that was announced earlier this year, how high do you think revenues will go before you go to your next phase of expansion?
Well, that's a tremendous question. It's a little bit loaded as well, and so I'm not sure exactly how to answer it. The way I'd prefer to answer that, rather than to give you a number, is to say that what we've done is invested in ourselves to the point where we now have the capacity to, I believe, double, maybe with some incremental hiring here and there, to expand at perhaps a double run rate than where we are today without massive CapEx investment. We've spent a tremendous amount on getting the talent pool and the sales infrastructure, as we spoke of before, and the physical locations here in Utah, Houston, and Oklahoma, where we've expanded aggressively to have the footprint that we need to inventory and to service our clients in those areas. But the same things also happen in Alberta. So I would submit that we've made the investment to where, without giving you a number again, but we would have the capacity before any major expenses would have to be incurred to perhaps double from here before that that occurs.
Very good. Well, thank you. That takes us right to our time limit. Thank you, Andrew. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is Douglas Hewitt, President and CEO of Richfield Oil and Gas, ticker symbol ROIL on the OTCQX. Again, Douglas Hewitt, President and CEO of Richfield Oil and Gas.
My name is Doug Hewitt, and I am with Richfield Oil and Gas. Our ticker symbol is ROIL. We are based out of Salt Lake City, Utah. We are both a production and an exploration company. We're publicly traded on the OTCQX exchange as a premier market, and we were incorporated in April of 2011. It was simultaneous with a merger with Hewitt Petroleum, which is the company that I had started several years earlier. We have a very interesting and unique balance of assets within this organization. In Kansas, they're fairly low risk. They have excellent returns and very predictable and repeatable. Wyoming is somewhat low risk in terms of value. It has exceptional reserves, and it has very high return on investment. That is a project that we will be implementing probably as the snows melt. We have to start that up probably in the middle part of May of this year. So we've been waiting on that one for about 6 months, or 5 months, excuse me. And the Independence project, which is Manco Shale, which is the same as the Eagle Ford or the Niobrara. It's the Mancos, and there are wells currently in the oil window of the Mancos that are being fracked that are generating over 3,000 barrels of oil a day. And we'll be talking how this play has made it right into the middle of our acreage. That is with, of course, our interest in our interest in doing that, and the Central Utah Overthrust, which is we call it high risk. Although right now we're risking several billion barrels through targets in drilling activities, and those we're currently in the process of completion. So what I'd like to do is just basically give an overview. The development side of our company, we have about 94 wells or drills, and that we can move forward with multiple completions for production. And with Wyoming, we have approximately 640 acres we can do additional development work on. And in Utah, again, we're in the process of a recompletion at this time, which is currently happening with actually frac tanks on location. And we expect growing numbers of activity in the future. One of the main highlights of this company, obviously, is our low-risk assets, our liquids-rich base of assets of oil, and primarily oil and crude oil type of products, high-end condensates and such, and a proprietary database that we had built some time ago. Our geological team, I am not going to go through them individually here, but I would strongly suggest that you review them. That would indicate to somebody that we have built a tremendous team here. We also have a very strong track record in terms of growth and of building companies that do grow. And so one of the things I'd like to call to your attention is our management team, and the other, of course, is our board of directors, and following that inside the presentation, as well as our technical group. Let me do a quick review of our Kansas assets. Our Kansas assets are based upon a proprietary database that we developed over about a 10-year period of time. It comes from not only public sources but private sources. In some cases, we were scanning wells and logs that no other organization had ever done before, and we implemented that in over a several-year period of time, costing Hewitt Petroleum and Hewitt Energy several $1 million in the process. And so we have many million invested in this portion of the company's portfolio of a system. It is an explore and research system, so you literally, by going on our system, we can identify significant portions of the reserves that have been bypassed due to other operators' lack of follow-through. So with that, I'm going to take you directly into the upside of the company. Let me explain something when we talk about this company. We are an exploration company as well as a production company. And I know that this is lost on a lot of people. A lot of investors don't get exploration. All they get is shale. They get something where a bank says we invest this much, we get this much back based on the price of oil. We're not that kind of company. We do have those type of assets, and the type of assets we have, as you will see at the very end of this presentation, will outstrip, outrank, and outclass any of the other plays that are currently out there. We have built this portfolio of assets inside of Utah because we have been interested in finding several billion barrel fields that we believe are still out there. Many years ago, to have thought that in the United States we would have any field producing 1 million barrels a day. Yet worldwide there are a total of 6, and today 3 of them are in the United States of America. It is because as Americans, we have a tendency to focus on doing the unthinkable, the great stuff, focusing on developing methodologies to fracking and completion technologies. These things are being done right before our eyes, and this nation is seeing itself go through a surge of petroleum wealth, as well as productivity. What I would like to, the point I'd like to make is saying this, is that this company has done some similar things. We feel we are extremely undervalued based on what we hold and the land positions we have. And if we're being judged based on cash flow, it's the wrong way to judge this company. The cash flow will happen, and I'll give you an example of what could occur soon. However, it must be understood and noted that our primary assets in this company, the land positions we have built, and the exploratory budgets, the G&G, geology and geophysics and so on and so forth, that we've invested in these areas because we are looking for the giant fields and potentially super giant fields inside of our properties, which we believe contain these opportunities. So real quickly, let me just go through how our assets line up. We're in the central Utah overthrust of Utah. We're in an area where there's been some big successes in the last 10 years. One of them, the Covenant Field, which is directly 60 miles south of our primary play, which we call the Freedom Trend, and there was a field just directly north of that was also discovered. We also believe there's been some other discoveries, although a lack of understanding would indicate that they did not know what they were doing. And let me explain why I say that. When the Anschutz field was originally discovered by Chevron years ago, it was tested and evaluated, and it was thought to be a non-productive system. It is a 500 million barrel system that Anschutz later went into the same wellbore that Chevron had and found several thousand barrels of oil a day. And we ask ourselves, how come Chevron, smartest guys in the world, missed what a small company, Anschutz, figured out? So it's really simple. Sometimes it's no more than just looking a little outside of the box and finding the opportunities that are directly in front of your eyes without trying to limit things or keep it inside of another box that's worked in a different area. Utah is a very unusual geological setup. It's an area where there's been massive thrusting. Mountains have moved up. There's two project areas that we have where the rocks that we're looking at 3,000 or in 6,000 are at 20 and 22,000 feet respectively, only 5 miles away. So we're seeing these massive thrusting events that have occurred. The idea is to see where the oil has developed and to follow that pattern and to find out where these traps are. So let's talk a little bit about that. So the first major event you see here it's on Central Utah Overthrust, String of Pearls. What we're looking at here is that it starts in Prudhoe Bay and it goes all the way south into Mexico. This is where billions upon billions of barrels have been found and discovered and produced. 12.6 billion in the Prudhoe Bay area is the beginning of this Cornelian Overthrust region, and it goes all the way down into Mexico. And the field down there has produced approximately 12 plus billion barrels of oil. And so in the middle are a lot of other areas that have been set up to produce the same. And so let's look at the potential that we have within some of the areas that we're working in. So first of all, we have to understand you have to understand, we are an exploration company. And if you go back and look at the people currently involved with this company, you will see every single one of them are exploration experts. As a matter of fact, they have found billions of barrels of oil, the team that we have. So with that in mind, remember, they're associated with this little company on the OTCQX that's traded at $12 million market cap or thereabouts. And they're staying with this little company. They're focused with this small company because of the assets that we hold. First of all, to find oil, you have to have a source. So there are multiple sources. And so on this page, the Central Utah Orthos source and migration pathway. The reason this is important is because if there's no gas at the gas station, you probably won't want to go there. And the same is true when we drill. When we look for oil, we look at where it started and where it's migrated to. So if you look in the western deserts of Utah and the eastern deserts of Nevada, that's where between 1 to probably 4 or 5 trillion barrels of oil were generated and are currently generating today. There are big companies that are over there that are currently taking million-acre positions on top of these shales that generated there, and we can tell by fingerprinting the oil moved all the way under the state of Utah, and it came out inside the eastern Utah tar sands. There's 65 billion barrels of oil on the eastern side of Utah. That would probably indicate that based on the size of the oil that's there and the migration, there's probably been close to 500 billion barrels that generated that movement. So are there anything in between those point A to point B? The answer would most likely be, in a deductive world of common sense, yes. So that's why a lot of companies have gone out to look for it. If you look at this company's overview, our Utah-Wyoming overview of assets, you'll see that we have multiple pieces of opportunities that are up north in a very established overthrust region. If you look at the Hogback Ridge area, if you go directly east of that into Wyoming, you would be near an area called the LaBarge Field, which is primarily CO2. However, that field was large enough and had a large enough container to hold the equivalent of 16.8 billion barrels of oil if it was full of oil. Instead, it's full of condensate, helium, and CO2 and natural gas. But the container size is what's important, number one. And two, the fact that it's been filled and it's producible. So we look for three things: the source, the trap or the container, and the type of rock it's in so it can produce through it. I don't mean to be trivial by being basic in terms of understanding oil and gas exploration, but as Americans, that's how we built our nation. That's how we build other nations and other geographical areas, oil and gas and their reserves. And so that's exactly the way we're currently building ours today in this company. It's because what we're doing is we're following all the signs. And so what we've done is we've taken positions over some of these areas. And if you look at the one page in here, we're omitting right now for reasons of our own. The Liberty prospect has been drilled. It's been established to have mobile condensate, and it did also, and the only well in central Utah where we have the Mississippi Chainman oil. If you remember, the Mississippi Chainman oil is the oil that was generated in the deserts, and 65 billion barrels of it's in the sands in eastern Utah. We actually identified 12 to 1,500 feet of pay, certified pay. Now, this is where we talk about a field like the Anschutz. It's a complicated system. It's a condensate system. It's been thrust up from 20,000 feet to 3,000 feet. The Mississippi High and all of central Utah is right underneath our position. So what we're looking at is some major thrusting. We're looking at a Mississippian source, and now we're looking at more than likely thousands and thousands of pay. We stopped in the middle of pay at 500 feet. So it's important for everyone to understand and know that we have found Mississippi Chainman oil. And this is the furthest west oil has been found inside the state of Utah. We have found a trap system. And so this would indicate to us that everything east of us, it could easily be and would expect it to be filled provided there are trap systems and reservoirs with oil that can be extracted. Now, we drilled this well as the very first exploration well that I have ever drilled. And the reason we drilled it is because we were certain that we were in that pathway. And we found the pathway. Now, what could happen from this well in the that we produce it? It's currently being fracked. As soon as we put the well into production, we'll be able to establish volumes, and we'll be able to establish the qualities of the hydrocarbons that will be moving up to the refineries. We say, where are these refineries? These refineries are inside of Salt Lake City. They're 90 miles away and can be easily trucked. We are less than a mile from the major highway that goes from our Liberty project up to the refineries. So we have already built and established a position in Utah that is productive. And what we're doing right now is we have worked for years to identify the process by which how we can properly extract the oil and keep what we call a mobile network in the ground so it's moving to the wellbore. And so we've been able to do that. And so that's one of the things we're working on. So you will hear news and events on that very shortly. And this is Friday, or Thursday, excuse me, and it's approximately 1 week before we'll probably begin releasing information. The next page is the HUOP Freedom Trend. And what you're looking at essentially is the structural components that are identified through gravity and later seismic. The geochemical anomalies we call multispectral satellite photography indicates a hydrocarbon-saturated overthrust region, and then of course the seismic, which we came back and we validated later on. This is extensive. We've gotten over $9 million sunk into this project. Why have we kept the leases? Why would we prefer to own these leases rather than sell them? Is because, or not to just sell them or farm them out or let someone else drill them, or go out and take our money and produce more oil in Kansas. It's because our budgets have been limited, our price has been low, and we're unwilling to continue to do any more selling of stock to generate money for drilling activities. So in looking forward, we anticipate being able to announce some joint ventures, and which they've already been negotiated. We're waiting for them to currently fund, as well as other arrangements with other groups. This next page here is the trend, the Freedom Trend. This is on the exact same trend, or what we call fairway, is where there's been 2 other major discoveries in the last 10 years. If we look at what we call the HUOP Freedom Trend prospect, the Cretaceous reservoirs, this is the furthermost western in the whole world, Cretaceous, Eagle Ford / Niobrara / Mancos. It's overpressured. It is full of oil and gas. It has already been tested. You can see it's a fairly extensive area on this page, and I can tell you that a major independent has just come in and taken a position on several 100,000 acres, which comprise almost the whole play. We own the western portion of it, which we call the very best portion of it. We had opportunities to participate to the east, and as a matter of fact, we do own a percentage in about 20,000 acres. We currently own, at this time, 3% of 20,000, and we're trying to increase that to 5% in 150,000 acres over the whole area. And we're currently in those negotiations. We've also currently leased up, in addition to our last report, we've leased an additional, we're up to 13,412 acres. We've just sent out others. We've funded for approximately 1,300 more acres, which we've already sent out and made offers on that area. And then we have a total of 3,000 more acres outside of those ones I just mentioned that are funded and that we've constantly have offers on. So we're intensifying our play inside of central Utah. Expect incredible things, not just from us, but some of the other announcements from the other companies. The last page, or second to the last page here, talks about the Mancos or Tanunk. I recommend that you review it. And for comparison reasons, the Bakken is 125, 115, 125 feet thick and has anywhere from 0 to maybe 15 feet of sand that creates kind of like a mobile area or a flow regime where the oil can move through it. This discovery here has 180 feet and 800 feet of highly saturated, overpressured, more highly pressured shale than the Bakken. If you look here on the next page, the final page, the Manco shales and others are compared. We put this in here for anyone that's deductive, someone who wants to just think it out and consider the fact that this company has positioned itself in a developing play that will have major announcements and major advancements throughout this year. I can tell you that our acreage positions, and the reason we've given them, because they are fairly substantial when you're looking at the type of pay and potential in a proven system already that exists, and our position in comparison to that. I would invite everyone to take a really good look at this company. Take advantage of it while you can. We expect to see significant things in the future. Thank you very much for taking the time to look at this company.
I think under Reagan it's like 450. Oops.
Okay, we're now live with Doug Hewitt, President and CEO of Richfield Oil and Gas, ticker symbol ROIL on the OTCQX. Welcome, Doug.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And we'll jump right to our first question. Do you have any financing plans in place for the Kansas development?
Yes, we actually do, and we have been working with a few groups. We're in a quiet period right now, and we'll be able to respond to that probably over the next 30 days. Could be a lot sooner than that, but it could be fairly quick. That we should be able to respond and give a lot more detail. But we do plan. We have a very detailed plan on our Kansas operations, and we're set and ready to go.
Excellent. Our next question. Other than the Liberty well, do you have any further plans in Utah?
Yes, we do. We are currently acquiring more acreage positions in Utah because of other activities that are underway. And we are, we do know that there will be 2 wells drilled within our area, which will have an option to participate, as well as one that we are planning ourselves.
Okay,
I'm actually sorry, Paul, I'm in the field today, so it's a little loud outside, and I apologize.
That's okay. Our next investor would like to know, what do you estimate your net asset value to be right now?
Primarily our net assets, if we figure we have all of our production up and going, and it all depends on the price of barrel, and we have our land positions in Utah, I would say right now they're probably about the same, but I would just say in a short sentence, probably a lot higher than where we're trading. Our land positions in Utah, we expect to escalate very rapidly in the near future. And the last time we had activity in our area, the lands that were directly next to us were acquired in large blocks for as much as $3,500 an acre. We do know there's going to be a lot of drilling activity again in our area. Everyone's looking for billion-barrel targets, and I would suspect with our land positions and growing land positions right now, you'd see some pretty high values.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, can you give us any further updates on the Liberty well beyond what you discussed in your last press release?
Well, I talked to our attorney about that, and he basically said at this point what we can say is that we disclosed that we were going to frack it, and we have. And there's a flowback period because it was an extensive frack. We did stimulate this reservoir at 40 barrels per minute with as much as 5 pounds per gallon, and it took it like a champ. So it's a very wide open reservoir. We anticipate that it is going to be primarily oil and oil condensates. There are some tricky aspects to this reservoir, such as pressure differentiation, When we perforated our system recently, we had live condensate moving into the wellbore at a fairly good rate, and then it started to vaporize fairly quickly. It's got a high flash point. We believe that's on the front end of the oil that's behind it, and then of course we fracked it, and so we're just in the initial stage of flowing back the well right now. It is currently flowing today, and we anticipate it'll be flowing for some time. We've only recovered about all the fluids we put in the hole, and we've recovered probably less than 2% of the supercritical CO2 that we've put in. So we have a little ways to go, but we're really surprised that we got our fluids back first. So it's all good on this side, and we've actually been able to isolate and identify condensates already. Although we are going to be looking for the more heavier pieces, the more heavier crudes.
Okay, thank you. And we have a few more minutes left. Doug, what are the main takeaways you think investors need to have about the story of Richfield Oil and Gas?
I believe that the company is very, very well positioned. We're not trying to put a sales campaign together to convince people that we're well positioned. We are well positioned. And when I say well positioned, everyone needs to understand that we're oil and gas professionals. We understand our business really well. We have placed ourselves right in the middle of a tsunami of activity that is getting ready to happen. And we've seen it for years. We've talked about it. We've planned on it. There are a lot of things already in the works that are going on that are outside of our company. They are not yet released, but our understanding is they'll be releasing information over the course of the next 30 days or less. That would be another company making those releases, not us. In the meantime, we have scrambled very diligently to put together the capital to continue to take down lease positions before all this stuff is announced. And we all know what can happen with lease positions in areas where you can have, several hundred feet of overpressured pay. So in the middle of a shale system. So it's a game right now. We're moving as fast as we can. We're trying not to show our hand. We're trying not to be too promotional, obviously, because we can't be, because we'll hurt the company, we'll hurt ourselves, and most importantly, we'll hurt our shareholders. It would probably do ourselves a lot of ego over the next to talk out right now about what's happening, but we're going to wait. We're going to be patient, and we're going to ask our shareholders just to be patient and trust what we're saying.
Okay, well, very good, Doug. And that takes us up pretty much up through the end of the time that we have. We were just talking with Doug Hewitt, President and CEO of Richfield Oil and Gas. The ticker symbol again is ROIL on the OTCQX. For investors looking for more information, you can always visit redchip.com. Plenty of information on the company available there, or you can contact a specialist. We're going to move on to our next presentation here in a minute. Spiro Kletis, CEO of Big North Graphite, which trades on the Toronto Venture Exchange under the symbol NRT, and also on the over-the-counter under the symbol NCIF. Again, that's on the over-the-counter, BNCIF, and on the Toronto Venture Exchange, ticker symbol NRT, Big North Graphite. And speaking for the company today will be Spiro Kletis, the CEO. We'll be starting that here in just about another minute. Thank you again for joining us today.
welcome. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Spiro Kletas. I'm the president and CEO of Big North Graphite Corp. We trade as NRT on the TSX Venture Exchange and BNCIF on the OTC. Big North Graphite is a graphite development and exploration company with a focus on select projects in Mexico and Canada. To date, to the best of my knowledge, we're the only TSX Venture company, graphite company, to have actually made multiple sales of graphite. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but the goal of the company is to produce and sell a full range of graphite products ranging from large flake all the way down to amorphous graphite. Get right into it here. The first page is the cautionary note. I would ask everyone to take a look at that at their own time. A little bit about ourselves, who we are. It's myself, as I mentioned earlier. I'm the president, CEO, and director of Big North Graphite. We've recently made some changes to the board. We've added Mr. Daniel Bleak, who's got over 30 years of experience in mineral exploration, has developed and managed several mining projects, including industrial minerals projects in the Southwest U.S. and Mexico. Mr. Bleak is the chairman of the company. He's been instrumental in helping us move forward and getting us to this point. We also added a gentleman by the name of Cesar Guajardo. Mr. Guajardo is a Mexican national with 18 years of graphite experience in Mexico. That's really important to us as our main business is in Mexico. And Mr. Guajardo specifically was the chairman and responsible for all sales from our recently acquired El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill that's located in Oaxaca, Mexico. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. But the board is also comprised of Andrew Reese and Eric Austin, so who's a PGO, a geologist with about 40 years of experience in the space. So since the last time that we participated in a RedChip conference, we've actually been quite busy. The company has been focused on moving our graphite projects forward and creating a successful cash flowing business, starting with our amorphous graphite project that's located in Sonora, Mexico. So a few of the highlights, we made our first graphite sale of amorphous graphite in August of last year, and we made subsequent sales in September, October, and November. We sold a total of 760 tons of amorphous graphite in 2013, and more recently we just announced our biggest sale to date of 403 tons in the month of March to a customer within Mexico. And what's exciting about our recent sale is not only is it our biggest sale to date, but that we sold two different graphite products. So one was above 80%, which is a high grade amorphous graphite product, and one was 65 to 75%, which was typically what we've been selling in the past. So we're quite excited about that. I should mention that Big North Graphite is the only, to the best of my knowledge, the only TSX venture company that has a focus in amorphous graphite. I'll talk a little bit more about amorphous graphite as we move forward, but I believe that gives us a competitive advantage to the rest of the graphite companies that are listed on the exchange up here. More importantly, we recently acquired the El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill in Oaxaca, Mexico. So that gives us a goal of near-term flake graphite production as well. You might have heard a little bit about flake graphite in the news recently. Flake graphite is I guess it's becoming famous or popular for the fact that it's used in making batteries. And there was a recent announcement by Tesla that they plan on building a massive battery plant in the Southwest U.S., and that's really brought flake graphite to the forefront in terms of the investing world. But the importance of that is, we now have a amorphous graphite product in the project in the North Mexico that we have been producing and now selling amorphous graphite from. This recent acquisition of the El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill in Oaxaca gives us the ability and the goal of near-term flake graphite production as well. So again, it goes back to the company's strategy of being able to supply all types of graphite to the market, so large flake, medium flake, fine flake, and amorphous graphite. And our goal specifically is to do that in the near term with low capex projects, and we believe those will be the most likely to be successful for the company and for our shareholders. So I'll get into it a little bit here with our projects in Sonora, Mexico. In November of 2012, the company acquired 3 past-producing amorphous graphite mines located in Sonora, Mexico. We started with the intent specifically to start the Nuevo San Pedro mine. It's one of those 3, and we started putting together a processing, crushing, grinding, screening facility in April. We started test mining of May last year, and of course we made our first sale in August of last year, and made subsequent sales after. We sold a semi-processed run-of-mine product to a customer within Mexico, and our goal is now to significantly increase our amorphous graphite business in Sonora, increase our processing capability, and secure long-term offtakes with other end users. A little bit about the area. It's produced amorphous graphite for over 100 years. It's an area that's very well known for graphite production. It's an area of good infrastructure and access. There's a rail line about 10 kilometers to the east with direct access to the port of Guaymas for international shipping, or that can come directly up into the U.S. Should we have U.S. customers. Our neighbor there is a U.S. company, a private company that's been operating for about 50 years. And so, we believe that we've found a niche in the graphite market. As I mentioned earlier, we're the only TSX venture company, to the best of my knowledge, that has an amorphous graphite project. And amorphous graphite is a lower priced graphite product, but it accounts for over 50% of the natural graphite market. So, we believe that there's a unique ability to create a large business in amorphous graphite as well. Currently, Canada, the US, and Mexico import amorphous graphite, and there's no production of amorphous graphite. There's no production of graphite, period, in the US at all right now. So another thing that we started doing in April of last year is we started buying and processing amorphous graphite from local producers that don't have, family sort of style operations, that don't have processing or sales capabilities. So we started that in April of last year, and approximately half of what we've sold to date is bought and processed. So what we do is we buy product from local producers. We crush, grind, and screen down to a size that our customers would want and capture the difference in prices. So the positives of this business is that it increases the quote-unquote production without the traditional risks of mining. There's many small family-run graphite mines in the area that don't have processing abilities or capabilities or the ability to buy the necessary equipment. We have a minimum grade requirement, so we know exactly what we're getting. And as I mentioned, we capture the difference on pricing minus the cost of processing, which is minimal. A little bit about amorphous graphite here as well. In 2012, the graphite market was 1.1 million tons worldwide, of which 50%, just over 50%, was amorphous graphite. The graphite market as a whole was flooded out by Chinese producers approximately 20 years ago, and as a result, China dominates the production of graphite worldwide. In the last couple of years, there's been a consolidation of Chinese graphite mines, and actually the Chinese are moving the raw graphite up the food chain, as I would say, and creating final products with it and selling final products rather than selling raw graphite. So security of supply has been an issue for a lot of users worldwide. China currently produces about 70 to 80% of the world's natural graphite. Over 90% of the world's amorphous graphite was produced in 2012 in China. So, having an amorphous graphite project in Mexico, we believe is is a great place to be. We're very close to the U.S. and Canadian markets, and we hope to grow a substantial business in amorphous graphite moving forward. I'll talk a little bit about the El Tejon Flake Graphite Mine and Mill. We're very excited about this acquisition. We acquired it in February of 2014 of this year. It's Mexico's only past-producing flake graphite mine, and it has a flotation mill on site. It was opened in 1980, built by the government of Mexico, and shut down in 2002 due to the price of graphite at the time. At the time, large flake graphite was selling for under $500 a ton. Currently, large flake graphite is selling for approximately $1,500 a ton. Flake graphite is a different product from amorphous graphite, so we're not trying to start up two mines that have competing products. This El Tejon project produced historically large, medium, and fine flake graphite, whereas our projects in Sonora are purely amorphous graphite. As I mentioned at the top, we also brought in Cesar Guajardo to our board. He's the chairman of the former private company that operated the El Tejon Mine and Mill, and was responsible for all sales of flake graphite from this mine. The majority of the graphite that was produced from the El Tejon project was sold into the U.S. previously. Our goal is to kickstart this mine. It's a project that has all the infrastructure in place: roads, power, water, etc. The mill is still standing and needs to be refurbished. It was an open pit mine, so all the graphite's right at surface. And our goal is to restart this project. We believe that the cost to restart will be substantially less than starting a new project, and more importantly, it's a known product. So the benefit that comes with that is that the end product is previously used by end users, and they know the specific characteristics associated with this sort of flake graphite. A little bit about the project itself. It's a 500-hectare property consisting of course, the mine and mill. It's located about 38 kilometers northwest of the city of Oaxaca, in the province of Oaxaca. It's the only flake graphite mine to have produced in Mexico, to the best of my knowledge. It was built in 1980 by the government of Mexico, and in 1989 they added a second processing line, a second flotation line, to increase the capacity. The mill itself is used to crush, mill, float, dry, screen, and pack final product. So once it's up and running, we'll be able to sell a final flake graphite product as well. So one of the reasons why we're very excited about this project has to do with, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, with Tesla's recent announcement that they plan on building a $5 billion gigafactory to build batteries in the Southwest U.S. It's been estimated by Industrial Minerals out of London that this one gigafactory alone will require 93,000 tons of flake graphite a year, and 6 new mines to service it. Further, there was a Bloomberg article that came out that said that Tesla plans to source all their material for this facility from North American producers. So it's perfect for a company like Big North. The Tesla factory will produce lithium-ion batteries, and what a lot of people don't know is that there's about 15 times more graphite in a lithium-ion battery than there is lithium. So the demand generated from this one plant alone, it is estimated, will increase the consumption of flake graphite worldwide by 37%. That doesn't take into account any potential other factories that may be built in other parts of the world, in Europe or Asia, to meet the demand there. Just this one factory alone in the Southwest U.S. will require 93,000 tons of North American graphite product. So for Big North Graphite, our goal is to be able to provide graphite to the market as quickly as possible, and we intend to do that through the El Tejon project. There's currently very few graphite projects in North America that are at the stage where they're getting ready to produce. And graphite is a race to the finish line. It's a finite market. So unless you have a buyer for your end product, you're essentially stuck with it. So that's why it's important for us to be one of the first to provide product to the market. We believe we can accomplish that goal through our El Tejon Flake project. So I'll talk a little bit about graphite itself. I get asked quite frequently, what is it? And people tend to think that it's used in golf clubs and pencils, but it's actually quite a lot more than that. It's a critical supply industrial mineral. It's very lightweight with the highest natural strength and stiffness of any material. It's a great conductor of heat and electricity, and it's corrosion and heat resistant with high natural lubricity. These characteristics allow graphite to be used in a variety of different applications. So some of those applications, the biggest uses for graphite are in the steel and refractories industries. Graphite's used in automotive parts for brake pads, clutch materials. It's used as a lubricant. It's carbon brushes, water-based paints. Pencils is a very small component. And of course, most recently, in the making of batteries. So as I mentioned, there's about 15 times more graphite in a lithium-ion battery than there is lithium. The graphite market is expected to grow 3% a year without batteries, but projected to grow at 9% a year with batteries. And that's as per Industrial Minerals magazine. Now with this Tesla plant, just that one plant alone will increase flake graphite production by 37%. So, we believe that graphite is an area that has huge growth potential. There's currently no graphite production, as I mentioned, in the U.S. Graphite's been deemed critical. It's been on a list of critical materials by the European Union, the US, and China. And the goal of Big North Graphite is to provide the graphite market with final product as quickly as possible and provide a full range of graphite products. So everywhere from large flake down to amorphous graphite. At present, we're the only TSX Venture graphite company selling graphite. We've sold over 1,200 tons of amorphous graphite in Mexico. Our goal is to significantly increase our amorphous graphite business, and in the meanwhile, work towards the restart of the El Tejon Flake graphite mine and mill. Please stay tuned for updates from the company. If you have any questions or would like more information, please go to www.bignorthgraphite.com, and please feel free to contact the company anytime. Be more than happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, we're opening the line now for our Q&A session with Big North Graphite, ticker symbol NRT on the Toronto Venture Exchange, and ticker symbol BNCIF on the over-the-counter. With us today is Spiro Kletis, CEO of the company. And with the questions we have, let's just jump right into it. Our first question, Spiro, is how important is it to create relationships with graphite customers early in the process?
I think it's crucial to the long-term health and welfare of the business that we're trying to create. I mean, graphite is a finite market, right? So there's only, there's only a certain number of tons that are sold every year, and we believe that graphite is a race to the finish line. So by being one of the first junior graphite companies to actually have product for sale, and to be one of the first junior graphite companies to create relationships with buyers and end users of graphite, we believe that puts us in a very advantageous spot over our competitors in creating a long-term business for our shareholders. The market for graphite last year was about 1.1 million tons, so it doesn't matter how much you think you can produce, it only matters what you know you can sell. I've said that time and time again, and I truly believe in that. So for us, the idea is to get product to market as quickly as possible and develop strong long-term relationships with buyers and end users, and prove to them from now that we're capable of providing the material that they want.
Thank you. Our next question. Do you have an estimate on how much of your amorphous graphite resource is high grade versus low grade?
We don't have a NI 43-101 compliant resource estimate. So what we do know, I'll tell you how we're doing it. Let me just take a step back. We're actually mining from the Nuevo San Pedro mine, but we're also buying unprocessed graphite from local producers in the area. So we do have a very good idea of what we're buying and what's available to be bought. But just like any other mining project, the grade varies from time to time within the same project. So there's pockets of high grade and there's pockets of lower grade graphite, even at the Nuevo San Pedro. The control factor for us comes when we're buying, because we have certain criteria, and unless the graphite that's brought to us meets that criteria, then we don't buy it.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, how should we view your future production strategy? Is it focused on amorphous or flake graphite, or a combination of the two?
Well, right now we've sold just under 1,200 tons of amorphous graphite, and our goal is to significantly increase that business. We believe that we have a unique opportunity here. We're the only TSX venture company, and to the best of my knowledge, the only company listed anywhere in North America that has an amorphous graphite project, and we're the only ones selling graphite. So amorphous graphite accounted for the largest segment of the natural graphite market. The U.S., Mexico, and Canada import graphite right now. So that being said, we believe that we can significantly increase that business. But, as you mentioned, recently we acquired the El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill. We're very excited about that project. In fact, I was just visiting it last week. It's a past-producing mine and mill, and we believe we can restart that in short order for very low capital expenditure. And our goal is to be able to provide a range of graphite products. So those products are actually used for different, by different end users for different applications. So they're non-competing. So we believe that we can offer a full range of graphite products, everywhere from large flake, medium fine, and amorphous graphite. Our goal is to develop those businesses, increase the volume and tonnage that we move significantly, and create a cash flowing business for our shareholders in the near term.
Thank you. Our next question, do you have an estimate on some of your near-term CapEx needs?
We don't have a pre-feasibility study or an official estimate on what the CapEx needs will be at the El Tejon. We don't have anything done by a third-party engineering firm. But we have our internal estimates, but we'd need to, in order to release those numbers to the market, we'd need to have it confirmed by a third-party engineering firm. So the short answer is no. That being said, like I said, I was just down there last week. There's roads right to the mine. There's power. There's water. It operated for 22 years, so all the infrastructure is in place. And typically, those are things that are, that take up large segments of the capex required to start a mining operation. So, it's a huge advantage for us at the El Tejon project to have a past producer with all the infrastructure in place, with a workforce that's very close by and available to get back at it there. So we're quite excited, and we believe that the capex will be very, small compared to other projects. There's a couple that I know in Canada right now that need in the range of $100 to $150 million. I would suggest that our capex would be a fraction of that at best.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, are all of your properties past producing properties, and if so, why was production initially suspended at these mines?
Our properties in Mexico are past producing mines. We have 2 exploration properties in Canada, and they're early stage exploration projects. Pardon me. They're near other projects in development or past producers in Canada as well. The ones in Mexico were shut down due to the price of graphite in 2002 when the El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill was suspended. At the time, large flake graphite was selling for under $500 a ton. Now, the last numbers I saw, large flake graphite is selling for almost $1,500 a ton. There was a time about 15 years ago where the graphite market was flooded out by Chinese producers, and it caused the price to drop significantly and caused many operations to shut their doors. They just couldn't compete. So since then, there's been quite a few changes that have happened in the graphite market. The demand for graphite is increasing, especially with Tesla's new announcement. You hear stuff like that. The potential for significant increased demand. And there's been no new mines that have come on. China's curtailing their exports of flake graphite and actually slowing down their mining of flake graphite. So, the price has increased significantly, and we think we can. We're in a great position to create a cash flowing business.
Okay, thank you. And our next question: to what extent do you think China will ultimately restrict its supply of graphite to the world?
It's a great question. I mean, I think that it looks to me that China wants to be a net importer now, or is starting to. There's been two companies that I know of right now in the world that have signed offtakes, and both have been with Chinese companies. It appears to me that China wants to. They've had some concerns about pollution with their graphite mines, and it appears to me that China wants to move their own graphite up the value chain in country, so they're not selling as much raw graphite, but rather turning flake graphite into anodes, for example, and selling anodes as a final product rather than just a mined flake graphite. I think eventually, and I think if they can, I think, this is my personal opinion, I think China's strategy is to import these raw materials as long as they can.
Okay, and we have just a couple more minutes left. Can you briefly what's the main takeaway that investors really should have about the Big North Graphite story?
Yeah, I think what's important for investors to take away is that we're a junior graphite company that is looking to supply graphite to the market in the near term. Our window that we're looking at is months, not 5, 6, 7 years out. We are ready, and we're the only one that's sold amorphous graphite. And our goal is to significantly increase that business and grow our amorphous graphite business. And also with our recent acquisition of the El Tejon flake graphite mine and mill, our goal is in the near term to start flake graphite production. So, the goal is revenue and cash flow in the near term, with low capital expenditure, and to supply graphite to the market as quickly as possible and capture some of the market. Like I said off the top, it's a finite market, and it doesn't matter what you think you can produce, only what you know you can sell, and that is why it's especially important for us. Our strategy involves getting product to market first.
Okay, very good, and that actually takes us to the end of the time. So, Spiro, I want to thank you for joining us today and sharing all the exciting things that are going on at Big North Graphite. For our viewers out there, the ticker symbol on the Toronto Venture Exchange, NRT, here on the OTC, BNCIF. And we're going to move on to our next presentation here in a minute with Jeff Weiland, president of XEO Entertainment, ticker symbol EXEO on the OTCQB. We'll be getting started in that in just a minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Weiland, co-founder and president of Exio Entertainment. Thank you for joining me today. Exio Entertainment is listed on the OTCQB, and our symbol is EXEO. I'd like to get started a little bit with what we do and a little bit about us. We manufacture, license, and distribute customer electronics to the video game, music, and smart TV sectors. Our products that are right now under branding: Psycho, which is a patented 5.1 video game headset for the PC and console. We have Cranks. It's a Bluetooth music headphones. Zaz, it's a keyboard, smart TV style keyboard. Extreme Gamer, it's the world's first multi-video game changer for console video game playing. And our Portable, which is an Android-based portable gaming system. We market our products in the following segments. Video game, under the video game segment, we have the Psycho, which is headphones. We have the Extreme Gamer, which is the multi-disc video game changer. We have the portable gaming system. Under the music, we have the headphones, which is the Cranks headphones, Bluetooth style headphones. Under the smart TV sector, we have our Zaz keyboard, which gives you all the functionality of a keyboard and controller in one. Our value proposition, we have 5 cutting-edge products being released for the following high-growth sectors. $93 billion gaming market. We have the $1+ billion lifestyle headphone market. We have the $86 billion smart TV market. We're looking at industries that are similar, which are Skull, which is actually the Skull Candy. They trade at multiples of 44 times. Right now, we're looking at a little over 23 million shares outstanding at this time. I'd like to get started with the Psycho. What really makes the Psycho different from our competition? The Psycho headset is just a phenomenal piece of work. What we've done, we've got the patented waveguide technology. This allows all the sounds from your 5.1 surround sound to be actually ported right into your headset. It gives you that true 5.1 Dolby sound. So you've got 5 speakers across the bridge of your headset. You've got 2 subwoofers in the earpieces themselves. And what this allows you to do is actually hear the sounds. You hear from the right front, the left front. And this is all timed and done precisely through these patented waveguide technology. Here's a little bit about what some of the reviews have told us and given us about the Psycho headset. It sounds better than any headset I've ever tested. This is from PC Gamer back in June 2011 when they first hit the mark, when we first brought them out. Psycho was named one of the most sought after and needed products for 2010. This is from Wired Magazine. Best directional audio ever tested. That's from Tom's Guide. So these are very high, accolations, and this is just very good information from Best in CES, and you see Red Dot Award. We've gotten a lot of different awards. So these headphones, being a patented type technology, are very sought after. The gamers love them. The critics love them. Just a wonderful headset. A little bit about the competition on against the Psycho. Once again, you have the Psycho 5.1. It's true 5.1 surround sound speaker system built into the headset, patented. We have the Triton. That's kind of one of the #1 competitors. They were bought up by Mad Catz back in 2010. Their annual sales just on the Tritons alone was around $53.98 million. This is reported out of about 44% of the sales of Mad Catz, which they do about $122 million a year. Asteroid, another great headset. This one was acquired by Skull Candy back in 2011, and you can see their sales. 2011 they started 103. Now they are up to about $47 million. This is just in headsets alone. Turtle Beach, they were acquired by a company in 2014, Parametric Sound Corporation. They trade under the symbol PAMT. Turtle Beach wants to go, and they didn't disclose their annual sales data, but Turtle Beach has shown a little over $30 million annually. So these are the markets that we're in, and our headsets from all the different sources have just blown, they've shown, okay, hey, Psycho's the best, it's the greatest. You've got the perfect surround sound. You can hear people in front of you, behind you. In the video game world, this is what they want to see and hear. Moving on to the Cranks, that's our wireless headset. The Cranks are just a wonderful on-ear wireless headphone that has just kind of, once again, this is starting to blow away the market. We've got super clear, powerful sound. It's Bluetooth technology, so now you're free from cords. So you've got this hooked to your smartphone, to your tablet, and say you're hooked to your smartphone. Call comes in. Great. Now you can answer it. You don't have the cables. You're not pushing buttons. You hit a button on the side of the headset and you're ready to go. You can start talking. Boom. Hang up the call. And now you're back listening to your favorite songs, your favorite tune, whatever it may be. With a built-in, microphone, makes that simple hands-free. Active noise cancellation to kind of get rid of all those outside noise. It's compact. It's a foldable design, which gives you, very nice to carry. You want to throw it in your backpack when you're not using it, great. In your briefcase, great. Battery life, about 24 hours, which seems to be about double of what some of the industry is using at this time. The Zaz. The Zaz is our wireless smart TV keyboard. It incorporates both of the, two of the best things in the smart TV world. You get your IRDA, which allows you to use all your remote control functions. It gives you the Bluetooth. Now you can connect with a full-size keyboard to your smart TV. We have instant access portable keys at the very top. You can see, you can access Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, at a touch of a button. Once you get to these different, your favorite app, whatever it may be, now you're not fumbling around with a remote control, trying to figure out, okay, how do I scroll up, scroll down, pick A, pick B. You just type in naturally like you would on your PC or smartphone. It just makes using a smart TV a breeze. The Extreme Gamer. It's a multi-disc video game changer. It connects to over 380 million consoles on the market today. This allows you to store 10 of your favorite movies, your video games, whatever it may be inside. You bring up your console, whether it's an Xbox or a PlayStation, and on screen comes a menu. It shows you what's loaded within this unit. Now you can go through, click, play this game. You exit out, click, play another game. What you're doing, the kids love it because now they can eliminate from having to get up, go find one of their games, insert it into the wait for it to all boot up. Now everything's loaded in their game carousel, the video game changer. And the parents love it because now with their kids, now they're not losing those $60, $70 video games. They're all in one place. They don't get scratched. They don't get lost for any reason. We've spent thousands of hours designing, getting this to the point it is today, which is just a wonderful multi-disc video game changer. The portable, we're still in development. We're working on this, very rigorously. It's an Android-based handheld gaming system. And it's just kind of a cool, very nice handheld, kind of like your little handhelds by Nintendo and by Sony. What this does, though, it gives you a big 5-inch touchscreen. It gives you the controls. It allows you to go onto the Android database with online, download games. Now you can make games, load them up. It has basically your free game model. So if anybody wants to make a game for it, they can. Now they can play it, they can share it with their friends. It's established, well established, I should say, in the Google Play Store for any of these Android-based games. We're looking at about Christmas launch, 2015 launch. Now to kind of go into a little bit of the video game market, what we've got is about 58% of your video gamers out there, they spend around $700 a year on video games and video game accessories. Most of them, you're up to 2 games. Each one has around 2 or so more games in their household. One or more at least have 1 console. Most of them, a lot of them do have 2 consoles per game. And you can see the average age of video game players is about 30 years old. But granted, even us old guys, we still love to play video games just like anybody else. A little bit about the headphones. Headphone industry, once again, it's grown, to a little over 1.8 billion market in 2011. They're looking to hit about 2.4 billion in 12. The premium headsets drove about 95% of the growth. Those are headsets that retail for over $100 a unit. And $100, the people that are buying the premium headset, they're looking for the sound quality. They want to see a video, they want to hear the sound. They want the high definition audio. They want all those special little features, just like our cranks. Smart TV market, it just continues to grow. Right now, the overall smart TV market is worth a little over $86 billion. That was in 2010. It is expected to reach a little over $265 billion by the end of 2016. So now you can see where our Zaz, our smart keyboard, really kind of falls into this huge industry. And people right now, there's only about 85% of the people out there that buy smart TVs, they're not using any of the smart TV functions per se. They're having a hard time. They get a smart TV because they're cool, they have 3D, they have all these functions, but they're not utilizing. This is where the Zaz will come in and really go after those 85% of the smart TV owners, and that other 15% also that are kind of struggling through. It'll make it a breeze, allowing them to access all that content on their smart TV. Going into a little bit about our manufacturer. Right now, our manufacturing, we have everything set up in China. We have one manufacturer that takes care of all of our headphones. So they're taking care of our cranks. They're taking care of our Psycho. We have another manufacturer that takes care of strictly our smart TV keyboards. We've got under contract now EMPL. That's Elite Product Management. They are a very good group. The principals actually handled and took care of all the Asian operations for Madcats Interactive at one point in time, and then they decided to break out on their own, started their own consulting company. So we have them under contract. They take care of all of our product development and dealing with all the different manufacturers and all the different small companies in Hong Kong and China. Present, all our molds are licensed for the Psycho unit, and we have the console molds. Those are all ours 100%. We're having those being completed this time so we can get those to market. A little bit about our marketing. We do sponsorship. We feel it's very important that we get our brand out in front of all the different demographics we can. One of our favorites and one of the best demographics that fall within our age group is in the Supercross field. As you can see, we sponsor right now, we're the title sponsor for Justin Starling, AMA Supercross rider number 99. The viewers last year, the attendees, we're looking at a little over 800,000 people went to the Supercross event. So they're packed in the stadium. They're checking out all these riders. They're looking at all the gear they're wearing, what kind of accessories they have. They're looking for all the sponsors. They're looking at, okay, hey, who's on this guy's bike? Who's on this guy's jersey? Who's on their pants, on their bikes? Once we got into the pits, you're looking at about 266,000 people attended. That's where they walk in, the pits are opened up, and this gives us actually the opportunity to interact directly with the consumers themselves. We have outside branding, we have on-site branding, we have product displays set up in the pits so people can actually come by. They get a chance to meet. They see the riders. They see all the products. We have handouts. You have promo coupons. We have all of our target demographics in that field. So you have the kids, you have the parents, you have the people that can actually go out and purchase the products. When it comes to media, it's just amazing. Supercross itself, it airs live and repeats on Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, and CBS. Very, very high dollar. It's something that your average marketplace, you wouldn't be able to go out and get this type of airtime. So you get to see your rider. He's on television. You see special shots of him. You'll see number 99. He's coming through. You see an XCO logo. You see a Cranks logo on his riding gear itself. As you can see, it shows 21 times on Fox Sports. We have 8 times on CBS Sports. And overall, you get a little over 6 million TV viewers in the Supercross arena. As we move forward, we're looking to do future endorsements and possibly some signature product labels on the headphones. These are from, music recording artists. We're looking at print exposure, web exposure, social media. Very important to the success in our marketing. Key components for our success, once again, the product, very well packaged, distribution, and marketing. We're looking to hit out a little on different products, the niches, the X Games. Sponsor more, Supercross, we're there. We're looking at motocross, which is going to be this summer. Snowboarding, surfing. Just start getting the brand awareness in that target demographics. Promotions, we're very active in that. We're looking at different magazines that we're giving our products to so they can test them, different online venues. We go every year to the E3, which is the Electronic Entertainment Expo. This is in Los Angeles once a year. It's like the largest expo where you have all the brand new video games. You have all the brand new video equipment. You have everything coming to life right there. So it's very anticipated. We show our products. We showed last year. People loved everything that we had to show. We showed the Psycho headsets. We had people sitting down playing with those for hours. We actually had lines of people waiting. The keyboard showed extremely well. People were very interested in that. And we're looking at participating in other venues, trade shows. We have the World Cyber Games. We're looking at raking, different sponsorships. Now we kind of move into our distribution, what we're looking at. Right now we're waiting on our approval from Ingram Micro and Navarre, which will give us the opportunity and put our products in front of over 40,000 retailers. You can see Amazon, Newegg, Best Buy, Insight, Staples, Dell, everybody. Ingram Micro, their primary focus is on e-tailers, VARs, and so forth. They are the largest, most cash-rich distributor in America, and they feed products, and they will feed our products to hundreds of resellers' websites, similar to, like I said, Newegg, Walmart, Best Buy. You'll have Fry's. You'll have multiple avenues. So our product will be seen by hundreds of resellers. Navarre, theirs is more of a brick and mortar. They will give us the opportunity to go through one source and have our products in all these U.S. stores. We're looking at GameStop. 6,600 stores, U.S. These are just all U.S. stores. We're not talking about worldwide. We're just strictly going U.S. at this point. Best Buy, we've got over 1,400. You have a little over 1,000 Best Buy stores that allow you to show your products. They have over 400 mobile standalone units. Walmart, you have a little over 3,700 stores that our product can be seen in. Target, the same, 1,700, Costco. And these are just a few of the majors, and there's just hundreds of smaller brick and mortar stores that Navarre will be sourcing our product into. Now we kind of go to a little bit of our milestones, where XCO Entertainment has come from, what we've done. We were founded in 2011. We continued to do product development all the way 11, 12. And in June 2013, we debuted, like I stated earlier, the Extreme Gamer. We had the Zaz keyboard. We had the Psycho Krypton headphones. This was at the E3 trade show, which was just phenomenal. We had such a wonderful turnout. In July 2013, we executed our contract with Elite Product Management in Hong Kong. They will take care of all our sourcing, procurement, quality assurance, logistic, and manufacturing of the Psycho headphones, the Crank headphones, the Zaz keyboard, and the Extreme Gamer. In January of 2014, the SEC granted our effectiveness of the S1 registration that we applied. In February 2014, FINRA approved our ticker symbol, EXCO, and in March 2014, we were approved by the DTC for trading. Product releases, we are right at the verge. We are there. We're going to be releasing the patented 5.1 gaming headset for the PC. We're going to be the same model for the consoles. We have the Cranks headphones. They're coming out right now. We have the Zaz keyboard. That keyboard is right behind for the TV market. We have the Extreme Gamer. That is right behind the Zaz. So our products are right there. They're ready to be released to the market. What we're looking to do is some product expansion. We're looking to expand the Cranks. We're looking at a Cranks Max, just a bigger, badder set of our already really solid Cranks wireless headset. We're looking at Cranks earbuds. Those are very popular. These fall into once again, the lifestyle headset genre, and it's just a wonderful space. Psycho Wireless. We're looking at putting together the next phase in the Psycho headset, the 5.1, those great. Now we're looking at this wireless side. We're looking at the Zaz. We're looking at putting the keyboard, making a different version that's going to be suitable for the tablets and for the smartphones. Now we're going to continue to do our product development. We're looking at acquisitions of other product brands and other technologies to move our business forward. The summary, I just want to say we have an experienced management team, very competent management team. We're in multi-billion dollar growth markets.
Okay, we're going to move into our next presentation right now. Up next, we are with Jeff Weiland, President of XEO Entertainment, ticker symbol EXEO on the over-the-counter QB. And we only have a few minutes here for the Q&A, so we're going to jump right into it. Our first question, Jeff, is what advantages do your headphones have over other companies like Beats by Dre?
Well, the Cranks are a great product. The big advantages are we've got the high-definition audio. And the other would be the sound quality. I'd say the sound volume themselves plus the battery life of the unit. They are much louder, much stronger. You can definitely feel the bass. You hear all the highs. You hear the mids.
Okay, very good. Our next question. This investor says they see that you have a ticker symbol now, and they would like to know when you might expect trading to start.
We should start by this Friday. We have all the initial stock certs into the DCT yesterday, and we're looking for our pricing to start populating by Friday.
Okay, very good. Our next question, given the large, next one, what are the main competitive advantages for the Psycho headset versus other major brands on the market?
They're a patented 5.1 surround sound headset, and with 7 speakers internally in the headset, 5 across the bridge, 2 in each ear, it just gives you all the sound where it's supposed to be, just like you're sitting in your living room. So it's not an artificial sound representation. It's actually a very natural sound. You hear the center speaker, you hear the right front, the right left, the rear left, the rear right, and then you have those 2 subs in each of the ears. So you really get the sound, you get that true spatial feeling, and it's just amazing.
Excellent, thank you. Our next question comes from another investor. What do you estimate your production capacity to be?
Our production capacity, we're looking at, we have the multiple products. So we'll just start out with the Psycho to begin with. We're looking at production between 10 to 15,000 units a month. That goes for the PC version and the console version. The cranks, we're looking at the same, around 15,000. The smart TV keyboard, the Zaz, those are about 10,000 a month. Now, all these different units, production can be ramped up. This is just our starting phase. This is what our production capacity is at present.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, are you planning to add any additional sponsorships outside of your current motocross branding?
Yes, we are. We're looking at all the different venues out there. We like surfing. We're looking at BMX. We're looking at snowboarding, skating, any such similar sport where we can, where we can actually brand all our products, the cranks, the Psycho headphones. Those are different markets, different areas that we are going to be going into.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a few more minutes left. Jeff, what would be the main takeaways you think investors need to have about the XEO Entertainment story?
The takeaways. Well, we're looking at, we've got a company here, and our product capability and its scalability of being able to sell a minimum of 10,000 units per month. And we can easily go from, in a short period of time, from $0 to $25 million in sales. And, of course, that's going to continue to rise. We're looking at the upside potential of the cycle units alone. That's $25 to $30 million. Cranks, $75 to $100 million. The Zaz, $50 million. And we're looking at all total upside potential in a short period of time of $250 million, bottom line, for XEO Entertainment.
Very good. And we don't have any other questions that have come in at this point in time. So, Jeff, I want to thank you for taking the time today to present the story. Look forward to hearing more updates as you continue to make some progress with the business. And for our viewers, again, this was XEO Entertainment, ticker symbol EXEO on the OTCQB. And we're going to be moving into our next presentation here in a moment with Mike Nall, CEO of Biocept, trading on the NASDAQ, ticker symbol BIOC. Again, that's Mike Nall, CEO of Biocept, ticker symbol BIOC.
Hi, my name is Mike Nall. I'm the President and CEO of Biocept. I'm here to tell you today about Biocept. We're advancing diagnostics to improve cancer treatments. I'm excited today to share with you our C solution, which is personalized medicine from a liquid biopsy. And before I get started, though, I always explain to folks, by liquid biopsy, we really just mean a simple blood test. Sounds a little complicated, but it's really not. With a simple blood test, we can perform the same kind of genomic analysis that normally requires a surgical tissue biopsy. So with that, I'll go on, and I will be letting you know we're making forward-looking statements. We encourage you to go onto the SEC website, review the documents that have been filed there, as well as this entire presentation, which is available under Investor Relations on our website. And then you can review the risks that are inherent in investing in our company. About our company, well, we're located in San Diego. We have a 48,000 square foot facility. Within our facility, we do our R&D, manufacture our unique technology. We have our CLIA lab operations as well as clinical development, all under one roof. The fact that we're fully integrated in that manner allows us to create a nice barrier to future entrants who might try to get into our space. That all results then in a genomic test result that's sent to physicians who refer those blood samples to us. They use those reports then to make personalized medicine decisions for treatment plans for their patients. Highlights of an investment in our company: we're a commercial stage cancer diagnostics company. We're hiring our commercial team, sales and marketing team as we speak. We have groundbreaking technology we refer to as that liquid biopsy, just utilizing that simple blood test. Now, that liquid biopsy is really made up of two parts. The first part is called OncoC. That stands for Oncology, Cell Extraction, and Enrichment. And within that, we measure what are called CTCs, circulating tumor cells. Now, circulating tumor cells are intact cells that have been shed by solid tumors into the bloodstream. We then take those intact cells and we were able to genomically analyze those for biomarkers that help to qualify cancer patients for personalized medicine therapies like Herceptin or Tarceva, other drugs you may have heard about from the big drug companies. Now, we can also look at that genomic information from the plasma, and we do that with our technology called C-Selector. And that's an ultrasensitive genomic mutation analysis platform that allows us to get actually that same kind of DNA analysis, that same kind of analysis we can get from either intact tumor cell, but also straight from the plasma. We have launched one assay today. It's OncoCBR. It's our first commercialized test for breast cancer. We look at the biomarker called HER2, which qualifies breast cancer patients for Herceptin therapy. Our test pipeline is robust. It's focused on solid tumor genomic diagnostics, including lung cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, prostate, and melanoma. We perform this testing right here in our very scalable laboratory operation in San Diego. We have a clear path to market penetration by focusing on medical oncologists as well as biopharma strategies. We have established research collaborations already in place with Dana-Farber Cancer Institute at Harvard. We have with MD Anderson Cancer Center down in Houston, as well as with Columbia University in New York. We did complete our IPO in February with gross proceeds of $19.1 million. Very thankful for that. So our growth strategy, that's how we're investing our money, is in commercialization. As I mentioned, we're hiring that sales and marketing team today. We're focused on that medical oncology market as well as biopharma. In addition, we're building out our test menu, and I'll be talking more about our pipeline in a few minutes. But that pipeline is focused on solid tumors, and we'll be having a lot more assays than we have today. We have our breast cancer assay today, and we'll actually be adding more biomarkers to it as well. And finally, we're increasing operational efficiency by investing in automation. Today, we perform many of the steps in our testing manually, and we're bringing automation in to handle our expected rapid growth, as well as increase our efficiency while we do that. Now, the foundation of the company is really based on three pillars, and that's our clinical commercial cases. These are tubes of blood that get sent to us from medical oncologists. We perform that genomic analysis. We make our money by billing insurance and payers for that service. In addition, there's biopharma strategy. We'll be going to biopharma companies. There are currently over 230 clinical trials right now looking at liquid biopsies with biopharma. So a huge opportunity for us to become involved in those clinical trials with high margin contracts, but most importantly, to lay the foundation for future strategic plays with companion diagnostics. Finally, we have opportunities with partnerships. As you'll learn throughout this presentation, our expertise is gaining materials out of a simple tube of blood. That's valuable to other laboratories that may have assays validated on tissue. They need to move to a blood-based assay as well. I can help them with that for a licensing or royalty agreement as long as it's not competitive with what I'm trying to do. So a broad foundation for the company that we're building. Now, we have a wonderful leadership team. In fact, we have a wonderful team overall at Biocept. Let me tell you a little bit about the leaders that you see on the slide right here. First is David Hale. Many of you, if you have any experience in the biotech space, will know David's name, if not know him personally, certainly by his reputation. He's had a fantastic year this year, sold Santaris to Salix, $2.5 billion. Canadas and Biocept. Here at Biocept, we both just went public this year, so David's having a great year. He's our executive chairman. Raj Trivedi just joined us as VP of Commercial Ops. Raj, a very experienced sales and marketing professional with over 15 years in the space, most recently serving at Life Technologies, and before that, with me at Clariant, part of GE Healthcare Company. Dr. Faraday Bischoff leads our translational as well as our clinical development teams. Faraday comes to us from MD Anderson and Baylor. Faraday, a well-known expert in this field of rare events in blood. She has over 130 peer-reviewed publications to her credit. Dr. Lyle Arnold is our Chief Scientific Officer. Lyle, like David, is a serial entrepreneur. And Lyle, in fact, we need to update this slide. Lyle just this week got his 40th issued U.S. patent. He has 140 issued and pending patents worldwide. Lyle, very well known and is a visionary in this space. Bill Ketchoff is our CFO. Bill, integral to getting us where we are today as a publicly traded company. In fact, he has 14 years experience in public company finance, over 20 years in life sciences. Bill worked with us at Clariant, but also spent many times at many industry leaders you can see there. Finally, my name is Mike Knoll again, and I have 25 years experience in healthcare commercial leadership, the past 14 in this exact space of cancer genomics. In fact, I was at Clariant from the very beginning. If you look into the story of Clariant, you can see we grew and were acquired by GE in 2010 for $580 million. While I was at Clariant, I started in sales and rose up through the ranks, eventually becoming general manager for North America Sales and Marketing after serving as integration leader, integrating Clariant into GE. Excited to be back here in the entrepreneurial world, by the way. So this is the opportunity for us we have in front of us here at Biocept. And you can see on the left the types of tumors that patients suffer from that we're looking to help. And it's breast cancer, prostate, lung, colorectal, and melanoma. The next column are newly diagnosed cases per year. Then we have living with cancer. Now, living with cancer are folks who have been diagnosed, are being treated, or have survived cancer. And of course, in our space, we all want to impact that last column, which is deaths per year. Now, within the newly diagnosed cases per year, you all can look up these numbers. So we don't have these numbers on here as a way to tell you that. If you Google it, you'll get these same numbers by going to various sites on the web. But the reason we want to show this slide is to show you where we fit. And every one of those patients in the newly diagnosed cases per year needs to have some level of genomic testing. Yet there's a certain percentage of all those different solid tumor patients who can't have that. They're too sick to undergo a biopsy, or the tumor's in too difficult of an area to get to. Lung cancer has the greatest need. Over 20% of the lung cancer patients cannot be biopsied. So that means no molecular testing. Genomic analysis can be done to see if they qualify for these targeted therapies. Our liquid biopsy solution provides an option for those patients in that newly diagnosed cases per year. Number one, in patients who can't be biopsied. Number two, in the metastatic setting. The most common sites for these solid tumor metastases are brain, lung, liver, and bone. All areas that you cannot do a biopsy easily on. So once again, the liquid biopsy provides a nice alternative. The real opportunity for Biocept, though, to truly help patients is in the next column, those living with cancer, for monitoring. Currently, because you can't go and do serial biopsies on people, nobody would want that, and there's too much possible complications involved. So that to get that genomic analysis, you need to have a biopsy. So we just have to rely on the original biopsy at the time of the surgery. But with a blood-based biopsy, the liquid biopsy that we're offering, you can now start to monitor those patients. And look at the death rates in lung. We have to do a better job there. And by monitoring, we're going to be able to help qualify more patients for these life-prolonging therapies that are available today. So we're in a fantastically fast-growing part of the market, that molecular cancer testing market. Why is it growing so fast? Well, it's been this personalized medicine revolution that's happened over the past 15 years. And in fact, as the need for this advanced diagnostic information has gotten greater and greater because there's so many now different personalized therapies available, the actual biopsies of cells have gotten smaller and smaller. In fact, it's now most common that patients will get, especially for lung cancer, a biopsy called an FNA, fine needle aspirate, which is just like it sounds. It's just a little needle biopsy. And there's just not enough tissue to go around to get all the tests done that need to be done. So our liquid biopsy helps to address that limitation in the current standard of care, which is the tissue biopsy. What are some of the other limitations in the current standard of care of the tissue biopsy? Well, first of all, cancer has a lot of heterogeneity or difference within it. In fact, what you'll find is if a patient's biopsied in one area of the tumor, they may not get the same results as if they're biopsied in another area of the tumor. Now, the tumor will all be cancer tissue, of course, but within there you'll see various genomic properties when you do the analysis in the laboratory. Our liquid biopsy helps address that. It also may not reflect the current disease condition. We see changes in the genomic properties based on the treatment of the patient or the evolution of the disease. As we mentioned, biopsies are invasive. Many patients are too sick to withstand a biopsy, and you, of course, cannot do it for monitoring, as we talked about, not over and over sticking a patient for more tissue. Finally, the tissue is limited. We discussed that already, and costly. If everything goes right, a biopsy is going to cost about $15,000 for an outpatient stay. You've got the hospital charges, you've got laboratory, pathology, radiology, pharmacy, on and on. But if something goes wrong and that patient ends up in the ICU, as a study that was done at Boston University talked about lung biopsies, 15% of the time a patient has a complication that could result in an ICU stay, then that could end up being hundreds of thousands of dollars. So our liquid biopsy, our new molecular paradigm of this liquid biopsy addresses these limitations in the standard of care. Now this liquid biopsy is focused, remember, on two components. It's all circulating tumor DNA, but it's located either intact cells, circulating tumor cells, or cell-free in the plasma, circulating tumor DNA cell-free. These are a demonstrated surrogate for tumor tissue biopsy. They can be captured and characterized for biomarkers just like tissue. They're repeatable throughout treatment, particularly when tissue is unavailable. And in fact, 2/3 of researchers say analysis of CTCs will be the standard of care in the next 4 years. So the goal of all of us in this space, of course, is to take cancer from being a deadly diagnosis to a chronic condition. And we do this by making sure the patient gets the right therapy for the right patient at the right time. You'll see there the biomarkers under each one of our different offerings that we'll be testing for and the drugs that they'll qualify the patients for. So you may recognize some of the names of these drugs. What you may not know is that they need to have a lab test done at the top, traditionally on tissue, and what we're bringing to the market is able to do that on blood that you see there, HER2, BRAF. These are the lab tests that are done to qualify patients for these therapies. Now we do this with solutions we've developed here at Biocept that all have IP on them. And it starts with the tube the blood is actually collected in. So at the oncology office, they'll collect a simple tube of blood, and the media inside that blood tube is unique to us. And in fact, it keeps the specimen viable for 96 hours. We can get blood from all over the world and have it tested right here in San Diego because we're able to get it through customs without any loss of those circulating tumor cells or that DNA. It comes into our lab, we run it through what you see right there, which is our patented microfluidic channel. Now this microfluidic channel, just so you have an idea of the scale, is the size of a microscope slide. And how it works is we run the specimen through there, we capture the tumor cells within that microfluidic channel, and there's antibodies, like you see in the next column right there, that help us to identify these as tumor cells and then perform the genomic analysis on them. We can then take and release what we've captured with those tumor cells and do subsequent analysis for genetic mutations with our Selector platform like you see right there. So Selector is our new offering for this year, and what is so unique about Selector? Well, it's just much more sensitive than other platforms that are out there. In fact, 10 to 100 times more sensitivity, which you have to have in blood, because these rare cancer mutations are like a needle, and the needle in a haystack analogy. So you've got this rare cancer mutation, which is the needle, and you've got the hay, which is your normal DNA. So what Selector does is able to suppress the hay and amplify up the needles, so you're able to analyze a whole bunch of needles and not worry about the normal DNA, which is the hay. In fact, we can detect one mutation out of greater than 10,000 normal DNAs. We can do this both in the intact cell with CTCs, as well as cell-free out of the plasma for circulating tumor DNA. Works with DNA and RNA, works with standard instrumentation in the lab. So for now, we'll be doing it at our lab, but in the future, we could start to take this technology to other laboratories. It also allows for multiplexing. So as you'll see on a subsequent slide, we plan to offer numerous mutations. We can do this all on the same specimen, reducing costs and enhancing reimbursement. And finally, because Selector is so sensitive, it's applicable for all stages of cancer, all the way from screening through diagnosis, therapy selection, as well as monitoring, as we talked about, very important with lung cancer as we try to help solve some of the challenges there. So this is our pipeline over the next couple years. Currently, we've launched HER2. ER is next, right around the bend. We have PR later this year. We'll eventually have lung this year as well, which will be really the needle mover for us. We expect rapid adoption of our lung cancer offering, and gastric. Next year, we'll have colon, melanoma, and prostate. This is just more details about each one of those panels. You see on the left the actual panels themselves, our OncoC solution. Remember, that stands for oncology, cell extraction, and enrichment. The next is the tumor type that they help. And then it'll tell you whether we're going to be doing these biomarkers in the intact cell with our circulating tumor cell technology, or we can do it out of the plasma with our selector technology. So that tells you we'll be looking for each one of those types of biomarkers and which platform we'll be using. And you can see, for instance, on lung, we'll be looking at both parts. Versus in gastric, there's really only one biomarker that's important for gastric cancer today, and that's HER2. So our commercialization strategy, very important. First is raise awareness for the value of circulating tumor DNA, just like I'm doing with you all today. We'll be driving this adoption by going directly to medical oncologists. We'll be developing KOLs, or key opinion leader speakers, that will advocate on our behalf to the medical community. Building relationships with patient groups by directly reaching out, as well as through social media strategies. Publishing even more studies with major cancer centers, and I'll tell you in a minute about some of the studies we have published. Participating even deeper in medical meetings and symposia. You know, today both Dr. Arnold and Dr. Bischoff routinely present at these meetings, but we need to have a display, and that's what with our funding now we'll be doing. We'll have displays to get leads for our sales team so we can follow up with community oncologists throughout America. We'll be deepening payer relationships and expand reimbursement coverage for our test, as well as expanding strategic partnerships with both pharma and biotech so we can further personalize diagnostics. So this year, we've hired our head of sales and marketing, Raj Trivedi, that I told you about. We're hiring today, as we speak, our regionally based sales team, including our sales team for pharma. These folks will focus exclusively on pharma, and not two of them will, to get those clinical trial contracts in. We'll also have our regionally based sales team that will focus on the medical oncologists, 7 of them, and that's the red marks you see there on the slide. We'll have our managed care expert who will work with the payer community, such as the Blue Cross plans, United Healthcare, Aetna, etc. Internal marketing to support those folks, as well as leveraging partner sales forces that we'll be developing this year. Now, I mentioned about the studies earlier, and that's very important to do what we do. We have to be able to prove that what we do truly makes a difference for patients. The studies at the bottom all validate our technology, show that our assay works just like we said it will do. It's all in peer-reviewed third-party publications you see right there. By the way, all these studies are available on our website under For Physicians. MD Anderson was a very important study that was released last spring. And what they did was they used our OncoCBR at the same time that they diagnosed the breast cancer patients and did a tissue biopsy. They assessed the HER2 status, which is the biomarker for Herceptin therapy, and found that we could double the amount of patients for Herceptin therapy if they used tissue diagnosis as well as our liquid biopsy, the OncoCBR solution. At Dana-Farber, we currently have a study going on where they're taking that a step further. They're screening tissue biopsy negative patients, patients who are negative in their tissue biopsy. We're identifying a percentage of patients who are positive with OncoCBR for the HER2 biomarker. They're then taking and putting those patients on Herceptin therapy when they progress. Now, this study is sponsored by Genentech, who makes Herceptin therapy, and we do expect some preliminary results this year and publication next year. So highlights of an investment in our company: we're a commercial stage cancer diagnostics company. We have groundbreaking technology we refer to as that liquid biopsy. It utilizes a simple blood test. Now remember, this is focused on 2 parts: intact cells, circulating tumor cells, as well as cell-free, out of the plasma, circulating tumor DNA. We do this with our OncoC platform, that stands for Onco, Cell Extraction and Enrichment, and our Selector platforms. We have launched one assay, our breast cancer assay, OncoCBR, which we test HER2 for breast cancer. We've got a pipeline focused on solid tumor genomic diagnostics. We do this testing on our established certified scalable CLIA lab. We have a clear path to market penetration through medical oncology and biopharma, and we already have established research collaborations in place. And there's really just one important part to remember. By using a liquid biopsy in adjacent to or in place of the tissue biopsy, we can qualify more patients for these life-saving therapies. And that is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're opening the line now for our Q&A session with Biocept, ticker symbol BIOC on the NASDAQ. Again, Biocept, ticker symbol BIOC on the NASDAQ. And with us today, we have Mike Nall, CEO, and Bill Petroff, Chief Financial Officer. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thanks.
Our first question: do you anticipate needing to raise additional funds beyond your initial gross proceeds of $19 million?
This is Bill. I'll take that. We don't anticipate needing to raise additional funds right away. A lot of it depends on the ramp. As folks heard during the presentation, we are in the midst of hiring up our sales force, and assuming that we're on plan for revenue generation, raising additional equity financing is not absolutely critical. We are, however, looking at some options for some debt financing.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, how does your solid tumor test compare to Foundation One's solid tumor cancer panel?
Well, they're not really competitive assays at all. In fact, could be complementary in many ways. But Foundation has gone to market with a next-gen sequencing panel that has over 200 different biomarkers to look at, and it gives a nice profile. And typically, we find this is being done in late-stage cancer patients when you're looking at alternatives, many times which would be called off-label therapies. So they have a nice part of the market they're going after. Ours is a little bit different. We're going after a market to help to qualify patients for therapies that may have been missed in the initial biopsy or to be used for monitoring for patients that are already being treated with these targeted therapies. So kind of two different spots in the market, and I don't see us as competitive at all. In addition, of course, our test is done, and the most important part of it is done on blood and with a liquid biopsy, as they heard about on the presentations, as you all heard about, and where currently the Foundation One solid tumor assay is done on paraffin tissue. In other words, needs a tissue biopsy. So that's a big difference between the two of us.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, what is your strategy for gaining reimbursement from third-party payers in Medicare?
Well, that's one nice thing about Biocept, among many, and that's that there's established reimbursement today for the testing that we are going to market with today. Our first assay is launched. That's for the biomarker HER2, which qualifies patients for Herceptin therapy, and we have reimbursement for that today. In addition, the future offerings we have all have established CPT codes already in place. So the biomarker testing we do is paid for today.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, can you give some detail on how you plan to build out your sales and marketing team as you begin releasing the various tests that are in your pipeline right now?
Exactly. Well, as Bill mentioned, we're hiring our team as we speak today. We'll be communicating more news about that in the future for everyone. But we will be hiring, as we talked about throughout our roadshow and throughout our IPO raise, 7 regionally based salespeople that will be focused on our clinical commercial cases. These are cases that come to us from a medical oncologist who will use the information we provide to make treatment decisions for their patients. Now, these people will be placed throughout the country in 7 specific regions. We'll have 2 folks focused on biopharma. Tremendous opportunity for us in the clinical trial world and research projects with big pharma, and 2 of our sales team, in addition to the original 7, will be focused exclusively on that potential market. And lastly, we'll be hiring a person dedicated to the payer community, related to the question you just asked. And it's important that we develop that value proposition specifically targeted to payers right off the bat. And so we'll be having someone come aboard to have that responsibility. Tremendous opportunity for us with the payer community because of this huge cost savings that can be realized by using a liquid biopsy instead of a tissue biopsy.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, can you review your patent portfolio?
Yeah. Absolutely. As I think we covered in the presentation, we have patent coverage and patents pending across various aspects of our test, all the way from the actual blood collection tube that's used to collect the specimen for our test. The nice part about that is that it protects the cells for 96 hours and gives stability for the cells for 96 hours. So this makes it nice whenever we are involved in clinical trials or opportunities outside the U.S., that we can still get the specimen here and be able to process the test in our lab. So that's in the actual media that's inside the collection tube. From there, once it comes into the lab, we have patents that have been awarded on our microfluidic channel. That's how we isolate and analyze the captured intact cells, called CTCs, or circulating tumor cells. That, in conjunction with the antibody cocktail, is the proprietary nature that we accomplish that benefit. Finally, with Selector, our platform that we're able to accomplish ultra-sensitive mutation analysis testing with, we have IP on that as well.
Okay, thank you. And our next question, as you roll out your commercialization strategy, how should the investors view the growth in operating expenses going forward?
The way we talk about that is essentially in line with the use of proceeds from the IPO. So we're expecting over the next 2 years to spend an incremental $5 million on the commercialization of the entire product pipeline. Additionally, we're planning to spend approximately $5 million over the next 2 years on launching that new product pipeline in the R&D function. That includes validation of the various tests that we talk about in the presentation, as well as acquisition of samples and staffing up the research and development function accordingly. So those are the primary expense drivers. Those are both $5 million each of those purposes for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question that came in. What is your current gross margins, and how should this number change as capacity utilization increases?
We have not disclosed any gross margin forecasts, so I'll ask our listeners to stay tuned for information on that in the future. I'd refer the audience to our filed financial statements in our 10K. In the footnotes, there are quarterly numbers, but in principle, certainly, as with most businesses, as we get to scale, gross margin will start to be interesting and important.
Okay, thank you. And just as a summary here, I guess, what's the main takeaway investors should have about the Biocept story?
Well, at Biocept, we're bringing this idea of the liquid biopsy to market that's focused on circulating tumor DNA. That's found in both intact cells, circulating tumor cells, as well as in the plasma, in cell-free DNA. And there's really three main benefits to that. The first one is that we can save the healthcare system a great deal of money by utilizing a liquid biopsy as opposed to a tissue biopsy. Number two is there's established reimbursement already in place for this type of testing we can provide. And lastly, and most importantly, as mentioned during the presentation, we can qualify more patients for this important therapies that can save and prolong lives.
Okay, well, very good. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today and for sharing the Biocept story with our audience. For our viewers, again, this was Biocept, ticker symbol BIOC on the NASDAQ. And also, I want to let our viewers this is concludes the end of our first day of presentations here at the RedChip Global Online CEO Conference. We'll be starting again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, and we hope to have you all back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.